There we go. How about this? This should work. And how about this? We have some output. Perfect. Well, this is good to see. Well, this is of course why we have a bit of time for our technical problems. Of course, there will be problems with these nights. And can everyone hear Robin? Yes, I love a green screen. Still no sound. And can everyone hear Robin? People, can I see some thumbs up? Sound works? No, Robin. Bit louder. Okay, bit louder still, bit louder still. We can't hear Robin. Oh no. Audio capture from Discord is on. Yes, but let's see if we can also fix. Oh, my. If only I had a proper accent. Thank you so much. I think everyone is happy to be looking fly today. And while we talk about this, I am also going to try and fix this atrocious audio settings, which of course I made people cry. Yes. Thank you. I just took a shower. Yes, I'm so sorry. Robin also isn't moving. He is here and he is moving. He is very... Yes. And maybe a bit like this. Yes, he is. Pretty quiet. Robin is moving now. Okay, he is moving. He just isn't talking, and that's also a problem, of course. Okay, so we have... Yes. No sound though. He's probably talking. At least we can see his smile. And he has such a lovely smile right now as well. Audio input, no. Oh, I feel so sad. Desktop audio, there we go. Add source, and we have speakers, headphones. He isn't talking. Oh, right, I remember this problem. Okay, so we have the desktop audio. Now it's the European Union. And still nothing, eh? People, can Robin say something? Nothing. All right. Well, this is really sad. No audio from Robin. Okay. All the audio changed. And I will turn down... Yes, we have this amazing new setup made by the completely Robin do be silent. Yes, and for Robin, for now that's okay, but in 15 minutes we will definitely want to hear +1 follow, sounds are too loud. Yeah, I will also turn down the alert box audio a bit. Alert box filters. Sound. His audio seems to work from the green border. Whenever he talks, we can just see. Yeah. Okay, so it's just the audio capture on Mike's side that's messed up. Yes, it is. And that is really weird because I don't really... the alert box we can put down, of course. So like this. And there we go. Yes. How about this? Robin, can you talk for a second? He cannot talk. Yes, this will be a real thing. Real talk here. I am a bit sad about this, of course. Dordrecht even. Amazing. Let's see. Why can't we have this? It's just boo. Monitor and output. Hardingsveld. Amazing. Misha. 0184. 0183 represent. I'm from Gorkum. Sorry. Just feel a bit like I need to share that. Sorry everyone for this audio problem. We are trying to fix this. Did you check the Discord audio settings? Yeah, it's not about the audio settings. It's really about the OBS not doing what I want to. And honestly, I want to fix it, but I don't really know how in this case anymore, because for some reason it just doesn't do what I want to do. Is there an expert in the house for OBS? Yes, and we are all really very excited. This is so cool. Let's see. Hopefully we can just set this all up. Let me check my OBS settings real quick. That'd be perfect. Filters, properties. I don't think that there's anything wrong with the properties. It's just something else. Also, Robin's camera froze. This is... it's back again. Tech support from the Discord. It's Windows. But it's... So much for digitalization indeed, Robin. I'm just going to narrate this like this. We will be able to fix this. Give me a second though. I am going to capture desktop audio. Alright people, I am so sorry. Okay. Should be the same as my headset. Okay. Perfect. Filters. Then let's see what we can do. There we go. People, can you still hear me? Yes. Okay, that's perfect. And we do these and we do these. All right. How does this work?
All right, so
I think it should be working now. Perfect. Jose. Also, thank goodness we managed to fix it. It works. Exit point 1 hour. First results should come in. It's really cool. Yes.
Amazing.
This is the time.
Finally.
So because it's quite it's quite a thing what's going down, right? We started in December, and most people in the Netherlands didn't even know about Volt. And look at us now. We are polling with a huge peak right now. Like estimates say that we could have 5. That's insane. 5 out of 150.
Yeah.
But honestly, I am.
It's super crazy.
Yeah, right.
It's incredible. Like from at least from what I see from the outside, like not being in the Netherlands and not really following the news in the Netherlands, but just seeing on Twitter, flying on anything, the growth that Volt Netherlands had in the past month or past 2 months is incredible. Like we've never really seen that. it's amazing.
It is. It really is. Also, a good addition from Thijsje. Five is the upper bound. So five would be
Yeah,
the top we could
indeed.
have. But honestly, I'm just so excited, regardless of what the result will be. It's everyone in the Netherlands had been doing such. You should have seen people. They've been working so much. It's whew, the amount of hours spent
Yeah,
there. I had a call with the campaign lead a while ago, and we called for 5 minutes. He should have called me back in 30 minutes, and he already had 10 other calls in the pocket after that. It's it, whew, it's
yeah,
insane.
I can't even imagine how much all the campaign team and all the volunteers have been working for the past few months. Just seeing the quality of all the videos and the posts on social media and all the campaigning on the street and the placards and everything. I
Yeah,
saw a number, I think, somewhere on workplace, so the vote internal comms Torch channel.
yeah.
There was like 8,000 something like that flyers distributed in the
Oh
past month.
my. Yeah. Also, question whether we can introduce ourselves. We will introduce ourselves at 8 o'clock. This is a bit of the ante. Just a quick note beforehand. This is Robin on my. Ooh,
Hello.
it's mirrored. How does it work? Oh, like this. This is Robin. I am
Yeah,
Mike. And well, Robin, can you? Might as well do it right now. Who are you?
fair enough. All right. So I'm Robin Fontaine. So I'm the communications lead in Volt Europa, so for the European team.
And
And Mike, tell us
I'm Mike
who you are.
Winkel. Yeah, thank you. I'm Mike Winkel. I'm the European Data Analytics lead, and also trying to be active, or at least help out with the Dutch elections and also in Amsterdam. So that's yeah, what we're doing.
So on top
So
of being the data analytics, Mike is also our star on Twitch
I try to
and the
be.
Making God Twitch shows.
I
Are
won't
you
come in
both
suit.
Dutch? So no, we're not both Dutch. Mike is Dutch, but I am French.
Yeah, yeah. And hello everyone, and also even from South Tyrol.
Hmm.
Yes, and
Always without you. That's
South
amazing.
Tyrol. Yeah, isn't it cool? And thank you so much,
Bonjour de
Taisha.
France.
It's
Yeah.
amazing to see that we already have 150 viewers right now. Awesome, you guys are amazing, and I really hope we can provide a good show for you tonight. Speaking about
Let's.
that, can we maybe do
Yeah.
a little teaser, Robin?
Yes, sure. So so for tonight we have planned a lot of things for you. We will first introduce one of the candidates to the Dutch elections, Fons Jensen, who was candidate number 9. Then we'll continue with another candidate that I will let you pronounce the Dutch name.
Yes, we have Alexandra Griffioen, the number 14 out of the top of my head. Oh no. Oh well, I mean, your camera froze again, Robin, but I have to say this is one of the best screen grabs I could ever manage. You look very dashing here. And welcome. Also from the UK, hello Sophie. And just found out about Volt in January, the first party that had the same ideas about politics
So
like
my
me.
camera froze, but I'm still here, right? I can still
Yes.
hear that. Um, then
Yes.
we will actually have a live stream from the Dutch event, the event from the Dutch team, with a live translation in English.
Yeah, yeah. We will get a live translation from Martin Cleaver and Ami. We will try to do it as ad lib as we can, but seeing as it's going on live, apologies in advance if there are any mishaps in there. For the Dutch people, don't cringe too much. but it will be awesome as well anyway. So yeah, the Dutch team has their has a whole program set up, and we will try and cover important aspects from that as well.
Um, Following the live stream in the beginning of the Dutch event, we'll have the team from Amsterdam coming and telling us about campaigning at a local level, so campaigning at a municipal level. We'll continue with guests from Belgium and from Denmark, who will tell us about the impact of the Dutch elections in the respective countries, because the beauty of Volt and I would say of the European movement is that when you have election in one country, it actually shakes the whole movement, and we get people applying to become members in all countries, and that's really amazing. Um, After that, we will have two members of the European board who will come and tell us about their perspective on the elections. And very late for the courageous ones who will still be with us after midnight. We have a an election quiz with
Yes.
questions from the elections. You'll have the chance to maybe win a little something,
Ooh.
and we will end the stream with an after party.
Yes. It will be. I can already tell you, it will be a lot of techno for sure. Totally there. Like only techno. I don't care if
Dutch
you
tech,
like it or not. So
Dutch techno.
the whole night will last until 1 a.m. 1:15 to be more specific. We will have some pauses as intervals, and yeah,
I can see the
that's really
chat
what's going to
people being
happen.
super happy about techno.
Oh well, that's really good. I expect everyone to be drunk by one. I will be drunk by joy. That will be my high. Definitely. Yes. Also, I am very much into cringe jokes, so apologies if that's not your thing. But hey.
To be
Um,
fair, I love it, so
yes, that
you'll
makes
only
it
get
good.
positive feedback from here.
Blah, blah. Yes. Okay. So I am getting a lot of text for our guests to come on. And speaking of our first guest, do we maybe have Fons uh, in tow?
Do we have funds in tow? Obviously, always our flowless organization.
Yes.
I will try to find fonts for us.
Okay. So all right. Also, Martin Cleaver will be here on the background, and he will be a webcamless co-host for a duration, but he will mostly also be doing the translations. Let's see. I will just switch back to a solo interview. I'm sorry, Robin, but it will look
Yeah,
very messy otherwise. You will be heard still. Don't
it
worry,
seems
everyone.
like
Robin
fonts
will be here in
is a bit
spirit.
late. I am
Um,
here, but fonts
yes.
is a tiny bit late.
All right. So let's look up our Martin. Can we address this? How can we say that we have Martin? I will add Martin. Let's see. Vote turnout was 57%. A new number should be coming in. So before 6, that was 57%. That's really good, actually. Um, let's see. Where do we have invite people?
Actually, yeah, 57% right now already at sixes. Like, it's super cool. Like it's great numbers.
Yeah, right. Invite.
At the same time, I guess for the national elections, there's usually good turnout.
Yeah. Usually, ooh, I have to look that up. What is the normal voter turnout Dutch elections? Let's see. Ooh, does anyone in the chat know? In 2017, it will be 81%. Yeah, that's true. We don't have a voting obligation like they have in Belgium, but it is politics lives here. It's very much being hyped. And there is Volt Böhma, so that's Joel. Hello, Joel. Let's see if we can. 2% higher than in 2017. That's really cool. Okay, so how can I invite Martin?
I think it's mostly because of the vote factor.
Yes, it's
Everyone
the
is
Volt
coming and
factor.
voting for us.
And there is Fons.
Very good
Let's
question.
see. Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry for this silence. We just need to get everything up and running. But given
All right,
the
can we have a little
speed,
prediction in the chat of how
thank
many
you.
seats we're gonna get?
Yes. Oh, that's a good one. So I invited Martin. And let's see.
Because yeah, the bounce was I think in between 1 and 5, which is already cool because if it's in between 1 and 5, it means that we don't get lower than than 1.
Where do we have Martino? And oh, Twitch. All right. And when the voting will be closed, it will be closed at 9. 4281 4281, and at exactly at 9 we will have the first exit poll, and that means that we will have a polling estimate of how the results will look like. The issue with today is that the estimates will be off due to COVID skewing the results, so the margin of error will be bigger. And there is Martin on Twitch. That's really cool. It's on Discord. And let's see, the exit poll is then. And as we speak, Robin is talking to Fons. I'm sorry, this is a bit of a thing. Anyway, let's continue because Martin had an adventure going on, Twitch. I can imagine it's a new thing. It will basically be like a Romanian election night. What will that mean? What does that mean, L'Europiège?
All right, so Fons is now here and he's connected, and I will bring him into the conversation right now.
Perfect. And I will ask, yes. Amazing. Let's see. We have a Robin coming, and we have, let's see, Fons will be here. Hello, Fons. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Amazing. That's really cool. Can you turn on your camera maybe so we can see your pretty face?
Yes, I'm doing that. Yeah, I'm checking now in the Discord, putting the camera on. Give me
Cool.
a second.
Yeah.
I think it's turning up. I see it's loading.
Perfect. Perfect. And oh no, he got
Wait,
disconnected.
I've got my problem. No,
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We will try and fix this as we speak.
can check my camera settings. Here we
Yes,
are.
there he
Yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah.
We have a
Great. My
dialogue.
apologies. I'm just next to the local radio station, so I had to have my equipment already set up with my professional camera and this microphone.
I mean,
I
this
hope you
looks
can hear me
really
well.
cool. I can hear
Thanks.
you perfectly. Can everyone hear you on the chat just to check? Yeah, I think so, right? That's cool. All right, and I think there we go, interview 3, and we transition into this one. Hello, everyone. And now we are here. Perfect. How are you all doing?
Yeah.
And thank you so much for being here, Fons. I can imagine it must have been a huge day for you.
Yes, yeah, I voted together with my dad in my small village. And I was really proud that, yeah, it's like a historical moment for me, like that that I'm able to vote on myself. Like never imagined that. And but also this whole idea that we with a European party enter a national parliament.
Yeah.
Just this whole idea how we are setting things in history is just awesome with another milestone.
I mean, it's amazing everything that's going on is so cool. So now that we are here, let's do a small round of introduction. So, well, Robin and I already introduced ourselves, but who are you, Fons? It's, yeah.
Yeah, so my name is Fons Jansen. I'm 25 years old. I live in a very small rural area in the north of Limburg, in the southeast of the Netherlands. I'm a Volt member since 2.5 years. Just a couple of months when Volt Netherlands was founded. I used to be a city lead in my university town. Due to Corona, I live back with my parents. I've just graduated with my studies in my master in biotechnology.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I just decided to run as a candidate specifically for climate action, for the agricultural sector, and also for collaboration on cross-border regions.
That's so cool. So also you're an old timer in Volt time then.
Yeah, I'm one of the OG.
The OG.
Nice.
That's so cool. All right, and now
I don't think it's
yeah,
I
go
don't think
ahead.
like most of us can actually say that, being like, even though it's still quite at the beginning, it's quite cool when you can say like, yeah, I was there at the beginning. I helped make that.
But I was not there at the founding yet of Volt Netherlands. Like I
Yeah,
just
I know.
joined a couple of
Yeah.
months later on. But yeah, it is like this next generation of all these members. They just joined 2 weeks ago, and it's very cool to introduce them to our European community.
Yeah, for sure. It's going rampant in speed as well with the amount of members going on. It's too much to keep up. I think right now we passed well, quite a few benchmarks we compared to the members before we started the election. There are no official numbers right now, but it is up in the thousands, like several thousands. Insane.
Which is it's really amazing.
Yeah. And
But
yeah.
well, yeah, I was gonna say, what can you tell us a bit about your role then in the elections, because you're one of the candidates. So can you tell us a bit about like
Yeah,
your
right.
how did you start and everything?
So I will tell you indeed a small story about how did I got active and how actually did I end up to be a candidate and about my campaign. So I was already a proactive member. Like I joined the city lead calls of Volt Netherlands first. Then I moved to my parents, and I was not sitting still because like in my piece of there was not a lot of activity yet with Volt. But together with the German Volters, we made the interregional group Netherlands, Nederland, Deutschland. And that was very cool because yeah, we could further talk about cross-border issues. Myself, I grew up in this cross-border region, and yeah, I just got really motivated and just find a need also just to run as a candidate. Like a lot of people were telling me about Fons, you can do it. So, so I not. And yeah, so after the summer, I decided to really candidate myself. Like the first 6 candidates were already chosen, so I knew that I had to be the choice to be a supporter, on the list, or really like to be on the medium top of the list. I chose the latter one because I think I've got a data science background. I really love the topics on climate action and agriculture because I come from a rural community farm. I want to make our industry fossil free. That's why I also studied my studies in biotechnology. But I also saw the lack of political action, how to really bring my study field into action, because most of the industry is still fossil based. And the industry area of Antwerpen, Rotterdam, and also Ruhrgebiet, the ARA area, that one is like the beating heart of the chemical industry in Europe, and that really needs to be revised completely. So yeah, I thought about, hey, if there's not enough political action and this holistic scope on renovating that, transforming our industry, I thought, yeah, why am not I the one that could run for that and bring a new perspective in the energy discussions in the Netherlands, which I've followed for the couple of 3 years.
That's really cool. So you really went into politics with a clear goal in mind, then.
Yeah, I got already active with society first with my student union 4 years ago. And then I realized how important it is to have open democratic debates. And also, as a union, you actually also lobby the official democratic council to get more heavier weight in the university politics. And afterwards, during that gap year, I realized about, yeah, it's nice associations doing really representing your constituency.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to do something in my field of studies, so in the field of life sciences and chemistry. So 2 years ago, I got active in the Dutch Climate Agreement. So with 100 young professionals, we made a foundation for sustainability. So from the energy sector, industry, agriculture, mobility, housing, also the same climate tables. And we managed to also get on those tables. And that way I really also understood how the lobby organizations in the Netherlands, the associations for citizens and energy cooperatives, and also the government, how they are functioning and also how they are malfunctioning. Because the Dutch Climate Agreement is not ambitious enough. It's really like technocratic. There's not a lot of public support for it because it is so technocratic, only with the income, with the old people, the status quo, and not with the innovation. So I saw the lack of leadership in politics, and I thought to myself, yeah, like Volt can make the change with that, and also bring the European perspective on it, because the Netherlands sometimes thinks it's an energy island, where we are like, not in contrast to the UK, we are not an island. We are heavily connected with Germany, with Belgium, and also in some ways with France and Luxembourg.
Yeah, so but that you bring up a really good point there, of course, because we are lagging behind in our climate and exhaust problems. So hopefully with this we can start a discussion, a European discussion, rather than make it about a not in my backyard problem, right? Because that's what it boils down to, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's a two-way, I think, Zoe. I think one of the things that I realized with the energy sector, energy transition, is that we see that Germany already has like a nuclear Atomausstieg.
Yeah.
But very soon, all over Europe, we will also have a fossil Ausstieg. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to prevent, for instance, coal energy centers to run up to compensate the nuclear energy, and maybe use the natural gas energy suppliers in combination with CCS to prevent emissions as soon as possible for the coming 10, 15 years before renewables really start kicking in completely and taking over most of the energy supply. Because we need to cut down on emissions very drastically, but carbon capture storage is very controversial, and we really need to think about how are we transforming our industry not to create a lock-in effect. So also these nuances are not sexy to tell about with the general public, but when I talk with the people in the working field, they're really respectful because we are taking these things so very seriously instead of making the very complex issues too much simplified.
Yeah. So what do you think? Because of course Volt is doing tremendously well right now in the Netherlands, according to the polls, right? I'm really sure that this is one of the big selling points for at least a lot of Dutch people, I know for myself at least that it's a big thing. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think I'm quite a special candidate in this list, because I think what I really see is that two types of people are joining Volt. One of them are often from the urban areas, being very cosmopolitic,
Hmm.
Yeah,
and on the other hand, you have like really the regionalists, people that do
right.
not like Brussels, but they just basically work together with other people across the border. And those are really two different types of people. And I think Volt, like our current progressive parties in the Netherlands, are very much able to get the first group. But
Yeah,
often the second group, they often vote for protest parties like the Socialist Party or the PVV, one of the alternative right parties.
yeah, yeah,
And I think what we start to do with Volt is really also addressing the worries of these people, because especially they are in these edges of the country, they are being forgotten. They are often also in economic downturn, or the investments are not as high as in the Randstad, so our
yeah.
center-west urban area. And me as a candidate, I really like want to represent them and making sure that Volt is there not only for the world citizens, but actually also really for the people very much local.
Yeah.
Actually, I think very interestingly, when you run for elections like that, as part of the pan-European community, you're like at the same time kind of an ambassador for Europe inside the parliament in the Netherlands, but also an ambassador of the Netherlands inside the European community, and all those problems and those issues that you just mentioned, or maybe very well known or talked about maybe more inside the Netherlands, but I guess are a bit more less transparent outside, even for the European countries. And now you're bringing those up, and it's a good way to come up with, I guess, some kind of common solutions to those problems.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's super interesting to because a lot of the things that she said, like it's something that I would not know, before.
Yeah, but I
Uh,
think that's also like that's why diversity and inclusion, these important values about how we are as Volt are doing grassroots politics. It's like thinking bottom up, and is really like the I think the benefit, and really Volt has the potential to become like the new European citizen party, the Europese Volkspartij of the
Yeah.
21st century. And the people think that right now we are still like a competitor of the social liberals and the Green Left Party. But you already see that people from the Labour Party are joining, from the Liberal Party are joining, and when these people from the cross-border regions that often are US votes, as when they also join Volt because they see the local politics kicking in across the borders. We already have regional local politicians here in North Rhine-Westphalia, and yeah, it's really going to be a game changer because next year we already have the local elections.
Yeah.
Actually, about the because you said you were more from a rural community.
Yeah.
Do you think that part is or that demographic is well represented in votes, or do we still have some efforts to make to be more attractive? Let's say.
There are definitely some efforts to be made. Like I do not know a lot of farmers, often farmer sons that are like, but quite some progressive young farmers are now joining Volt, and that
Yeah.
really has to do with role models. When there are role models and they speak out loud, then people from the same community will join in. And that's the same when you are maybe from the Caribbean area, or when you've got a background in the LGBTQI community, and the same is Volt. And it's really like Volt needs to promote inclusivity and also diversity on the candidate list, because these candidate lists are role models. That doesn't matter how high you are on the list. If you are speaking on behalf of that group, more people will join in. Because for me, democracy not only means ideology, but also really means the equal representation of different types of people from your society in our citizen parliament.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
But that
just going to call for a second. We have some people that need to access things. I'm so sorry. Robin, is this, can you keep picking it up?
perfect. Yeah.
All right.
We have seen the campaign going from like we, just the very beginnings, some flyers, a few posts, to now being like incredibly large, so many volunteers, so many people. As a candidate yourself, like what would you say was your, like, the moment you thought like, wow, like this is really going well?
I think, yeah, well, the moment really kicked in when Laurens Dassen and Nullifer really got most of national television. But the best moment that I really received about, okay, there is a really good dynamic coming across, I think 4 weeks ago, was in the city of Maastricht, the European capital of the Netherlands, I would normally say. And there, people from Aken, from the region of Keulen, they joined with the flyering. We were spreading the flyers across all over the city, like in the city center, in all the places where you can put in the doors, you put the flyers. And it was lovely spring weather, so we also managed with masks to spread out flyers. And there was like really like, first the journalists were still critical because we had one journalist that was tracking us, that was following us and asked very difficult questions. And he was then very critical. But just a few days later, when Laurens and Nullifer were coming across, everything changed. Like also he was baffled about, hey, it doesn't seem professional. And then you see about when the top of the group with the campaign team is getting on national television, and just they're like the social media went nuts. And then I would 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, that things really started kicking off.
That's so cool.
Just before we started, like, frankly, just what you're saying, it's it's super cool. But I think it was quite the feeling that we got also, at least on the international side, because we heard about, I think, the campaign in Netherlands, and we saw the efforts. We're like, wow, that's really cool. And we heard some friends going and preparing those posts and everything. And then all of a sudden, we saw all over Twitter, Laurens and Nilfer on the being talked about in all the media, and that was super cool just to see picked it up. I guess it
Yeah,
must have
but
been such a huge effort for the company.
yeah, but the media, because we had such a professional national team, and we've got 3 full-timers. Our top candidates did already a lot of work already full-time for a long time. Our board was doing a lot of hard work. And the team, like the city teams, we had and national TV coverage and social media. Like we have our social media group that keeps promoting Volt, and having 2 or 3 like really good quality blogs on the website or in local media. And when you have all these things together, then you find the momentum, and then people start realizing, hey, Volt is interesting. They will read about it, and then they see that Volt is really like something different, a new type of sound, and like it's nuanced but also very ambitious. And yeah, then people realize, but yeah, oh, it is indeed an interesting competitor compared to the other parties, and really a new sound in the political field.
Yeah. So it's actually the amalgamation of everything going on that's been boiling up for, well, several years, let's be frank. Um, just going right.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
yeah?
yeah. But it is a lot of tactics. It's really like a group of 5, I think of 10 people, like they are in constant talk and various communications with the citizens and organization, orgware besides the software of each other,
Fons, I'm sorry.
which made the campaign successful.
Could you repeat this? Your connection broke up. This is, of course, one of the hassles, but we can do it again.
Check. So what I said is that not only the program like is well refined from the European mapping of policies to the national context, also our organization structure is so detailed with a lot of functional groups, with the city leads, the communication leads, the PR leads, the fundraising groups. All these things worked out. And when you've got a good program, you've got a full candidate list, you've got all these types of committees working around. I could not keep track of them all, but together it formed one machine. and that really like made the engine run to gain the
Yeah.
momentum to got into national TV coverage and national newspapers.
And actually, I guess one thing that probably helps is that pan-European aspect of it, because whenever there was a post by Volt Netherlands, it was then liked and shared by people from all over Europe. Today, I saw also some posts that saying good luck to our Dutch friends in written in Greek and written in French and in German. It's just so amazing to see that.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
For me, the most encouraging message that I received from Volt Europa was this video from I think from yesterday from Noord-Rijn-Westfalen, that they were sending like their regards and their support. Like my heart really melted when I was seeing this about they wanted to help so much, but COVID is taking us away. But this digital support from all the corners from Europe, that really like keeps us running. Like it was a really big stimulus, a motivation for us candidates to really do our best for our European community.
Yeah, I guess you're really right now representing representing Volt as being like the first one going first national elections.
Yeah, it's
That's
Yeah, but like I think, but I also keep in mind that this is not only for now. Like we already have the other elections already in my mind about the Netherlands should be the kickstart for the European momentum. And I think when we are getting into the Bundestag elections of Germany, when we get that 5%, it will be a lot of hard work, but there are still some other interim elections. If we get this momentum and Germany will also get seats,
yeah.
then people then we really change the political dynamics, because then they think about the same party is already in 2 countries, of which Germany is a very large national country in the European Union. That will change the dynamics completely in those national parliaments to the national governments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess let's not shy away, and we can already say when we'll be in the Bundestag.
Yeah, let's
It will
get
definitely
ambitious
change
anyway.
a lot.
That's beautiful. No, but it's of course this is just the first step among so many other steps to take, and but with all of these little things, there were already some external, like some newscasters from abroad, I believe from Spain and some other countries that have reached
Yeah,
out to
from
just
Spain, I think.
inquire
Yeah.
about Volt in the Netherlands. And because, yeah, if I can fill it in, it really seems to me that people are seeing like, hey, there's actual Europeanism going on here. And that's really cool. And yeah, Fons, you're,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's good that the foreign media comes along, because actually every election is a kind of catalyst for a short term. So here we had really like this campaign machine, and we got the growth was exponential. And we are learning from this, and we are applying that in the other European elections. And I think maybe within a couple of 4 or 5 years, we've got a European campaign team that just helps with every monthly or bi-monthly election, whether it be national, local, or provincial. And I think one of the things that I learned from this campaign, actually, I learned a lot from the FVD, Forum for Democracy, our second alternative right party
Ooh.
that got imploded a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
We learned from their campaign strategy, because they had a van with a huge screen on it with a lot of loudspeakers, and they were just touring across the country.
Yeah.
A lot of people came to that moment to listen. Of course, the content is crap, but the whole idea about having a van and driving through the country, and with Volt, we can use that van for other elections throughout Europe. It's just an awesome idea.
It is. It's really cool. But we had a candidate with a Volt car, right? We have one.
Yeah, it was Elske,
Yeah.
like one of our eldest candidates. Yeah,
Yeah, so cool. That's
she pimped her car and she drove through through the streets. But also of course the Dutch bikes. Like I
yeah.
think The Hague did a very good job in just cycling a lot around the city with a big Volt flag and with a Volt T-shirt with the sweater.
Yeah, amazing.
It was cold, but like it really was effective, because yesterday we got into the social media of the national media also has social media, and we got into their social media because one of the ministers was having an interview, and one of our candidates was cycling on his bike with his Volt sweater and flag, and, and they got spotted because he was just cycling next to it.
That's actually really cool. For anyone from other teams than the Netherlands listening, you have some good inspiration for all your campaigns here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, once we have a good idea that works, we can just like recycle it.
Yeah.
It's really amazing.
Well,
And actually, tonight you're already going on camera, right?
Yeah, so I've got my next like at 9 o'clock we've got the first exit polls.
Yeah.
As really in 15 minutes I need to be like upstairs to really get the
Awesome.
makeup because like right now I'm in the studio of the local news station. So 2/3 of my province will hear about about me commenting on the elections.
That's
Uh,
so cool. Wow. That's
and
really
probably
awesome.
about the success and why also explaining why our campaign was successful, which is a big
I ju-
big opportunity because a lot of the local people around me maybe will also join because of course I will do a call of action about this is just the start of a new trajectory.
Yeah.
yeah, I would say definitely join join Volt at the end. But it's the incredible thing I think is also that we got such a huge boost before the elections, and once we get inside the parliament, that will be like a further huge boost um, to the
Yeah.
memberships.
But I think the biggest boost will be when we will already collaborate. So I think one of the things I really would love to see is about how our national government could already support our German regional and local
Yeah.
representatives to
Yeah.
really bring those issues in front. For instance, people that are being in my region we've got a lot of Bulgarian, Romanian, and Polish people working in our agriculture
Mhm.
sector. And with
Oh.
COVID, they had a lot of like live. They were in Germany, they had to work in a lot of house in half a year ago, and they were all ill because it was like a bungalow park with them living together, and there was not a lot of hygiene. And the person that was taking care of the houses didn't take the responsibility. And exactly these kind of things we can really tackle because we've got the same representatives of the same party on both sides of the countries.
That's so cool. Yeah, that whole initiative was quite groundbreaking, wasn't it? That's Ooh, when did you when did you like how did that go? Because that it was just there at one point and but I'm sure it was a whole thing that has been in the making for a while now.
Beg your pardon about which element?
The German, Belgian, Dutch coalition initiative from Volt.
Yeah, yeah. So that you mean with the campaigning in like we've got two interregional groups, like Nederland, Deutschland, but also Euregio Maas-Rijn,
Yeah.
which is indeed Wallonia, South Limburg, and Germany. Yeah, and the campaign action in Maastricht was really cool because I was giving a speech on the future of the Treaty of Maastricht.
Yeah.
And that was quite historical about the ambition about like people that signed the Maastricht Treaty. I think they would have never believed that this would already happen in 2021 about one European party taking over the continent, the politics of one continent.
That's so cool.
But
That's
actually,
your
yeah,
advantage.
later we will have also the Belgian team coming and telling us a bit about the cross-border cooperation
Yeah.
and how you work together in elections.
Yeah, super cool.
Good.
I think
I already saw. Yeah,
yeah. Also, Fons, just to be sure, because you need to leave in a bit, don't you? Just
Yeah, in 5 minutes
oh,
about that. Yeah.
perfect. All good, all good. Just letting you know,
yeah.
just to be sure.
Yeah, just
Don't
send in some questions that we are seeing in the chat.
Yeah, no,
don't
definitely.
hesitate to tell us, right, when you
So,
need to go.
yeah, so if there are people in the chat that would have some questions, we can definitely answer a few if that's something you'd like. So please go for it. Of course, the Eurosceptics, there has been a Yeah, so there's a bit of annoyance about D66 not being as open to Volt. I don't, yeah. What are your thoughts on that? I don't really see it that way. I thought that they just kind of misinterpreted the situation, like underestimated our strength.
Yeah, I think so. But indeed, like with this first round of national elections, indeed now most of the Green left and as I said, the Social Liberals, most of their voters will turn to us. But also the Animal Party was quite aggressive with us
Yeah,
because like we've got a quite nuanced stance on how we are like transforming our agricultural sector and especially our livestock. Um, because the left and green parties are really polarizing by saying, hey, the amount of animals need to be cut by half as a political goal. And we Revolt said, no, that should not be a political goal, but it will be an effect of our policies when we
right.
are strictly taking circular agriculture into account. And because we were saying no to the political goal of halving the animals, but we say it as a result, they framed it about, hey, you are really like for the conservative farmers. You are not a progressive party, and yeah, and that's something like we need to be. Yeah, like we need to tell our progressive and our complete story with the nuances. And it showed for me as a candidate, a lot of young farmers came to me saying, finally, a party that is progressive but is not polarizing. And
Right.
that's super cool because with those people becoming a member of or a voter, I can tell to ask them about, hey, how do you want to further talk about our policies? And how can we maybe make new alliances
Yeah.
with our conservative farmer parties, like the Liberals and the Christian Democrats? Because now we're thought we are really the centrist party that can collaborate with a lot of different parties.
Yeah, because
And
we have
that will
such
also
a
be,
because we because we look so far ahead with our progressive farmer policies rather than being very this should be it, this should be the end result rather than looking how should we get there a bit more holistically. Am I saying that right?
yeah, but we are, I think we are, no, not completely. I think we are in the policies we are just as progressive as the Green parties and the Social Liberals,
Mm-hmm.
but in our talking we bring along more of the conservative groups
Ah,
with our stance in agriculture, and
okay.
that's very important because when you are only talking with consumers but not with producers in making your policy, uh, you will forget about really thinking from the thoughts and the minds and the problems of the farmers that want to become sustainable but do not have the tools.
Yeah.
And as I said, we thought we can do that best because we are a European party. We can, like, we still need a lot of work to discuss about the future of the common agriculture
Mm.
policy. It is revised. It's not enough. You know about the social actions of withdraw the cap.
Yeah.
But we thought we can have the European and the national level well aligned how we are making new business models that are like really in the circular agriculture
Mm-hmm.
and that we also achieve our climate, environmental, our animal welfare goals, but also indeed our human health with because we want to lower the amount of antibiotics
Yeah.
and also reduce the risk of a next pandemic. Because if there are, I think, two countries that like could really have a risk, I think it could be Denmark and the Netherlands where it could start, and also in the Netherlands we already have a lot of previous small pandemics before, of like not but illnesses like the Q
Yeah.
coats from the goats,
Yeah.
but also the vocal pest, so the diseases from chickens and from pigs. Like it's really horrible. We need to change our livestock
Yeah, we
management.
do.
But you cannot change the farmer by saying you need to cut things by half. You need to tell them about, hey, what's the future? What's the future of animal
Right.
husbandry in the future? While we also having a technological revolution with cultured meat, with insect farming, with the vegetarian products like Oatly from Sweden, or the Vegetarische Slager from Unilever that has just been bought, that has plant proteins. Like it will be climate and environment, of course, that will change the way how husbandry is done. But
Yeah.
people forget about the exponential development of biotechnology when it comes to the
Yeah,
protein
there's
making.
there's a silent
And
revolution about that going on, right?
Yeah, and that's what the Green Party, the left parties forget. They only think about climate and environment are the biggest causes, but we as a pan-European party, we see those developments more holistically, and these innovations and technology often those are regarded as only like techno solutions from right-wing parties. And we Volt we do both. We are having ecology and we're having technical innovation and solutions, and we are making the progressive stance
Yeah.
that we need to develop them both, and they can be intertwined, but it needs good good policy.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. We need to start preparing for the live cast. Thank you so much for just for being here. It was amazing, Fons. Very enlightening. I'm sorry for everyone in the chat. Their questions. I'll write them down and maybe we can do a bit of answering later on. But
you can send them via mail to me or indeed workplace. I'm also active there. But tonight I will indeed just enjoy the election results and my local media performance. And
Awesome.
so probably at the end of this week I will come back to talk more. So I'm as a candidate I can tell you a lot about my experiences on how the campaign went for me in my region in the southeast of the Netherlands, especially with the rural communities, and especially also with the topics on climate and environment and agriculture, together with Floris Eigenhuis.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
So thanks, Mike. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. So this was Fons,
Okay,
number 9.
then I'm tuning off.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for
And
that.
good luck for the rest.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Bye. That was Fons, the number 9 on the election list. As you see, I have changed the screen back to me alone, so we can set up our video thing, and I will also put Martin in the chat. Hello, Martin, can you hear us?
I can hear
Hello,
you.
Martin.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah, we can
you
hear
are
it perfectly.
audible. Perfect. All right. Let's see. We are going to put this in here, and maybe we can set up the chat like this. All right. Guest video will be changing to the two-person video. 600.
So very soon the events, the Dutch event is going to start, and we're very, very excited because at 9 we will have first preliminary results, right?
It might not be at 9 specifically, but it will be around 9.
Around 9ish.
Yeah, around 9.
If they are as organized as we are, it should be around 10:30.
Yes, perfect, like that. 300, perfect. Okay, so we have here. All right, so I'm going to ask. Let's see. I'm going to ask Robin to turn off his camera and Martin to turn on his. All right, perfect.
Mine should be turned on. Oh no, right. Like
there
that. Okay.
Yes, awesome.
You must have turned it off because I had it on and then suddenly it went off on its own.
Yeah, it's just stuff going on, you know. So thank you, Martin. Can you maybe tell us a bit about who you are and what you're doing within Volt while we are going to get the YouTube started?
Hi there. Martin Cleaver. I've been in Holland, Netherlands for well over 40 years. And I've always used a straightforward, I should maybe turn my volume off here. That's better, now that's better. I've always used a British passport and had no reason to change it until suddenly a little misunderstanding led to a Brexit vote, which left me as a British citizen living in Europe, which isn't ideal. So then I decided to take the step I'd avoided all those years. Why do I need 2 passports? To get myself a Dutch passport, which is now been successful, which meant that today I was able to vote for the very first time in a Dutch general election. I've been allowed to vote in council elections, of course, in European elections as a European citizen, but I was not able to vote in the Dutch general election.
Yeah, no, that's ooh, my mind. Sorry, I'm trying to set up the video as we speak.
Am I talking? Yeah.
Yeah. I also don't have audio right now. Do you have it yourself, Martin?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly, but I don't hear the YouTube
Okay.
chat, which is here.
Oh, I
Let's
see.
see. We'll be live
Ah,
on the
so I should be
setup.
watching another one for the. Oh, here I've got. I can see. Is that Emma?
I think so. Here, let me
Have
just.
I got that somewhere? Where have I got that? Oh, here. No, I'm not. Where's it? Where did I put it? I should have that as a separate channel.
Yeah, there you go. It's right here in your app, and that myth understanding is such a British understatement. Impressive. Yes.
That's the one. I shall put that up there too. Move it across here.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So let's see. Hopefully, it is going well right there. But I don't have audio.
You don't have audio of what? I can hear. But I can hear her on the separate channel. I can't hear her on the Twitch channel.
Yeah, it's a private YouTube live channel, I'm afraid, so it's not to be shared. But yeah, there is no sound here.
I've got sound.
Very weird.
Yeah, I've got sound only on the YouTube channel, but not on you on the Twitch channel.
No.
You can't. I mean, I have to click underneath the Volt thing.
Mm.
You can't click underneath the YouTube channel to turn the sound on and off, which is what I just did.
Yeah, no. So I'm just going to refresh real quick. No, I can't really hear anything. Yes, there is the exit poll is going to be add the
Quarter
YouTube
to
video
10.
as audio input channel. I will do that. Perfect. Thank you so much. Could you tell that this was very hastily done?
Me?
Well, I don't know. Anyone? Audio input capture. Where can it be? Legal.
There's quite a delay. I can see that much, though.
Yeah, there is. Okay, and there we have Reinier. Okay, so it is high time to get this started. Desktop audio is going to be a yes as source, and it will not be okay. Oh my.
Trumpets.
Add YouTube video as audio.
That's a very
input
high
channel.
turnout, it looks like.
Yeah, the turn up is really amazing. Audio input capture.
74% at 7:45.
74%. Really?
At 7:45, it says here on
Wow.
just on the NOS.
Also, I don't have audio myself, so let's see. Maybe I can.
It's really weird to look at myself about a minute ago,
Amazing.
which is the way it looks.
Okay, so people, I figured it out. Thank goodness. Can you hear
van de Amerikaanse verkiezingen als er
what's
dan heel
going
groot
on?
key race alert in beeld kwam. En dan kwamen er mensen die communicatief heel sterk waren en gingen duiden wat de verschillende uitslagen precies betekenden. Ik ga die rol ook proberen op mij te nemen.
Can you hear him too,
En dat
Martin?
begint bij de exit polls.
I can hear
Weet
him
jij
on my
eigenlijk wat
YouTube
een
channel, but I
exit
don't think I can hear
Reinier, dat was nou
Reinier
precies
here.
de
Let's
reden
just
waarom
check.
ik jou hierbij
No,
heb
if I
geroepen.
turn
Ja.
up
De vraag
sound
is dus,
here.
Reinier,
Ja.
kan jij
Yeah,
de
I can
mensen
hear, but
thuis
very
iets meer
softly.
vertellen over
Perfect.
hoe zo'n exit poll nou werkt?
Ja, er
Ja.
zijn in
So,
Nederland
The
4
Dutch
grote
stream is
peilingen.
not available. It's an internal event.
Je hebt Ipsos, Kantar en
So
INO Research.
we are live
De
translating what they're
peilingwijzer,
saying,
zoals je misschien wel eens
real
hebt gehoord, is
slow
het
like.
gewogen gemiddelde van 3 van die 4
which is actually
peilingen.
what Martin is
En
really
in die
great at.
peilingwijzer stond Volt
So that's
op
really awesome.
1
Thank you so
tot
much for
5
being here,
zetels.
Martin.
En ik heb hier de peilingwijzer de
So
laatste
I should actually be
peilingwijzer voor me
listening to
liggen,
the
dus,
Dutch
daar zal ik
event
ook
then.
gedurende de
Yes.
avond naar refereren.
You
Maar wat
should
je
be
zo
So I
listening
should
to the
probably
Dutch
turn that
event.
sound up.
op NOS is
And
niet het
so
resultaat
what we'll be
van
doing is
getelde
put
stemmen.
on
Wat je
the
ziet is het
audio
resultaat
for the
van
YouTube event
geïnterviewde mensen.
very
En dat is
soft
dus
like,
nog geen
and we will do a
100%
live
accurate weergave van het
dubbing for
daadwerkelijke
that
uitslag.
as we can.
Want Hoe zit het dan wel?
Yes,
Ipsos is voor de
the
exit
Dutch
poll
event is
maandag en
internal,
dinsdag
and we will be doing a Volt Europe live thing.
Hoe heb
The
je
internal
gestemd?
event is only
En
for
daarnaast hebben ze
Volters
vandaag
from
dat bij
Volt
45
Netherlands.
stembureaus gedaan. En daarnaast hebben ze 5000 mensen online
But
dezelfde
don't
vraag.
worry, we're here
Nu is
and
het
we
extra
are ready
moeilijk,
to
want
go.
er zijn 2,5 miljoen mensen boven de 70 in Nederland. En die mensen, die mochten allemaal per brief stemmen.
So
En daar
it is
was het
about
veel
the letter
moeilijker
voting.
om
This is
een
a very
exit poll
important
bij te houden.
aspect. What happened
Om die
in the
redenen kan
Netherlands
het
right
zijn
now
dat de foutmarge dit
because
jaar groter
due to
is dan
COVID, a
4
lot
jaar
of people
geleden
weren't
of bij
able
andere
to
verkiezingen.
go to the
Goed om te
polling
weten dat
stations and had to
4
do
jaar
it by
geleden
mail.
er
This was
ook een
actually something that
Tweede
went
Kamerverkiezing
wrong
was logischerwijs. En
for
er
quite a
daarbij
bit,
één partij
which
s'nachts
caused a lot of
2 zetels
voter
eraf heeft
mails to be
gekregen van de
invalidated.
exit poll versus
But
het daadwerkelijke
luckily that has been
resultaat.
changed
Er
now, so a
waren
lot
toen
of
dus 2 mensen die gingen slapen met de
invalidated
gedachte dat ze in
email
de Kamer
or mails
kwamen,
have been
maar wakker
validated
werden
again.
en erachter kwamen dat ze toch net niet gehaald hadden.
If you
Something
want to
like
show
this.
it to anybody, I've got it here, just in case.
Deze keer voor kleine partijen de foutmarge waarschijnlijk minder groot is dan de foutmarge voor grote partijen kan zijn.
Ja.
Dat betekent dat naar alle verwachting de uitslag die je hier straks aan het einde van de avond ziet, want gedurende de
If we need
Okay,
to at
so
any stage,
ook steeds
know
Something
what it
I
looks
need is
like.
stating right now is that the
gedurende
margin
de
of
avond
error for
zullen we
small
dus
parties
eindigen op
like
de voren
Volt
en dan kan je
is
verwachten
very
dat er één bij of één afgaat.
yeah, it's quite
maar
difficult to
meer
hear. All right, perfect. We'll do it like this. I'll just turn it off, turn it on sometimes. But what Renier was talking about is that the margin of error for the predictions, like those of Volt, so the smaller parties will be very accurate. So at the end of the evening, we will very likely have a representative result for how we will be doing. So that's very exciting. If I can say so myself. Are you set up to go as well, Martin?
Yeah, I was just going to say on the subject of polls, it will indeed be very confusing because you've got a new party arriving in an election which is being run during COVID rules, and Volt is the kind of party which doesn't have a standard demographic, I don't think. I mean, it's very much weighted towards young people and students, and whether the people running the election, the polls will be able to make sense of it is quite interesting to see. I doubt they'll get it right at first, and I think we're just going to have to depend on the real votes when they come in.
Yeah. That's going to be the thing, of course, which will stream in until the. Could you show the chat perhaps in the top right corner of the screen? Ah, yes, of course, I will do that. My bad. There we go. Just sliding stuff a bit, and here we go. How about this? Yes, 5 to 7 minutes until the first exit poll. So this is an indication. Don't get your hopes up. It might be a bit later. It's ready when it's ready, and it's usually at about 9, but it might be a bit later than that. As well.
I did see a report on television just now saying that it will be probably 9:45 before they have an update on the exit polls.
So the second update, you mean?
It just says update.
Update.
Making it sound as if there actually isn't going to be a poll at all, but we'll have to see.
Oh my. Well, let's hope that there is. Otherwise,
we can spend 45 minutes just talking to each other about how wonderful it has been to vote.
Exactly.
And showing our pencils, which everybody now has as
yes.
the great demonstration of what this was all about. We're all allowed to take our own pencils home with us because otherwise somebody else might have touched it.
Right, of course, that's the thing. So now you have one of those beautiful pencils. Is there a stream of you on YouTube from a TV company that shows polls, etc.? It's the NOS, so the Dutch broadcasting service is going to do these polls, and they are.
And I had a nice encounter because this morning about 11 o'clock, I decided it was time to go and vote, hoping there wouldn't be too many people. And just as I was walking the 200 yards down the road to the voting station, I suddenly heard my name called from over the road, and it was Niloufer and Lawrence together on their way back
Really?
from voting. So we had a quick chat at that stage. I
Ah,
didn't realize then, of course, he'd had his mask on, his Volt mask, which I most definitely did not put on. I thought if I put this on, they won't let you into the
yeah. It's
into
not
the polling
allowed
station.
to.
But in fact, apparently,
Yeah,
was allowed for
it's
them
not
anyway.
allowed to. It's not allowed to make political commercials in the polling stations, of course. Yeah. And here's a question: why are the voting pencils red? I honestly don't know. Do you have any clue
Why are
about
they
that?
pencils and not pens? I don't know. No,
That's
it's.
another one.
I know in England we use pens, so I don't see why. In fact, I think you can use anything.
Yeah, that's true.
But they're always red pencils. It's something to do with the automatic counting, I assume.
I think so, and maybe also clarity. Yeah, it needs to be clear, and because there are a lot of strict rules when ballots are invalidated. So maybe this is one way to make sure that it's clearly read. Maybe making it hard to erase. Oh, that's a good. That might be another one as well. Yeah, more readable. Yeah, it might also have been green. You know, it might be an arbitrary choice. I would have preferred purple, of course. Come on.
Well, maybe
Easy
there's a
one.
very special color that nobody knows about. There's something in it, probably 5G, which means that they can always detect whether it's the real thing or somebody's brought in their own pencil.
That's beautiful. All right, I'm going to turn on the volume a bit again and listen for a bit. Here we go.
De opmars van D66 die de laatste dagen van de campagne bleek ingezet te zijn. Hoe gaat die zich resulteren in wat voor aantal zetels? En ook bij het CDA is de vraag wat zal er gebeuren. Dus het blijft verschrikkelijk spannend voor iedereen. Maar vooral natuurlijk voor ons in deze
It's very exciting for everybody, but most of all for us.
Moeten wij nog
Ryanair
iets
is telling
vertellen,
us.
Lisa? Of zijn we eigenlijk zo snel aan het praten van de zenuwen?
Dat gevoel heb ik een beetje. Ja.
Ja.
En
Wil jij misschien anders gewoon iets vertellen over wat jij in deze campagne hebt gedaan waar jij vrolijk van werd?
ja, waar ik veel.
They're very nervous right now.
Aren't we
as well.
all?
Yeah, I think everyone. It's been so many people have been working so incredibly hard these past few months that I can imagine that a lot of people are just very tense right now. I can tell everyone for sure that I am, and I haven't even been as active as half of the people which you'll see tonight on screen. Also, Martin, you've been all over the place doing so many things, and I can't thank you enough for all of you've done. So yeah, you've been.
It's been an incredibly busy time. It was much smaller and more intense 2.5 years ago when we were campaigning for the European elections. I remember Bibi, our number 6 candidate, walking around the market wearing a hare costume, a rabbit costume.
Yeah. A rabbit costume. Yeah, and you've been in your own cardboard cutout about Volt, right? You've been walking around in that. I saw.
I've been wearing the sandwich boards, which
Yeah.
were I found them very successful. They turned out to be, you really did need some gaffer tape to make sure they fitted over your shoulders. I've still got it lying here somewhere.
Awesome.
And also, of course, we had a special extra feature this year that 2 months ago we had to get out there and get people to sign. So we needed 30 voters in each of the 20 provinces, the 20 regions, to make it possible for us to get on the ballot paper. And that was quite exciting because it was working pretty well nearly everywhere, but there were a couple of small problems. And one was in the Caribbean, where there are 3 small Dutch islands with a minimal population, but we did need to get 10 signatures.
Yeah.
Which was quite difficult, but it worked out in the end. I was stunned that we managed that.
Yeah, that must have been that. Yeah, Taisha says the same. Caribbeans were hard to get. They really were. All right, listening to.
Here comes the first exit poll.
Nog 10 seconden.
10 seconds.
Ja, en we letten op de klok, want als het precies 9 is, dan kunnen we namelijk bekendmaken wat Ipsos voor ons onderzocht heeft in opdracht van de NOS. En wat die eerste exit poll, hebben we later geüpdate, brengt. 9 uur, het is 9 uur. En volgens die exit poll Want die hebben wij hier. In opdracht van de NOS blijft de VVD van Mark Rutte de grootste. Maar
VVD
hoe
is the
groot
biggest.
is het verschil met de nummer 2? En welke partij is nummer 2, Malou?
Ja, dat weten we, want de eerste exit poll van de
Last time it was like 82%.
Ook dit keer, ondanks corona, een opkomst van 81%.
So it was 81%. Very high turnout.
Yeah, incredible.
Laten we gaan kijken. U ziet hier de partijen in volgorde van het
So it's still
2007.
PVV biggest under the VVD.
De grootste met 33 zetels. Nou,
Oh, we have a bit of a
Move over,
delay.
we can't see Volt. You got to show us. She's standing in the way.
2 zetels erbij, 35 zetels dus voor de VVD. Het moet
35 seats for VVD.
2, dat zou dus kunnen betekenen in dit geval.
I'm still trying to see the Volt. Move either to the left or the right.
Yeah. Refreshing the screen for a second right now.
Die 33, maar hoe dan ook, een grote overwinning voor Mark Rutte. Dan naar de plek 2, daar waar het zo
35.
komt in peilingen. Te beginnen met de PVV, want die waren 4 jaar
Come on,
geleden.
go one way or the other. Then at least we can see Volt. It's awful. Oh, doesn't even say there are no figures there at all.
Dan het CDA.
No, there's nothing yet. It's just
Oh, okay.
2017 en verliest best wel flink 5 zetels eraf en komt daarmee op 14.
okay. So
Goodness.
VVV lost 3 seats.
Yeah.
19 zetels in 2017.
CDA2 and D66 27. Goodness me.
Really? Oh my
That's a
goodness.
wonderful result for them.
This is so exciting. The center and the radical right have been losing. 27 seats.
Goodness
Oh,
me.
wow.
And the Green left lost a lot of seats.
Komen ook daarmee op af. 14
Yeah.
af.
27 for D66 though.
Arbeid dan. Zij
Oh,
blijven gelijk.
but GroenLinks is really bad. That's sad.
Unie zakt er eentje naar 4. En dan
SP.
tot de Partij Dieren.
Goes up 1 to 5 to 6.
6. Ik ben benieuwd naar jullie eerste reactie.
Ja, zeker.
9 for PvdA.
Ja, de marges die moeten we natuurlijk in acht nemen. Maar dit is voor de VVD een groot succes. Mark Rutte voor de 4e keer achter elkaar
Okay.
winnaar van de verkiezingen.
All right, Martin, can you turn on the
Quite an
turn off,
achievement.
can you turn off the volume for a second? So we can
Which one on this?
yeah, your own please.
Yeah.
Wow, this is really exciting. So of course, as everyone expected, the Liberal Party will be the biggest still, but D66 is a very, very, very high number. At the same time, our other close partners, GroenLinks,
Nou zeker,
Goed.
3 zetels voor die.
is
We're about to get to see what our own are because, I mean, there's an enormous growth in the number of D66. I mean, 8 seats more is a very, very large jump.
incredible, but the rest is
And now
so
we're coming
low.
down to our own. I mean, geez, Forum for Democracy, the next one.
Yeah.
They
Oh, we have a bit of a
have
delay, Martin. Yeah.
Nou, jij winnen wel weer flink.
7 seats. They've gone up 5 seats. So it's 7 seats for Forum for Democracy.
Oh.
Deze. En dan inderdaad
Revolt.
nieuwe partijen. U ziet
Ooh,
ze staan.
moment of tension.
This is going to be exciting.
Veel in 2017.
Come on.
Te beginnen met Volt.
Yes.
Zij hebben
4
4
seats.
zetels en zouden daarmee dus
4. Damn. Wow.
So Volt's predicted for 4 seats now.
Forum heeft 3 zetels.
Yeah, 21's got 3 seats.
Burgerbeweging heeft er eentje.
Incredible. Oh my god. And look at Reinier making a little jump.
Diane
That was
gets 1 as
beautiful.
well.
4 seats.
So
oh my
the new
goodness.
parties have done very well.
Yeah.
Maar de
Ja.
zegt, het is en blijft een
Actually, aside from VVD and D66, only the new parties are doing better. That's really it. The rest has been losing. Or
Yep.
remains stable. 4 seats, that's just an indication. That's 4
Only
out
an
of
exit
100.
poll, yeah.
Yeah, it's only an exit poll, and it's 4 out of 150 seats to divide. But it's incredible. That's insane.
It's better than we expected.
Yes.
flink verlies, maar vooral zijn hier de blije mensen, althans niet. GroenLinks en de SP.
All right. So, Martin, can you turn off your volume so I can turn on the camera or the
It's off.
Reinier thing?
My volume's off on the.
Maar ja, dit is
On
ongekend. We
Twitch.
zijn nu
Is
een
that what you
beetje
mean?
omhoog geschoven. En
Ja.
ja, we gaan ieder uur
Zo.
deze update doen.
Ja,
ik,
ja.
ik kan niet wachten.
Ik vond het persoonlijk toen de regie even halverwege, toen de regie halverwege naar die politieke duider ging en niet doorging met het Rijk, toen hield ik het niet meer. Dus wilde ik bijna mijn eigen hand opeten. En dan zie je eigenlijk dat wij al in de bovenste...
Reinier is
Very excited.
stating his frustration for the reporters as well.
Fantastisch. Ik hoop dat jullie dit thuis ook allemaal aan het vieren zijn. Dit is een tijdstip waarop je nog lekker hard kan schreeuwen zonder dat je buren boos worden. Dus geniet vooral van dit.
So our president has stated that it's allowed to annoy the neighbors with screams. I know I will definitely bother my neighbors, and I invite all of you to do that, but in a Volt way, of course, right? So proper.
Dat werd geschat op 34 tot 38. Nou, misschien toch dat mensen op hem gestemd hebben omdat hij de coronacrisis managt. Maar de grootste opvallende daarna is D66 met Sigrid Kaag.
Ja.
Die een gigantische zetelwinst lijkt te behalen. Nou, dat is mooi voor ze. Ook een pro-Europese partij. Niet een echte Europese partij, maar we gunnen hun het succes natuurlijk van harte. Dus mooi dat dat ook die kant op gaat. Wij gaan hier langzaam afronden. Want
Of althans, jij gaat hier
Ik ga hier
langzaam
afronden,
afronden. En alleen voor nu,
precies.
want er komen zo meteen 2 kandidaten hier. Maar voordat we naar die kandidaten gaan, wil ik heel graag een video laten zien over alle ontwikkelingen die de afgelopen tijd in de media zijn geweest omtrent Volt. Dus kunnen we de video starten, dan gaan we daar met z'n allen naar kijken.
So 2 candidates will be joining in a bit, and this is a collage of all the things going on in the media.
Lijken ze toch aan te spreken.
Volt.
Volt.
Volt. Volt.
Volt hoopt op 1 of zelfs 2 zetels.
One
Wat
or
wij
two
zeggen ook,
seats.
als je kijkt vanuit ideologie, dan zit je ook vaak vast in je denkpatronen. En de uitdaging van vandaag zijn de vragen om
This is a
Quite
very
unknown for a party
yeah.
to have to come into politics at such short notice and get up to 4 seats straight away. Even the breakaway parties didn't do this well.
No, they really haven't. And also, Laurens and Nilfer have been getting so much media attention. It's insane. They have been on all the major channels, in the major talks, and it really means that our message is getting across there. And the hype is real.
The Amsterdam WhatsApp channel is just exploding. We got 113 new messages in the last 10 minutes.
That's beautiful. Also, the faces you see here are usually prominent Dutch people who have expressed their support for Volt. So we have a few Lubach, which is a big one, which is, well, poorly translated. The Daily Show, well, Saturday Night Live or Jon Stewart for the Netherlands. This is Geert Mak, a really big one. Awesome. This is really something.
Known throughout Europe as a great writer on the subject of Europe.
Yeah, Geert Mak. Yeah, he is he wrote the Dutch book on Europe, literally called In Europe.
It's also internationally known. I mean, it's been broadcast all over Europe, and it's also the book has been translated and is very well read.
Okay,
So he's known throughout Europe.
Ah, fair enough. I didn't even know that. That's cool.
Hey, Matthijs van der Wiel is with Volt in The Hague.
Yeah.
So we're about to see ourselves on the television news.
That's really cool. All right, and I think we have now the 2 candidates on
Now
our
it's sort of
live
double.
stream. There we go.
But in fact,
Hallo allemaal.
Now we're involved.
Ja, wij staan hier nog een beetje bij te komen.
A special
natuurlijk van
message.
deze eerste poll die we net hebben gezien, waarin we op 4 zetels staan. We weten natuurlijk ook dat het een eerste uitslag is. Het kan nog alle kanten op. Dus ja, voorzichtigheid is geboden, maar het is wel ontzettend mooi om te zien dat we in ieder geval in de poll terugkomen. En dat is natuurlijk dankzij het geweldige harde werk van iedereen. En ik ben daar onwijs trots op dat we de afgelopen tijd de campagne zo hebben vormgegeven zoals we hebben gedaan.
Ja, ik ben heel blij Om heel veel redenen. Ik ben natuurlijk allereerst blij voor Volt. Ik ben blij voor Europa, want dit was natuurlijk gewoon heel Volt Europa kreeg natuurlijk.
You can really see them jumping around. They really can barely contain their excitement.
They're very excited, but who wouldn't be at a moment
Yeah,
like
no.
this?
Meteen
Come
gewoon
on.
hoopgevend is voor alle andere Volt-afdelingen. En politiek
A
is
hope
denk
for
ik
all
I think
altijd
they're
other
surprised
Volts.
as the rest of us. We all hoped for this,
van het
but
doorgeven van
it was
idealen,
always the
van
idea
hoop.
for we can think
En
there may be 3,
ik zat
4,
vandaag
5
de hele
seats,
tijd
but
te denken gewoon,
you never know at the last
we
minute. It
moeten
might
de
turn out
droom
to
van
be
de
1 or
founding
nothing,
fathers
or
van een verenigd
It's,
Europa dat verbinden
poof.
van worden gegaan en dat moet nieuw leven worden ingeblazen. En dat begint gewoon nu, het 2.0 versie gewoon in Den Haag. En daarna is het hopelijk Sofia en daarna is het hopelijk de Bundestag om nog vele andere plekken gewoon.
So Nilofer is really talking about how this is a catalyst for the rest of Europe as well. Volt 2.0,
natuurlijk dat
next
dat,
results in the
eerste
Bundestag,
stappen zijn. We gaan
everywhere else in
natuurlijk
Europe.
de ontwikkelingen volgen. Gaan we het zo vasthouden? Ik hoop het natuurlijk van harte. Maar voordat we daar
it's
naartoe
nearly
gaan,
Bulgaria's
gaan we
turn
eerst ook even
to
Yes.
catch up.
terugblikken.
Hier, ja.
Even terug naar het hier en
Awesome.
nu en
Ja.
even terug naar de afgelopen campagne. Want ja, dit is natuurlijk een uitslag waar we de afgelopen tijd natuurlijk heel hard met elkaar voor gewerkt hebben. En in mijn optiek is dat al heel lang geleden begonnen. Natuurlijk met de oprichting van Volt en de Europese verkiezingen en daarna het beleid schrijven en de organisatie neerzetten. Het Run for Volt programma draaien, noem maar op. Maar we doen even fast forward en ik denk dat de campagne eigenlijk een beetje loskwam bij de ondersteuningsverklaringen. Helemaal aan het begin van dit jaar, in januari, toen we 4 weken de tijd hadden om meer dan 600 ondersteuningsverklaringen op te halen. En onze ruggengraat van de organisatie, alle stedenteams, die ontzettend hard daarmee bezig zijn geweest. En dat begon volgens mij de eerste.
Everyone is thanking, he's thanking everyone, so the city
De
teams.
organisatie van, we gaan weer meedoen, we hebben er zin in.
Getting
wij zijn
messages
Volt.
in here as well from all kinds of
Jij
people
dat
saying
erbij?
congratulations, what a great result.
Yeah, me too. It's all out there.
Dit is echt de beste roes waar je in kunt zitten. Dit is zo mooi. Het is zo mooi om met mensen samen te werken die samen hetzelfde hebben. En het begon al heel snel heel goed. En dat is echt gewoon aan jullie allemaal te danken. En dat meen ik echt oprecht. Want het is zonder je vrijwilligers sta je gewoon nergens.
Ja.
Echt zo. Jullie hebben die flyers
Al
in
die
de bus.
avonden,
voor de-
al die weekenden.
Ja, tot irritatie van sommige mensen. Die hadden van toch geen flyer in mijn bus. Jullie bleven.
They're talking about the flyering because we have been flyering so much as well. We had I think we flyered just about in every major city in all the neighborhoods, haven't we, Martin?
En dat leidde er eigenlijk.
Certainly, it went incredibly well, and thank goodness we got some extra money halfway through the campaign to get more flyers printed, because we were starting in Amsterdam with about 40,000 flyers, when there's about 400,000 different addresses. That's not really enough.
No. And I see some really interesting tidbit in the chat that the NOS is discussing Volt as part of forming a government, which is wow, that's something.
We do want the Minister of Economic Affairs under Sigrid Kaag, if possible.
Yes, I think government is clearly VVD plus D66. That might be a possibility. It will really boil down to the coalition discussions. That's for everyone in Europe that doesn't know how the Dutch politics works. You have to talk.
Yeah, so
with-
VVD and D66 plus CDAs doesn't get there quite, but with the 4 seats from Volt, that would be enough. But whether
Yeah.
we should do that, I'm dubious.
That's a very good question. Thankfully, we can think about that for a long time still, because my goodness. But we do
The
need,
last formation was 7 months, so you never know.
yeah, we do need a Ministry of Digital Affairs though, so that's really cool. Yes, indeed. VVD, D66, and CDA will not be ideal because of the Senate. That's true, and it is. It also sounds a bit like a continuation of the last 10 years, if you say it like this. But yeah, who knows what it's going to look like, of course. But yeah, and also the left was completely destroyed. It sure does look like that. Although, yeah, D66 is, of course, center left. and you could argue that a bit of homogenization from the left is also useful, but it is definitely a big hit if you ask me. Yeah, and we will definitely take a good decision on anything. I don't think that when we've come this far, we won't throw it away by just callously doing something. So let's see what have Laurens
En
en
dit
Nilüfer.
succes, zeker 4 zetels succes, als dat definitief het succes is, dat is echt, jullie zijn allemaal daar de vader
Ja,
van.
zeker. En ook alle teams en ook, ja, wat ook wel belangrijk was natuurlijk, en in het begin van het jaar hadden we nog helemaal geen geld.
Nee, we waren straatarm. En
toen hebben we gelukkig een paar donaties gekregen, maar ook heel veel.
So they're really talking about the donations right now, because the Volt Netherlands was really, well, put it frank, broke earlier this year. And as we gained traction in the Netherlands, the donations came in. It's just insane how much money came in just the last thing, and that really gave us the resources to go that extra league. That was really amazing. We could, at that point, we could start some social media ads and pay for some newspaper stuff. Yeah, it was that really helped a lot.
Despite all that money we got from Soros, but didn't. I mean, everyone keeps telling us we got all this money from Soros and from major financial institutions, including, of course, McKinsey. But we didn't see any of that. We did see a lot of people donating small sums, which brought the total from 250,000 up to 300,000, which is a wonderful amount of money to be able to organize a campaign. Although we didn't have TV ads or radio ads as all the competition did.
No, we had a few things going. We had our public broadcasting, of course, that's required for every Dutch party.
And we had social media, which was the most important thing, I think.
And we did really well there. You could really see that we were one of the bigger parties in the social media league, especially there, actually.
Yep.
So that was really cool. But yeah, still waiting on my check from Soros, definitely. Was Soros on the voting list? That'd be really cool, but I don't think, maybe he was a secret in the secret 30s, but no, he really wasn't. Let's see. Are there some questions here that we can address? From the audience.
There's nobody left who can still vote because, of course, the polls closed at 9 o'clock Dutch time, which is 8 o'clock British time.
Yeah. Yes, 4 seats in the exit poll hype. Definitely. It's so amazing. I'm so impressed, and I'm so proud of everyone in the Netherlands. It's mind is blown. Did you campaign in the rural areas as well? Yes, actually, that's something Fons told us about just now. He had been campaigning in the rural areas, but we are a bit more of an urbanized party right now, although that's something which we obviously want to change. So that's a thing. Let's see.
Our organization is actually the organization of quite a large party, so we're growing to meet the size of it. Whereas our organization is incredibly efficient, small but very well organized, and I think a lot of the other parties can learn from that. Certainly the way we've used social media.
Yeah, definitely. It's a thing.
Bijkomen. Heel veel dank nogmaals en we hopen jullie
Ik
straks
ga
weer
één
te
ding
zien.
nog wel zeggen, want dat heb ik echt steeds gezegd, dat ik Kamala Harris ga nadoen. You did it now!
Nilüfer is going to have to swim.
Mooi, we zien jullie straks. Dank jullie wel.
A couple of the candidates have said they will dive into the canal, to celebrate if they get more than 3 seats. So it looks like that might be happening. Floris and Nilüfer, possibly, with or without bikini. I said that if we got 5 seats, I most definitely would not dive into anything.
No, but yeah, that's in hindsight. They have to do that now.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, Geluid is kapot zacht. Well, you mean Jaapie 3 Krekel, you mean the YouTube one?
Turn it up.
Turn up the bass. Yes, we are translating it to English, and having the YouTube sound on the background is a bit too annoying. Let's see. We are going to add Diederik in the chat right now because he is one of our next candidates. Let's see if I can also get...
Hello. And here we are with
Going to be a
Diederik.
pause on the...
Hello, guys.
Hey, Diederik.
Let me just turn on my video.
Yes.
Hi, guys.
Give me a second. I am going to switch into this one. Ah, okay. So
This is getting confusing.
this is getting confusing. Oh, so now there are 4 people. Okay. Dialogue interview 4. Okay, so we are going to... The names don't work anymore, so I'm sorry for that. Oh my.
Hi, Diederik. Well done.
Hello, Martin. Yeah, I'm really happy
You
with
did
the
a great
results.
job.
Yeah, it's
Bet
really,
you are.
really amazing.
Aren't we all?
There we are.
Okay, interview 3. All
You
right,
look
people.
awfully formal today, Mike.
Yes, I had to. Also, everything.
Got a green
is-
screen as well. What's going to come on that?
well, of course, it will be dancing monkeys and a lot of purple hearts, of course. So the
Okay.
names aren't correct anymore because there are some issues with this. So please, we have another guest coming in. It's Charlie. She had some phone problems, but at the moment we will just do it like this. So, Diederik, can you maybe introduce yourself real short while I try to fix the background because the names aren't correct anymore, and I want to fix that because it irks me to no end.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Diederik, you're now Fons, but until the time comes.
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. I'm Diederik Levy of the Amsterdam team, and we were in full swing for the campaign over the past few weeks in the Netherlands. I don't know what you guys have already been talking about, but I'm very pleased to be here and to talk to you right now. So, well, I feel very welcome.
Yes, awesome. Okay, give me a second.
That's really good. What were you doing today?
Well, actually, I've been voting myself.
It didn't take all day though, did it?
No. So, but I did vote on the Purple Party, so that's great. And I've been calling a lot of people. I just had to get my mind at ease. So I was just calling the new people, as we have loads of new people coming in, loads of new members, which is amazing. And I'm really happy with all the new influx. Yet it is a challenge to still welcome them the whole way, which is very hearty, but very hard to do if there's so many new people joining. But well, it really calms down your nerves.
And there's big news as well because our Instagram account today hit the 1,000.
Yeah.
And in fact, I just look over now and I see that our Twitter account in Amsterdam has also hit 1,000. So
Well,
we're neck and neck.
Yeah, and I think this is to a large extent extremely well done by the social media team, among which Martin. So Martin, thank you for all your efforts and all your great reactions to within the Twitter spheres. So
I'm getting myself quite unpopular for the amount of times I've tweeted Xstem Volt, which means I vote Volt. I think I'm probably responsible for half the hashtag hits.
yeah, perhaps they are thinking you're a bot or something.
Me?
No, it was a joke. All right.
Anyway, I'm still Robbins.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, so of course.
So actually, I'm currently being called by Robin, so I don't know if that's.
Oh, don't worry
an issue.
about it. Yeah, I already gave her a number to one of the people here.
All right. But in the meanwhile, I can continue talking on.
Yes.
Yeah.
On well, let's just continue until the other people get here. Are there any specific questions we can address, or shall I just say that? Well, shall I just give a summary
What
of
was
what
your
we've
feeling
done?
about the level of the vote in Amsterdam? I mean, some people were saying in the weekend it sounded like there were up to 10 or 15% of Amsterdam people would be voting for Volt. And I
Yeah,
think if I look at
definitely.
4 seats, that's quite likely to be the case.
It sure does look like that, definitely.
Yeah, and actually the city was brimming. I mean, there were so many enthusiastic people, and you can see it both in our member influx, but also on the people on the street, and it went so fast. I mean, 2 months ago, people had hardly heard of Volt, or at least many people have. And right now, if you walk down the street with purple sweater, everybody wants a flyer or a folder, which is, I think, an amazing turnaround in at least within the Amsterdam community. And you also feel this amazing energy within our members. So it's a self-enforcing thing that if they get more, well, they get recognized more. If they get more positive feedback, then they are more energetic themselves, which is a constant, well, virtuous loop, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a huge catalyst and all, isn't it? Just in the end, you just had people in the posh neighborhoods of Amsterdam who usually are very Sebastian of the Liberal Party, which won, and you had so many people saying, "Yeah, no, we're switching to Volt. It's time." It was insane.
Yeah, and that's
certainly
that's part, I think, of the beauty of the Volt message, is that it reaches so many different people, whether you're no matter your social status or your origin, everybody can get behind the reason of Volt, and that's because it's not a one-issue party or a segmented party for only certain people, but it addresses the whole spectrum of problems and actually offers solutions. But I think that's preaching to the choir here.
I mean, that's of course true.
Certainly true.
Still,
I was going to say that certainly the VVD has been losing votes in Amsterdam because the party here is not as reactionary as it is elsewhere in the country. And a lot of local VVD people here were very upset by the government's attitude to refugees.
Yeah.
And what was going on in Greece and on Lesbos, Moria, has driven quite a few VVD voters and even VVD councillors to swap sides and join Volt.
That's true.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I think it's also very important to see that Amsterdam is really an international and quite social city, which are, well, I think also really, which really resonates with Volt. So perhaps we had it sort of easy in Amsterdam that many people came behind the Volt because of the many different cultures we see here. And that does mean that it's even more important to reach people and really get the right message to people, rather than endlessly trying to convince them. Because only with the message already, they are really more prone to vote for Volt.
No, definitely
so
true.
I think that was one of the main targets we had was let's first get people to know Volt. Secondly, what are our main points, and only in the third and last phase really double down on the content.
Yeah.
And we are a party of nuance, but that doesn't mean that you always can give that to the greatest possible public. So
No,
I think
definitely.
I think that was for us at least a great strategy to evolve.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's I can vividly remember when when the Dutch campaigning started. What was it, last year, October? I think everyone had a very clear image of what was going down. Like, it was very clearly, we need to be known. That's the only thing that we need to do right now.
Yeah.
And then from there on, just start working on our image and our brand. But our first national interviews with Laurens and Nilüfer, everyone kept saying, "Yeah, who are these people?" Right? It's Volt. You might have heard from them, but who are they? And they had to address that every time by just saying, "Yeah, no. Well, it's good that you know Volt."
Yeah, well, and so I think people should not be surprised if in their own countries they are doing the same kind of elections. That at first it seems like nobody knows them, and I think the most important part there is to don't give up, but double down in your efforts. Because once they do, you see that the message is actually a really resonating message with a lot of the population.
Yeah.
But as long as people get to know the message.
No,
So
definitely.
basically, the only advice I can give is keep your head up and
Yeah.
just keep on sending the right message.
All right, I
But
think.
I have to.
Oh, sorry. We have.
No, the only thing
We're going to get another exit poll, of course, in about 15 minutes, which
Yes.
will also be worth seeing
And-
what happens then, whether we have our 4 seats or we lose one or we gain one. Who knows?
Yes. And we also have Robina here, and I will add her right now. So here we go, and welcome, Robina. Can you hear us?
Oh.
There we go.
I can see me and I can see
Hey,
you.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay, give me a second. I need to
Okay, wait.
switch. Oh my. We can hear you.
I can hear you now as well. I had some troubles getting in here because there's much to be gained with my digital experience. It has nothing to do with age because Martin is in here. He managed.
You are now me, apparently.
Yes.
Because I can see your picture and my name under it.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm trying to slowly change everything up. It is a horrible mess with the OBS. We need to definitely up our game here. So apologies for that. But yeah, if nothing else, it's about the voices and the faces anyway. So thank you so much for being here as well, Robina. You'll get a proper name. And amazing. Can you? Yeah. Who are you? So you're Robina. You're also a Dutch candidate, right?
Yes, I am. I'm on the 24th seat, and so I joined Volt about a year ago, and then everything went so fast. It's unbelievable. So I became the lead of the policy team in Amsterdam, and I was just still looking around a bit and figuring out how does it work to join a political party.
Yeah.
And then suddenly I was a candidate, so it went very fast.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because what I heard from people around me was that before you are able to get on the candidate list for elections, you have to have so much experience and you have to go through trainings of years and join the youth party. But with Volt, no. I also have a voice, and everyone who wants to be active and have a say and join the national elections is able to. So I thought, okay, cool, let's try this. I think I have something to say, and I think I can make the world a little bit better. So I thought, okay, go for it. So
That's
then
so cool.
so then I applied to be a candidate, and you were there as well, Mike, because you were my upstairs neighbor.
Yes, we are. That's really cool. I
Yeah,
recently
Volt can
just
be
moved.
very far away. Yeah, Volt can be throughout the entire European Union, but also upstairs neighbors.
So cool.
Yeah.
You can stamp on the floor
Sorry?
if you need Robin's attention.
Oh, there's
You can
a
stamp on the floor if
hugely
you need
funny-
her attention.
There's a hugely funny anecdote. When I think that's when you just moved in, I was kickboxing in the house due to me wanting to keep up. And yeah, at one point I just got a bit too loud, and I think I almost messed up your lamp, didn't I?
Yeah, because it's very vulnerable. I actually had a major fight about this with my sister because we lived together and we were working on hanging up the lamp, and it was very vulnerable. But then every time you were kickboxing, we saw it moving around, and we were anxiously watching it and see, okay, when is it going to fall down? But then we finally talked to you and said, okay, Mike, please be careful.
I
And then
felt
you
so
came back.
guilty.
Yeah. And then you came back with flowers apologizing.
Yes.
Very sweet.
Yes. Also, we have another guest here. It's Charlie. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi,
Hey.
Charlie.
It's all a bit messy, but we're getting here. Amazing. So, Charlie, you're the co-lead with Diederik for Volt Amsterdam, and it's you're the people on the ground.
Yeah, or so we've heard.
Yeah, definitely. The friendship.
You've done an amazing job, both of you.
Thanks.
Definitely, you
too,
really
Martin.
have. It's so awesome to have you here, and let's celebrate this because 4 seats, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Great outlook.
shocked.
Yeah,
Keep
that's the
fingers
first
crossed.
exit poll.
Yeah, I don't want to believe it yet.
No,
8 minutes more, and then we might know more.
yeah, let's
Yeah,
let's
4
let's-
actually.
That's true. Let's make sure that we temper our expectations. It's going to be amazing, but still, it's. I mean, wow, that's such an amazing
I
first
think
result.
everything.
Yeah, I think in October we thought 1 is already great.
Yeah.
And we still have to see because there was so little traffic. And I was also thinking, well, I hope we get 1. But now it will almost be a disappointment if we were only to get 1. That's how fast
Yeah,
it
we
can
shouldn't
go.
get to.
So basically another way of saying.
I also feel like that now. Before that, it was like, no, I don't think we can ever get a seat, can we? And now it's like, come on, one more, let's get the 5.
Yes.
Only 20 more than I will go in as well.
It's
Yeah, well,
almost
we have-
surreal.
You never know. You never know.
We have to get
Maybe that's
70
next
preference
time.
votes.
Next
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible.
next selections, right? We'll just keep
Yeah.
on going. One of the statisticians in my in the European data group actually calculated the trend if the growth kept on going, and we would have 150 seats in I think it was October. So you'll get there. Don't worry.
I don't think it's going to continue like this, but
I mean,
Maybe
with
in
the
4
next
years.
elections, we'll have 300 seats. You know, why not? Also, really cool.
300 out of 150 or
Exactly.
in the European election.
So let's see. Yeah, let's talk about activities. So, Robina, what was your day? What were your days for Volt looking like?
So I think it's very difficult because of Corona times. So I realized I was looking at my phone in the statistics,
Yeah.
and I saw that I spent about 4 hours on social media each day because everything is online now.
nothing.
Yeah, but I work as well, right? So I have a job next to Volt. I also have a job, so I have to manage my time, and I'm also writing my thesis for my master, so it's a busy life. But in the upcoming weeks, I spent so much time online. It felt like I was leading a double life. I was on Earth, but I was also online. So it was very intense, and so many people who were asking questions, and that's
Yeah.
great. There's so much engagement. So that was my online life, and then my physical life was managing my time between my job and my master thesis, and also Volt. So a lot of meetings, because Volters like to talk. So we have a lot of meetings.
The Dutch like to talk.
So it is a Dutch thing.
No, we really. Well, maybe it's my own
Meetings,
fault.
certainly.
Yes, we do like our meetings.
Yeah, very much discussing about everything, and that's what I love about Volt, because all discussions are on the table, and that's certainly what I experienced. So I learned a lot in the last year, because I think I'm a member now for almost a year, since the start of Corona, basically. So I learned so much, because before Volt I was never politically active. I knew something about it because my family was politically active, but I wasn't really. I thought it was so far away from me, and I don't have any influence on it. So why would I bother?
Yeah.
Then Corona came, and I'm a psychologist, and I saw all the measures that were taken, and I didn't feel like they were taking into account what the consequences were on the mental health for the civilians, basically.
Right.
Yeah, I was eating myself up about this, and I was thinking, oh, is anyone thinking about the consequences for mental health? I was a bit annoyed, and I thought, okay, I can try to do something about it myself instead of being annoyed all the time. So then I joined Volt, and then a lot of meetings and a lot of time online, and now it's coming to a close. I'm so excited.
Yeah. Wow, it's so amazing. Yeah, because that's of course where it boils down to, right? I think many have a similar kind of thing that you just encounter something in your daily life, and at one point enough is enough, right? You have a bit of time, you feel like this is something you really care about, and then you join. And luckily, it was Volt, because it's really amazing to have you here, Robina. Thank you so much.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, and because you're quite prolific, we've had quite a few talks because, I can just shout down on the balcony and you'll reply sometimes, you know.
No kickboxing, I hope.
No more kickboxing though. But it's one of the big things, right? That people tend to neglect is mental health rather than just physical health, and that's one thing that you're really adamant about, aren't you?
Yes, definitely, because it's also intertwined, you know. So mental health also flows through to your physical health. So if you're mentally not fit, then you are probably also physically not fit, and it works both ways. So a lot of people forget about it because Corona healthcare is a lot of focus on the physical, and the mental part is forgotten most of the times.
Yeah, it really is. And that's especially during COVID, you just see a whole out neglect about this problem, and that it became more prolific later, right? You had some interviews about mental health with the younger people, especially, and the elderly, but that really took a long time, and a lot of it was really forgotten, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I was already predicting this from the very beginning because, of course, I'm a psychologist, so this is what I think about. But I also think about long-term effects of social isolation and all regulations. And so I was already thinking about long-term effects. And if you try to put harm and the effects of COVID into numbers, also for mental health, you definitely go towards economic damage and the pressure on the healthcare system. Of course, that's a way to measure mental health problems.
Yeah.
So if you look at the long-term outcomes for the Corona regulations, a lot of people are in social isolation. That lowers your immune system, so you get more vulnerable to other viruses, to depression, and to, well, name it. So in the long term, there will be so much more people who are going to become dependent on the healthcare system.
Yeah.
So much in 10 years, 1/4 of the Netherlands has to work in healthcare to
sustain
the amount of ask for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to cut people short.
Of course. Go for it. I'm talking for a long time now.
Really, that's all right. It's the new exit poll is coming up.
Oh shit. Oh.
Yes,
sorry.
exactly. Oh, don't worry about it.
You can say that again.
I'm excited.
It's quite exciting. So I'm going to move you out of this window slot, and Martin and I will start with the new exit poll then. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Charlie, for being here. Diederik, Robina. Diederik and Charlie are the Amsterdam city leads. They have been pivotal in the Dutch elections. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Take some time off. You really deserve it. And amazing work. And there you have also Robina, candidate for the Dutch elections. She was amazing as well. Worked really hard. Went into the news a couple of times as well, and is behind the scenes also very prolific. Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see each other soon again. The exit polls are starting, so
Thank you, Mark.
bye, people.
36.
All right,
Goodbye.
VVD's got an extra one by the looks of it.
There we go.
A66 still up 8.
Yeah. Oh, there is a. Give me a second. Video dialogue. That's amazing.
So it looks like VVD's just gone up one more, but there's not really any changes lower down yet. We'll have to see.
Okay, give me a second.
Christian Uni's gone down 1. We've got as many seats as the Christian Uni, which makes it quite interesting because it means they could indeed be swapped. The Christian Uni's in the coalition at the moment. And Volt could take over, who knows?
I am not seeing anything right now.
It's on NOS television.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
so-
can get it anywhere, but we're down 50 plus. Forum for Democracy is, I think, probably the same. Let's see what happens to them.
Yes.
6. No, they've gone. Yeah, they've gone down 1. They were on 7.
Okay.
Volt's only on 3 now.
Ooh. Ooh, so it's a bit of a thing still.
It's confusing, yeah. So we're down to 3 seats, I'm afraid. If this is any more accurate than the other one, it was difficult to tell in advance how accurate any of this would be.
Yeah, of course. Still 3 seats. That's still so amazing. That's that's goal defying actually. And many people already said they'd be happy with 1 seat, 2 seats is really cool, but 3 seats still. It's going to be either of those. Might be tight, might go either way. It's still so amazing. I'm in awe. Also taking a little.
It's going to be an exciting night because this. I don't think we're any closer to getting what the real vote is going to be.
No, it's still a thing, isn't it? The second exit poll is there. It's weird though because I have no thing going on. Oh well. Well, anyway, so we have our second exit poll. We have our second exit poll with Volt right now at 3 seats, which is 1 lower. But keep in mind, this is still an estimate, and it might go either way. We're
the same numbers.
We're probably really close.
Same number as
to 2, 3,
SGP.
4. Yeah, same numbers as SGP. They've been in there for 120 years stable, and we got there in 3 months.
1 election.
Yes.
And yeah, 21 as well, also on 3 seats. So it's very difficult to say what's going to happen now, and it does mean that the smaller parties are being squeezed slightly. And VVD gained the seats, and D66, I don't know, they stayed the same. So I'm wondering where the other ones went in the last changes, in the last just in this last exit poll, which was 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, so that's.
Should I read through it? Seeing if you can't see it yet, I can read it out if you like. VVD 36, D66 27, CDA 17. Sorry, PVV 17, CDA 14. Labour Party 9, Green Left 8, SP Socialist Party 8, Forum for Democracy 8.
That's all right.
They've gone up 1. The Animal Party 5. Then the Christian Uni is actually still on 4, which I thought we were going to have as well. Now it's Volt, SGP, and YA21 are both down to 3.
Yeah.
Then we have DENK, which has not done at all well, really. I mean, they're down to 2.
Really? They were quite high before. Higher, at least.
The 50 plus has gone from 4 to 1.
Mm.
And then, of course, we just got the 2 new ones as well, the Border for the Farmers Party and Bayern.
Right.
On 1 seat.
On 1 seat as well. So a lot of the new parties actually in here.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some questions from the stream chat. So the first one is, when is the official result coming out? Tomorrow is the official result. But the official declaration is only on Thursday, next week, I believe, isn't it? So there.
It's very difficult because, of course, the Dutch system means that you count the votes and you know how many people voted for a party.
Yeah.
But after that, you then start counting each candidate to decide which candidates get elected. And we don't know that in this case either. And it's quite possible that we'll have 3 seats, but it might be the candidates 1, 2, and 4, for instance, if a lot of people voted for Marika
Yeah.
as a choice. You can choose to vote for somebody further down the list. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens then, but that's something that can take days.
Yeah, so but the actual result of numbers per party will be clear tomorrow at the latest. Although it will be somewhat clear at the end of the night. So the result is blah blah blah. Yeah, when will the result of Amsterdam be made public? So that is a very difficult question because Amsterdam is, of course, one of the bigger municipalities, if not the biggest. And it is all counted by hand, so it is one of the later ones to come in. Might even be tomorrow morning. But yes, what will be happening now is that the municipalities counting will come in slow-like.
It's not really possible to have a lot of votes and electing no one, as is asked here. Basically, if you get 70,000 votes, you will get a seat, is what it comes down to, more or less 70,000. But it's not possible to have more votes than that and not get a seat. It's very confusing, of course, at the point where I don't even know how that system now works. In the old days, you used to be able to, if you had, say, enough votes for 1.5 seats, and another party had enough votes for 1.5 seats, and you could say, we'll put the two together, and one of the two parties will get the extra seat, but that doesn't actually happen anymore. So I don't even know how they do that these days, what they do with the, say, you get 70,000, we'll get you a seat, but if you get 100,000, what happens to the other 30,000 votes? It goes to the big parties, I fear.
Yeah, that's true, usually. Unfortunately, that's one of the things that's going to happen like that. Is it possible? Will the votes per candidate be published? Eventually, yes. That's something that will be there. And there is a voter threshold. Do we have a voter?
Not as there is in other countries. Some countries have 3% before you get any seats at all.
Exactly.
If you get enough votes for one seat, you get one seat.
Exactly.
And why are we doing so well? It's because we're so incredibly well organized here.
Yes. We are so well organized. No, but seriously, it's a lot of hard work, and there was a lot of networking going on and talking since, well, last summer, I believe. People have been working on this for more than half a year, even though the actual election campaign came into the scene somewhere in February.
4.4% of the votes on Schiermonnikoog.
Really? Wow.
Small island in the north. 4.4% of the votes from nothing. That's quite a good result.
4.4%
Vlieland.
of
See what
Schiermonnikoog.
happened there.
Ah.
The next one is going to be Vlieland. Or not. Or did we miss that?
Yes.
No,
So there's
this.
There's
here we are.
special.
Vlieland.
So just as a context,
Haven't
there are
really
a
seen
few. There's a race going on in the Netherlands with the 3 smallest municipalities racing for the first outcomes. And Vlieland, Schiermonnikoog won this time, which is a small island which is the smallest island, I guess, on top of the Netherlands, with 4% for Volt, which is amazing. Vlieland coming in.
And Volt, we got 3% in
3%.
Vlieland.
Wow, that's quite amazing, because these are not the rural areas that Volt is.
And there's certainly
traditionally
not a
very
place where
strong
we've
in.
been campaigning.
No, we haven't. So something must be appealing in the message. So that's good news. We might want to do a case study on how effective our message is.
Raised the number. It's now 82.6% vote, which is higher than we just predicted earlier. But mind you, I've been reading comments indeed that there were a lot of people still standing outside at 9 o'clock. Now that got quite confusing, of course, because they had to let them in to vote, but at the same time they should have been home because the curfew started.
Yeah.
So there were still people voting after the curfew.
Yeah, so but there's the thing was that there was a exception made for people who would have been running late due to this. They wouldn't get fined, so they would be able to go home. So that's good at least. Let's see if I can get. All right. Voted, and my vote might have a big impact. Voted for number 4, yes. There's of course this thing, I think a lot of people made specific choices here. I know a lot of people assumed that Laurens would have gotten in and voted for Nilofer because of that. But also a lot of people actually voted on cheers, Martin. Voted on Bibi, who is actually, if she were to get into the in the House, she would have been the youngest party or youngest senator ever, or the youngest MP ever. Sorry. Also, a lot of people who voted for Marieke, yes, because she's number 4, and it's a strategic choice to get a woman in politics, as well as just making sure that you vote on the person just outside of that for preferential voting. The reason is, of course, that there are a myriad of reasons. Marieke Koekoek, yes. I think her last name. Well, it's a recognizable name now, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Whether she's in the wrong nest is another question. It looks like she's in the right nest. She's with
I
us.
think she is. She is very much at her place. Perfect. All right. So let's see. Okay, so let's see here. What have we now? Is there any update, maybe, Martin?
Not as far as, I mean, we did, as I say, they've just raised the number who looks as if they voted from 81%, which was incredibly high, certainly if they were expecting COVID to be a hit. I mean, last election was 81.6%, this time it's 81%. They thought, and now it's gone up to 82.6%, but those are probably people who actually voted after 9 o'clock as well, seeing they couldn't close the polling stations on time because there were still queues outside. There was a lot of people voting all day. Everywhere you walked in Amsterdam, you came past the polling station and you saw lines of people there. Of course, they weren't all allowed in at once. You had to go in one at a time anyway. An incredibly strong turnout and very enthusiastic people. Also for us, I mean, I cycled around town today with a flag on the back, and lots of people were saying, "Hey, I voted for Volt," or "You're doing a great job."
You get so much positive feedback when you bike around.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Quite a few people just say to you, "Hey, I heard about you, and I'm going to vote for you for the first time." So it's well, they have to, but they could have voted for us 2.5 years ago in the European elections. If only they had, then we'd have had our one member which we were predicted to get. I'm hoping we don't drop the way we did then, but I'm still confident that we're going to get at least 3 seats.
I think so. It really does look like that. And the question is, where do you get the results from? So you have the NOS, which is the Dutch public broadcasting channel, who is running these polls, actually. And that's something we're keeping track of. I can try. So this is going to be a bit difficult, but I'm going to try anyway. To set in a... Here we go. I'm just going to slide this thing right in here, which is going to look atrocious, but we are actually showing results right now. So, is this visible for people? Because we have here the the map results of the Netherlands and the party results. So you have here the VVD with 33 seats, the PVV with
Except
20.
it's 36
Oh,
now.
sorry. Oh, my bad. This is
These are
2017.
look to me like these are the old votes. They're the.
Yeah, they are.
That's better. Yeah. Oh no, hang about. This is weird. I'm confused. As I've got teletext on here, which is also VVD 36,
Yeah.
66 27.
Interesting.
So the PVV 20, they're the they are the list that's up there now. Are the votes from 2017, which is very strange, seeing it
Yeah,
says
it
it's
is.
2021.
Ah, they also have things going on. Ah, they have the wrong things.
Otherwise, if you can get on teletext, NOS teletext.
Yeah. Go to Stemmen.
Yeah.
Anyway, what we have right now is Reinier is on air and he's doing a live cast. So I'm going to turn on his volume and let's listen to what he has to say.
Richting die 4 gaan en die 4 ook gaan halen, want dat zou een nog mooiere prestatie zijn. En als we kijken naar de eerste 2 exit polls van de eerste 2 gemeentes, dan zou dat ook mogelijk moeten zijn. Er is altijd een strijd om welke vrijwilligers binnen welke stembureaus het snelste kunnen tellen. En die strijd wordt bijna iedere keer gewonnen door Schiermonnikoog. Op Schiermonnikoog, die deze keer weer wonnen, hadden wij 4,4% van de stemmen. En
Reinier stating 4.4% on the votes in Schiermonnikoog.
Ernst, hoe kijk jij naar deze eerste resultaten?
Nou,
This is Ernst, number 3 of the election of the candidates.
over het feit dat we gewoon het maximale bereikt hebben. Hè? 4, ik had het niet durven dromen, terwijl het er toch echt in stond bij de peilingen vandaag. Dus het feit dat we meteen inschaalden op de max, ik denk dat dat heel veel gaat zeggen over de komende paar uur. Want vergeet niet, de race is nog niet gelopen. En we schalen dan nu misschien wel een beetje terug naar 3. Hè? Maar jij hebt gesport, hè? Ik heb ook altijd gerugbied. Je moet je kopje omhoog houden. Hè? Je kan de wedstrijd nog winnen. Het fluitsignaal is nog niet geweest. Ja.
Precies, dus langzaamaan blijven die gemeentes binnen.
We're still in the running. It's all definitely going. There was a great sports metaphor which I won't bother to translate, but it is really about the fact that we are still in the running to 4 seats, and we'll have to see what's going on right now.
Certainly, the 4.4% is a lot more than 3 seats, and 3% is also a lot more than 3 seats. It's 4.5. So they're and that's certainly not the kind of places we would expect to have a lot of support. Although I know the islands are probably slightly more radical than the countryside in the east of the country.
That's true, which is the bulk of people as well in the peripheral areas.
Who voted PVV as well, largely, which is very strange because it used to be Christian heartlands. In fact, the northeast used to be communist heartlands and has now also turned to the PVV.
Yeah.
And in the southeast, which is Limburg, which is a Catholic stronghold, is also now turned to the PVV.
No, that's true. Yeah, it's there's a really big thing going on just with the Netherlands political landscape changing so drastically. You see it really everywhere with the alt-right just becoming stronger. Unfortunately, if you're a Volt voter, of course. But at the same time, you also see Volt getting so much right now.
Nieuw, dus weet jij iets in Leiden? Toen zei ik, nou, ik weet nog wel een plekje. Dus de lijst.
This is going to be quite an interesting couple of hours because we don't really know what's going to happen, and we're all obviously delighted we get 3 seats, and we were even more delighted when we thought it might have been 4. And it's going to be like this for the next 4 hours or so, just thinking, hang about, are we going to have 3 or is it 4? It may even go to 5. Of course, it might go down to 2, but I don't think so. I mean,
no.
The momentum we built up in the last weeks of the campaign, that in 3 weeks we went from 0 seats to 4 seats, was quite stunning.
It's amazing.
I still think it's possible that it will go up because I can't believe that momentum would be dropping. We did very well, and so did D66. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, definitely. Well deserved. And also, it's, you're completely right. I can already imagine that it going up and down and ping-ponging all the way through the rest of the evening. But let's just, assume it's going to 5, you know? I'm totally going to believe this.
Why not? Let's just celebrate and pretend. We can always pretend it's going to 5.
Oh, really?
Don't tell anybody.
dit is een boodschap aan de rest van Europa, dat je kan een pan-Europees
Somebody's commenting indeed the
the
Groningen area against the German border in the north. It's very strange because
Yeah.
that was always a communist stronghold, way beyond anything one could expect there. And to see it move to the PVV was a very unusual
It's
move
definitely
indeed.
a thing, yeah. And Ernst just commented on how this is proof that that a pan-European movement is possible, even in the national elections. And yeah, just this is hopefully going to be the catalyst for Volt to just go all throughout Europe, you know.
Hoogtepunt van jou deze campagne.
Oh,
ik denk dat
highlight.
het hoogtepunt voor mij in deze campagne was dat we zaten, ik weet het nog heel goed, met Leiden met een groepje van 6 mensen aan het begin te denken, hoe gaan we die campagne nou vormgeven in Leiden? Hoe gaan we nou met de middelen die we hebben, hoe gaan we nou knallen om te zorgen dat iedereen leert wat Volt is? En toen, ik denk
Discussing how to get Leiden voters.
De verkiezingen, toen stroomde die appgroep vol met mensen die het eerste artikel in de Volkskrant hadden gelezen.
So after the first newspaper article, it just flooded.
That was the article saying how we were a party that wasn't angry.
Yeah, it just
incredibly popular and growing, but not angry.
En die gingen flyeren, die gingen de straat op met sandwichborden op de ouderwetse manier. En je zag gewoon hoe dat groeide. En ik denk dat dat punt, dat kantelpunt, dat het binnen bleef stromen, ja, dat was voor mij het moment van het...
So it was for him. It was really the tipping point on how Volt started to
When all
gain
these people
traction.
joined, started getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah. When the thousands of people
It's very
actually
difficult to
started
keep up.
pouring in, and how it really felt like traditional politics with going through the city in sandwich boards, which Martin also did. Really cool. And just going at it, you know, it was really cool. It had an amazing tone. For sure, Vision for EU. It was really. Thank you, Luis, for this. It's like nuclear fusion. You just need a disruptive moment to get things started, like Apache Airflow, maybe. I'm sorry, this is an inside joke. And I think that was the live cast.
The
for
studio
now.
is very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
We're getting a top view of the studio now.
It's a very.
So that's where. Oh, there they are. Yeah, no. Now I didn't realize at first what they were doing. It looked like the ante room, but that is actually the studio. It's really
Yeah, it
big.
is.
And we're still growing, but it'll be bigger one day.
Yeah, for sure.
Love the
And
carpet.
I do love that carpet. It looks amazing.
And
Yeah, rather the one party. We are indeed, Robin, the one party coming with solutions rather than complaints. It's definitely a thing.
Dat is Reinier en zoals ik eerder al zei, was hij kandidaat voor Volt Europa. En dat was voor de Europese verkiezingen in 2019. Het is ons toen niet gelukt om een zetel te behalen, maar waar het wel lukte, dat was in Duitsland. Daar wonnen we 1 zetel en dat was een supergoede prestatie voor zo'n jonge partij.
They're talking about the success in Germany, winning 1 seat in the MEP
Boeselager.
with Damien Boeselager.
we're going to get Damian now
En het
a
liefst
video
was hij hier vanavond bij
of
aanwezig
him.
geweest. Maar omdat dat niet lukte, heeft hij een videoboodschap achtergelaten. En daar gaan we nu even naar kijken.
So this is a video message from Damien Boeselager.
Netherlands,
In English.
you're amazing. Congratulations for an absolutely amazing campaign. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that this is such a huge run? I mean, I still remember the first time when I came to the first official meeting of Volt in Netherlands, where also I think Reinier went for the first time. And I mean, back then I already saw what an amazing small crowd was gathered there. The beginnings, the foundation of the first team in Volt Netherlands, and. But who would have thought, that you would, out of this, grow to such a huge movement that is just an absolutely joy to watch, campaigning with a strong program, with strong candidates, with strong volunteers out there listening to people, to talking to people and distributing flyers. I mean, I can't say how this makes me feel to just see all of this amazing energy out there, the positive energy and the pragmatic energy. I am really, really happy about what you have achieved. I mean, now, it's this moment when you have to wait. It's like either 3 seats, 5 seats, 10 seats, or 2 seats, we don't know. But it has already been a success. And I think you should be very proud of yourself for the success of inspiring more and more people to get involved in politics, because this is what we currently need. I think a lot of people are dropping out of politics, are not interested in it anymore, and you are really bringing a new and amazing energy to the Netherlands. And this is cool. And it's cool for the Netherlands, but it's also cool for Volt Europa as a whole, because now we might be represented in our first national government, and that is obviously a positive signal for all the other chapters to follow suit and to try to do the same. So congrats for your strong example already. I have to say that this time waiting for election results is always super tough. I mean, I just remember when I was waiting there for the European Parliament elections and smoking a lot of cigarettes. I know Rainier was with me also back then. And yeah, it was a very exciting time. But it's a bit like, you know, you've done now all the prep for an exam and now somebody else is grading it. So I guess you just have to wait and see what's coming. But I can tell you that whatever comes, it's already a huge success. So applause. I'm very much looking forward to hear more exciting news from the Netherlands. I have to say, I just listened to the German examples now in all the state elections, and I'm very happy how Volt is growing and exciting people for politics everywhere, because it's really needed. We need positive, pragmatic politics to solve all the big issues of our time. Whatever issue it is you personally care about, I know that for my issues, we need European cooperation. So all the best and congratulations again.
So kind words from Damian. Thank you so much. That was really
Positive,
cool.
pragmatic politics, indeed.
Damian. En zoveel dingen die hij zegt, daar kan ik me helemaal in.
Yes, indeed. And as the newscaster there says, positive words and very relatable. And I think that is definitely something I feel as well. Our problems just transcend national borders, which have been doing that for a long time. Yeah, this is really, it feels really, I can't say it enough. It really feels like a catalyst. I don't know about you, Martin.
No, indeed, it does indeed. I see somebody commenting that the turnout in Vlieland was 130%, but we should remind people that Vlieland is a holiday island, so people would be going there to visit, and there would be a lot of tourists. Yeah. Even in this time, it's one of the few. We went there only a few weeks ago. It is a place where, of course, now a lot of people will be getting away from.
And we are having the thank you from the different countries. So
hi Dutchies, my name is Valerie. I'm the co-president of Volt Europa next to Rainier. Thanks to your efforts, I keep being impressed by exponentially growing numbers of volunteers and members, an explosion in our followership, and polls that indicate that for the first time we enter a national parliament in Europe. This is amazing, and you can be truly proud of your achievements already. My message to you now is, let's keep pushing, let's keep electrifying people with our shared vision for Europe. Let's turn the Netherlands and Europe purple. Good luck.
Hello, Volt Netherlands. I'm the country lead of Volt Bulgaria, Nastimir. I wanted to congratulate you on your great campaign that you did in the Netherlands for the parliamentary elections. And I'm sure that after so much effort and heart that you put in this campaign, the results will follow. We're very proud of you. Keep up the good work. Let's make Europe purple. Let's make Europe Volt. Let's work together. You have all our support from Bulgaria, and I'm sure that together we can change the way how politics are done in Europe. Best from us.
Hi, Volt Netherlands. My name is Federica Vinci, and I'm the co-president of Volt Italia. I wanted to wish you best of luck for the elections, but most importantly, I wanted to praise you for the amazing success that you've achieved so far. You are turning the Netherlands purple, but most importantly, you are allowing all of us to reach our shared European dream. So thank you very much for all the efforts that you're putting into it. And I look forward to celebrating with each and every one of you and of us around Europe this amazing success. So keep going and see you soon. Ciao.
What an amazing campaign, my fellow Volters. Your campaign has really shown that you can bring European politics to national elections. Your campaign has shown that you can talk about politics in a positive way, with a vision of the future where we actually solve the problems of our time instead of not looking at them. Your campaign has given hope to all of us at Volt that our vision actually will be successful in the coming years.
Hello, Volt Netherlands. I'm Vasiliki from Volt Greece, and I'm very excited and proud with the work of all the members and volunteers of the Dutch campaign. a campaign that goes beyond borders. In Volt, this is once again a moment in which we are all collectively support national chapters to get seats in local or national elections. And this is exactly what makes us a real pan-European movement. I wish to my fellow voters in Netherlands the best of luck with their effort to bring a new political era in the Dutch parliament. Your energy and your commitment is outstanding. Because of you, Europe is turning purple. The Netherlands is turning purple. Good luck from Greece.
Hi everyone, my name is Charles and I'm the president of Volt France. I wanted to congratulate everyone in Volt Netherlands in making Volt a major political movement in the country. And I also wanted to wish you all the very best of luck in the upcoming national elections. I look forward to seeing the Netherlands turn purple and soon the rest of Europe too.
Good luck from Volt Albania.
Hoi, ik ben Jordi.
Ik ben Olivia.
Ik ben Arno.
En Juliette.
Ik ben Jeroen.
Hello, Volters in the Netherlands. We are the Belgian board, and together with our members, we want to congratulate you on your impressive and inspiring campaign.
Netherlands is turning more purple day by day. A new generation of politics is here to stay.
Thanks to everyone who contributed to this major success for our movement. Keep up the good work so that all of Europe turns Volt.
Hello, Volt Netherlands. I'm Alex, and I want to say good luck from all of Volt Austria for your election. You did an amazing job.
Hallo, ik ben Christian Castellón, co-president of Volt Spain. I would like to congratulate all Volt Urban members who have participated in this amazing campaign. I cannot imagine all the hours you have put into this incredible effort. I'm pretty sure that we will get the 3 seats in the national parliament. Remember that your victory is our victory. Best luck from Spain.
Hey Volt Netherlands, Harnas here from Volt Malta. Good job with the elections, keep it up, and welcome to Volt.
Hi everyone, my name is Adam and I'm from Volt Czechia. I want to tell you that all of us here in Volt Czechia have been closely following the campaign for the Dutch Parliament and the incredible effort that you guys are doing. And I want to tell you a big congratulations and keep it up because you're running for, well, I wish it was 5 seats because you would definitely deserve more than 3 for what you're doing. We're proud of you, keep it up, and I hope that eventually we'll have a beer and celebrate this great success.
Hello, the Netherlands. Good luck from Volt Portugal.
Hey guys, George from Volt Luxembourg here. I just want to say a huge congratulations to you all. I can definitely say that you guys are leading by example in how you've conducted these elections, and hopefully the results are as good as they seem early this week. Huge congratulations, and I'm looking forward to drinking a celebratory beer or whatever drink of preference with you guys at some point when this corona craziness is over with. All the best.
Hello everyone, a big congratulations from Luxembourg. You guys did an amazing job during the campaign and got impressive results. Thanks from all of the voters for making the Netherlands and Europe a bit more purple. Once again, you should be proud of the work you did. And yeah, now it's time to celebrate. So have a drink on all of your pan-European fellow voters. And cheers.
Hello, my dear Dutch Volters and people of the Netherlands. I am Stefan from Volt Romania, and I would like to congratulate the entire Dutch Volt team for their great success and their immense momentum that they are gaining right now. It seems that they are on a clear path towards the parliament. And nonetheless, I would like to encourage everybody from the Netherlands to vote for Volt and help us to build the first truly pan-European party and therefore a more united and democratic European Union. Vote Volt!
Hello, Volt Netherlands. I'm Carl from Volt Estonia, and I want to congratulate you on the excellent work you've done campaigning for Parliament. I think in the future we'll look back on this election as one of the crucial, pivotal moments in the history of our movement, and all of you have had a great part to play in that. I wish you the best of luck on election night. It's been an absolute joy to watch you rise, and let's keep the purple wave going.
All right.
Laurens is now being interviewed on Dutch television and is saying how wonderful it is.
Really?
Yeah, he's now he's here. I can see that. Don't know if that helps, but
Oh, there he is. Yeah, so it's exactly as who said that?
there's
Laurens
plenty
is,
to be done. He's still very optimistic that things will, develop, and we still really don't know whether it's going to be 3, 4, or 5 seats. We'll just have to wait and see.
it's amazing. That's so cool. Thank you, Martin, for this live screen on screen. It feels very meta. Awesome.
It's very high tech.
Yes, that's how we do it at Volt. We fix this. And there we have.
Here's Mel.
There's Mels. Yes, Mels is the city coordination lead, and he has been directing all the city efforts in the Netherlands. So let's see what he has to say.
En daarnaast was ik verantwoordelijk voor de operationele campagne. Dus dat alle logistieke uitdagingen.
Logistics.
En, ja, natuurlijk was de operationele campagne minder spannend dit jaar vanwege de corona. Maar ja, dat nemen we op de koop toe. Want als ik zo naar de peilingen kijk, ja,
Bizar.
Bizar.
Dat moet ook voor jou zo zijn, na al die maanden keihard werken hieraan.
3 maanden geleden hadden we nooit verwacht dat we hier zouden staan. En hadden we nooit verwacht dat
I never expected to be here
ik denk dat dat veel
at this point with so many seats.
Ja, ons in het nieuws. Mensen zijn echt aangehaald.
Zeker, zeker. Nou, superleuk dat je er bent. En we gaan dus beginnen met de quiz. Dus ik wil iedereen vragen de telefoon te pakken. En als het goed is er nu een QR-code in beeld. Die QR-code kan worden gescand met de telefoon.
Okay. Yes, so this is a quiz that's going to start and we are not going to partake. We have our own program. In fact, it's time for our next guests. So let's see, I'm going to put us back to the interview dialogue. That looks really sad. Let's do it like this. And there we go. So Martin, you are now on Robin's spot and I am going to ask you to...
Oh, hello.
I'm going to
I'll
ask
be Robin
you...
from now on.
Yes, I'm going to ask you to turn off your webcam. We are going to ask our next set of guests to come. Thank you so much. And there is Robin. Thank you. How are you?
Hello. Doing very good, and it's amazing. I've been actually following both here and live on Twitch. It was very annoying. I got all the spoilers. I saw the video a bit too late. But it's amazing the news that we got. We're falling at 4 seats. And we will now welcome our next guest who's coming from the Belgium team.
Yes. So here we have, let's go. Yeah, there we have.
Hello,
hello. There we go. All right. And now, because I found a way to do it, I will also update the name tags. So hello there.
Great.
Amazing. Thank you for being here.
Hello. Wait, I see my camera is just turning off and on. Give me just a little second.
Yes, it looks amazing though. Give me a second.
There we go.
Very
Hey, there we go. Yes,
Yeah,
amazing.
very
How are
nice
Thank
you
you.
all doing tonight?
Hey, yes. How are you? We are doing amazing. The hype couldn't be more real, can it? And how are you?
Indeed. I'm doing great. I have been enjoying the results so far backstage with voters from across Europe. I've been speaking with our fellow friends from Germany, Belgium, Spain, and so many other places. And we were just thinking, we are so proud of our Dutch friends. They are doing amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing. It's wonderful. Like the just the news that we got, and I can see some on Twitter a lot of reactions from everyone around Europe. It's so inspiring, to see like so many people being active. When before Volt, I would not have thought like so many people across Europe being interested in the Dutch national elections.
Indeed, it was a realization as well. This past week, we had this luck of having 3 days of elections, so everything was not just happening on one single day, but across an entire week. And I just realized so many people outside of the Netherlands were actually interested what's happening in the Netherlands, especially because for the first time we had a pan-European party running for a national parliament with actual chances of getting inside. So whole of Europe was looking on the Netherlands tonight.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
that's really cool.
You could see it, but the anticipation had been going on for a while now, with so many people asking me for updates and bringing me updates even. People from Portugal asking about, like, hey, how's it going? I saw that Laurens has gone viral yet again.
Indeed. I just saw a tweet by Guy Verhofstadt saying, well, he was actually suggesting Volt could be a potential partner in a government coalition. So if recognized people, old people, well, not old people necessarily, but like people that have been around the European political sphere for quite a long time, actually considering Volt to be a party that is ready for government to have responsibility, then that means a lot. It shows that Volt is not only a kindergarten party, but we are an actual force, an actual movement.
To be taken serious even. That's
Yeah,
definitely true.
one thing that really happened during the elections that Volt, that was considered like, that young party, the party also of a lot of students, a lot of people who are just getting interested in politics, who never really had proper experience before, and who are now actually going a step forward and to be actual professional in politics. And that's really amazing.
Yeah,
and we're getting some
exactly.
recognition.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And actually, if you're here tonight, it's not only to talk just about Netherlands, but it's also to showcase that amazing pan-Europeanness of Volt, because actually you are from Belgium. Actually, I don't think you got introduced. So if you want to introduce yourself to the
I don't
audience.
think so.
Do you want to introduce yourself maybe to the audience?
With great pleasure. So my name is Carlo. I'm 21 years old. I'm the national community lead of Volt Belgium. I have been working for the last few years with the team in Belgium to grow the party here, to expand on a local level. But I've been also very active on the European level to redraw how we are working as a movement. Because Volt, as we all know, is not just a party. We are a citizens-driven movement, and therefore it is very important to make sure that everyone is involved in our policy making. Is it sufficient of an introduction?
That's
yes.
amazing. And actually, in Belgium, you were quite impacted by the elections in the Netherlands.
Yes, indeed, definitely. I have been reached out by the national community leads of Volt Netherlands, so Mels, Jette, and Lars already months ago, already last year. We've been exchanging a lot on regular calls, such as the Benelux calls, where we were talking about how can we as teams bordering to each other support each other. And one of the big points was, of course, the Dutch elections. So as the Dutch election was approaching, it was around the beginning of this year, so January, things got more serious. The Dutch team was approaching me with, hey, how can the Belgium team support us? And there we talked a lot about the Dutch experts in Belgium. So as we all know, we have a lot of international institutions, but not only that, we also are bordering to the Netherlands. So that means we have a lot of Dutch nationals living either just across the border in Belgium, but also living in Brussels. So how could we use this population, this demographic, to mobilize them and get them ready to campaign for a more European Netherlands? Because after all, Netherlands is one of the European member states. So the European reality is Europe is not just some ideological thinking, it's a reality for them.
Yeah.
So we set up an expat group led by Eddie Hartog. I
Yeah.
hear some background noise here.
I do too.
I do too.
I'm going to mute Martin for a second. There we go. Apologies. There we
Right.
go.
Right, so where did I live? Oh, yes, indeed, Eddie Hartog. So over these past months, we have been in constant coordination, communication with Eddie Hartog and the Dutch national community leads to see how can we recruit on board all those Dutch nationals living in Belgium and basically get them activated as volunteers, as supporters in our campaign efforts. So just to give you some numbers, over the last few weeks, we have found 60 expats living across Belgium, and we've been getting them ready to basically help the Dutch national efforts. One of them being the big European onboarding of the Dutch members.
Right.
We've been reached out by the Dutch national community leads that due to the new reach that they were having on social media, due to the exposure of the elections, they were getting a lot of traction, a lot of new members, right? So within a couple of days, they had hundreds of new applicants, and the local teams were simply not able to single-handedly onboard them. So as we are one pan-European party, the first thing that they were thinking of, let's ask our neighbors, let's ask the Belgians, let's ask the Germans, let's ask the Luxembourg people. So over these past week, we were having regular calls with new members to welcome them to vote, to make sure that they were properly onboarded.
Really,
And it was a
that's
huge
amazing.
effort by all voters, and I'm super proud of this.
That's so cool. That's really cool. Just it happened well with the explosion in the UK, of course, but that's really cool to see you picking up all those efforts, and thank you so much, because Lord knows with the amount of people that that became a member just now, it's just insane. And also really cool to see how it lives in Belgium as well, right? Because there's also a huge community in Brussels, right? That of Dutch people.
Yes, indeed, we have a big community of Dutch people. I mean, aside from all the Dutch-speaking Flemish people living in Belgium, those are of course also impacted by Dutch politics, partially because the external policies, the external politics of Netherlands is directly impacting Belgians in Flanders. They also share the same language, but definitely we have a lot of Dutch expats in Brussels. So we were also actually planning to have some concrete actions. So in terms of flyering, in terms of having stands in Brussels, but unfortunately due to COVID restrictions, this was not possible. And then of course the Belgian weather, which is very much known to change every 10 minutes, it was impossible to organize something in person. However, we did a lot of great things in terms of communications. Our entire Belgian communication team was very much prepared and was active in communicating about the Dutch elections happening not only in the Netherlands, but also for our Dutch expats in Belgium. So it was very important to not only share that we have Dutch people, but we also have to share that Dutch people should go and register in time to vote in the Netherlands.
Right. Wow. That's quite logistically heavy, isn't it?
Well, normally you would say it's logistically heavy, but one of the great things about Volt is that we are very much digitally advanced. So we use the same platforms, we use the same databases, and so far it is very easy to connect with each other, to work together, and to really make this happening. What we just saw tonight, getting seats in national parliaments across borders.
That's true.
Yeah, that's actually one of the great things that I think with Volt that was showcased, that a lot of people joined us through those elections, and in all countries around all of Europe. And one of the comments that I really got the most is that as soon as you're become a member, or as soon as you're part of the you're onboarded, it's very easy to connect with everyone and with any community really. Um, and I guess that is really reflected then in those the rise of the numbers everywhere really. Obviously Netherlands on top, but also rise of the members in Belgium and in any other countries.
Exactly. So aside from those 40 to 60 new members that joined Volt Netherlands, but living in Belgium, in Volt Belgium itself, we also saw numbers rising over these past months. So from the beginning of this month, actually, we had 22 new applicants, which in Belgian terms for Volt Belgium is quite a lot. We have currently about 200 legal members. So having 22 new members is a 10% increase. That's insane. Of course, we have a lot of things to learn from the Netherlands. They are doing a great job in communications. They are doing a great job in fundraising. But the laws in the Netherlands are also quite different in terms of, donor policies. In Belgium, the donation laws are quite restrictive. So for us, it is difficult to spend a lot of money because, well, the way of funding ourselves is difficult if we are not actually elected at this point. But we are certainly going to work on a strategy to learn from the Dutch Volters and also to work together with them to enable us to also profit, to also celebrate on this big success that we were seeing over these last weeks.
I feel like that's one crucial thing that you're saying. That's even if you have some communication about on Volt's Netherlands, actually the laws or the problematics or anything are not always the same, and that's actually very interesting. I feel like Volt will really have succeeded properly when like the next generations won't understand the struggle of looking for the laws in different countries because we'll have exactly all the same laws. And we'll be
No,
just like one
indeed.
Europe.
What you're saying is very important here. Despite being a pan-European party, we actually have to adapt to the national laws, and those national laws are quite different. We really hope that the next generation of Europeans actually has the same democracy across Europe. So we are not only talking about the Belgian democracy, Dutch democracy, but an actual European democracy. The voice in Belgium, in the Netherlands, counts just as much as anywhere. So hopefully this kind of election where a pan-European party gets elected to the national parliament will sensibilize about this reality, about the reality that some parties have not woken up to, but Volt is making sure that people are going to get to know about us and about our success story.
Definitely. That's so cool. I'm really, really impressed. But so no, I don't have anything. I'm just I'm a bit awestruck. Sorry.
Is it the 3 hours of stream that are starting to kick in?
Oh, that's quite all right. I might take a little.
I had a peek at your program for tonight, and I've been watching very thoroughly over those last hours. Great stuff, and I'm also looking forward to the next points on the program. It's going to be a lot of fun.
There is something in tow, yes, definitely.
Talking about the next points, I think we have the next speaker from Denmark who are waiting in the other room. Yes. But before we say goodbye, I have just one question. What is your prediction for tonight?
Yeah, good question.
So we have been actually making bets in Volt Belgium, but also on the European Community team. I have put my bet on 5 seats because I'm optimistic. 5 seats. Awesome. I think with the margin of error, that's still possible. I mean, some others said, 6, 7. I think that's a bit a lot. Some others were saying, 2 or 1 seats. But I'm rooting for 5 seats. I saw that the last estimations were at 3 seats, so just a bit lower than the first exit poll. But I think nothing is lost yet. Everything can be won for Volt, and anything that is more than 1 seat is just amazing. So with that, I can also perhaps close up. It was a great pleasure talking to you both. Thank you for having me. And well, best of luck to our Dutch Volters.
Amazing.
Cool.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much for
much.
being here. It was a joy to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. And with that, I will go and fetch our next speakers.
Amazing. All right. And there we go. We have a solo. Give me a second. And there we go. That was Carlo. He was from Volt Belgium and doing an amazing job there by helping us and just showing how much such an impact a Dutch election has. It's really quite prolific. And I see that the next guests are they coming? I think they will be coming.
We are connecting.
You are connected even. Amazing. And I see
Amazing.
one wonderful face. Already familiar in the stream, I see. Amazing. And number 2 is
Turn on my
joining.
camera.
And now
And-
can we see number 3? Ooh, this is exciting, isn't it? It's a...
Coming on one by one.
Perfect. Awesome. Okay, so I am going to send you over into the transition with your faces. I will change your names, so I'm sorry in advance. There we go. And who do we have here? We have Diederik, Charlie, and Robina. No, they're not.
So do you want to maybe while Mike is changing our name on the layout, maybe
Yes.
you can start by introducing yourself. Maybe Catherine?
Yes, thank you so much. This is so exciting.
Yes.
I'm Catherine Richter. I am the co-president here in Volt, Denmark. And it is so exciting. We've been just following the events so far, and it's so impressive what has been happening in the Netherlands in the past weeks, really. And then in the last sprint phase here, just looking at all the positive feedback that we're getting. And I'm saying we because it obviously affects us here in Denmark as well. We're watching the success from our Dutch friends, and we just can't wait to see the same thing replicated in Denmark.
Well, and
Thank
of
you very
course
much.
we will.
And Alexander?
Or Charlie, or which name I have on Twitch. Yes, I'm Alexander. I'm the other co-lead of Volt Denmark. First of all, I thank you so much for putting this together, giving all of Europe an actual election night, even though it's not our national elections. We can all follow and cheer for Volt Netherlands, and that's amazing. And let's be honest, who doesn't like election nights, right?
Exactly.
And then after that, like seriously, congratulations, Volt Netherlands. This is absolutely amazing. It's been nail biting. I've been watching since we started this live stream. We are, to be honest, in awe. And as Catherine just said it, like literally, when our local elections will come up in November, we will definitely look towards the Netherlands and take your best practices and inspire our campaign from yours, because it's truly an amazing effort you've made.
Yes. Well, happy to do that, of course. I'm sure that there are people dying to share their experiences. There's actually a hub even built for sharing these experiences later on, so that's really cool as well.
Yeah, I think that's one of the good things with being the party with so many teams also is that once we have elections, we can actually get the best practice and we can share the experience and know what works, what doesn't work. So
Yeah.
that's really, really nice. And actually, you will also have elections in Denmark this year. Want to tell us about it?
Yes, it's the local elections. So, for example, we have 98 municipalities across Denmark, and in November there'll be local elections all across Denmark. So all 98 municipalities are going to be, I was going to say, up for grabs. But so far we're running in just one. So hopefully we'll get some more people who might be interested in running across Denmark. This certainly helps a lot. But the local election is really important in Denmark because it's obviously where Europeans can also vote.
Right.
And that's something that we take, this is something that we really want to highlight in our election campaign, is that, we are trying to build a more united Europe, and it really means raising people's voices and making sure that we have a more inclusive society. And I just can't wait to really run that campaign and get that started. It's something very close to my heart. Certainly running in an election is something, it's a first, but not the last. and for
election years.
Yeah, exactly. but for us here, yeah, exactly. And for us here in Denmark, it's just such a great thing to see how you guys have been doing it. And thankfully, the Dutch team and the Danish team, we're already, we're collaborating on a number of different things, and we just can't wait to get friends from the Netherlands to come, friends from the Netherlands to come up and support us.
That's so cool. Yeah, because I can imagine that there's just so much going on in an election. Is there something that you noticed that you'd like to talk about with the Netherlands?
I certainly picked up on the discussions you guys had, the policy discussions that you had on YouTube, where you had these online discussions and you talked about topics. I think that's something which we're definitely going to replicate, because one thing is, writing an article or writing an op-ed, but really to get someone's, to feel someone, to really become aware of how a person actually is and how they think.
Yeah.
It's so nice to be able to see how you are and to hear the intonation of how you explain things. And I think that is really, really important, particularly for a new party, to be able to come across in a more humane way, because that's how you really build trust.
Right. So yeah, it makes it less dry and more. You see where the thoughts come from in a more comprehensive manner than just the text envisions.
I think that's really on a personal level, but coming from, I would say I can talk from my perspective. Coming from the communication, I know I've been working also with Alexander on the communications, and we exchange regularly on how all the communication is going on the European team and on the Danish team. And I think that's also a huge part then in the elections that you're gonna have to organize. It's a lot of organizing volunteers, I suppose. Actually, have you noticed a rise also in your members? Some people getting more interested in Volt Denmark with the elections. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, definitely yes. But when I heard the numbers for the Netherlands earlier on in the show, I was like, I thought we were doing good, but not there yet. But still,
not there yet.
Definitely still a search in first of all, like the engagement on our different social media channels, like our Twitter account, Volt Denmark's Twitter account, Volt Denmark's Instagram account. A huge surge in followers, also in new members, people contacting us to know more about Volt Denmark and Volt Europe in general. And like you can really feel this, how to call it, that Volt Europe is basically filling out this hole in many pro-European political agenda, that you can feel that a lot of Danes here have become very pro-Europe after Brexit especially. But national parties, they don't really want to take it that step further and say, but we're completely pro-Europe.
Yeah.
You really feel that especially the people from the what we call the radicals, which is basically the En Marche of Denmark, they have started like to pay attention to us, which is a huge deal, because they're usually the pro-European party of Denmark.
So they have an actual contender to their narrative right now.
I think we've taken it a step further.
Really?
Exactly.
I would say that, because we have a tradition in Denmark, and I think it's similar a little bit to the discussions that are taking place in in the Netherlands as well. I think, is there a background noise? Maybe Martin can mute himself or something.
I don't hear.
Or maybe no. Well, no, I think we've taken it one step further, because there has been a tendency to downplay and to down talk Europe and the European collaboration, and it's not really a surprise. Any national leader would like to blame someone else, not themselves, and they want to take credit for things that they haven't really done. It's tradition. And we kind of want to stop that, not just in Denmark, but everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's something that we are not only highlighting, but actually fighting for, to say, look, there are actually things that are happening, and there are things that need to be reformed.
Right.
And we can have that conversation without seeming too much or fake. We can have this conversation in a very genuine way, because we are a European party, we are a European movement, and we are in contact, in fact, directly with other Europeans, with other European parties. And so I think that's the big leap, and I think that's 21st century politics. That's something else that we have to remember in Denmark, is that unlike in the Netherlands, where you have so many different parties, there is a threshold in Denmark to even be acknowledged as a contender for elections. And so while it's very easy to establish yourself as a party, it's much more difficult to actually get on the ballot. And, and yeah, it is. It requires a lot. So if there's anyone in Denmark right now watching, go and give us an endorsement, because we really need your love right now. But most importantly, I think if one of the strengths in the Dutch situation is that because the threshold for even getting on the ballot is not as high as in Denmark, the conversation becomes so much broader all of a sudden. And that's really great. And that's a testimony to great democracy, because what we're seeing in Denmark is that there's a tradition where, unless you're allowed and a bit obnoxious even, perhaps even threatening to some extent, or if you have a famous face, then you get some automatic attention in the media. And that's just what it is. That's what it is. But I think if you were to think about how you could enable a broader democratic conversation, certainly changing the threshold for having access to the ballot would be a great step. And you guys have done that. That's why there are 37 parties on the ballot, and that's great, because you have a very broad discussion and very broad debate.
Yeah.
And we're taking that forward in Denmark and challenging the status quo in Denmark.
Yeah, amazing.
That being said, you did get some attention by some other political parties, right?
Well, I mean, for sure. I mean, I'm looking at Twitter now, so that's good. That's
what we were talking about just before getting sent to the studio. We were like, whoa, nice.
Just now. Yeah, but because I think what is being recognized now is that we've made a statement saying we're going to run in the local elections, and that's being picked up. That's being recognized because established political parties realize that there's a storyline, there's a narrative that we have, and there's a genuinity in the political ambitions that we have, which resonate with people, and they do, because Europe is the future. It just is, and anyone claiming it's not, just I would say certainly they can know what they're talking about, but it's an old way of doing politics. All of our problems. But maybe not all of our problems, but so many of our major problems, they transcend the borders. They certainly don't stop by the border.
Yeah.
And having a story that highlights that, and having a political party that challenges the status quo and challenging the traditional narrative of what's possible, is really invigorating, particularly for the next generation. The people who are going to vote for the very first time, to see a political party that literally says, we have seen what's happened in the past, and we're going to change it.
This is one of the really big things in the Netherlands. I think one of the big reasons that Volt became so big is that people were tired after 15 years of populist narratives being pushed in their throats. There are people of voting age who never had a different kind of politics, and it was really brought to the national attention that Volt was a party which wasn't angry or didn't want to just shove problems in everyone's face, but rather was solution oriented and looking at a way forward rather than just being deconstructive overall. And that's something I think that was a huge, really huge thing here, which we really shouldn't neglect. And that's something, I hear that same thing in your narrative, in your story right now.
I think interestingly, when there is a trend in Europe in during elections in one country, you can often see that trend actually following in other countries. Where we had that with some more populist candidates that got elected in certain European countries, and you could somehow like see a wave of populism, and then it got decreased, and actually those candidates having action in certain countries discouraged the populist vote in other countries.
Do you remember, I don't know if you remember, but Anne Applebaum, amazing historian, Polish American, amazing historian. I met her once. She's just, she's a heroine of mine. But she wrote an article about, the rise and the potential demise of Europe if we weren't careful about populists. And I remember she highlighted Brexit, she highlighted France, she highlighted Germany as well. And I think it jolted everyone that, this is the European continent, and it's not that long ago that we were not very united. And for all of us who, we haven't grown up during the Cold War, we don't have any experience of actual civil unrest or that kind of danger on our continent. And maybe that's made us a little bit complacent, but I think just being reminded of the dangers of being complacent has just jolted us to such a degree, and we're seeing that change now. Global warming, climate change, yes, that's another existential threat. But then having the historical backdrop of Europe, I think is simply it's something that we cannot avoid, and we cannot and should not look away from, because it's a responsibility that I think we have that goes beyond ourselves, to say, look, this nationalistic, closed-minded, it's someone else's fault, them, us narrative. We can't continue to have that in Europe.
It's true. It's the first. We really shouldn't forget that the EU and just the EU and its predecessors were the first time that there wasn't war in Europe for I think a millennium. It really is that Europe is a war-torn continent, and it has been for most of history. And the EU is nothing short of a miracle, where people after the horrors of the Second World War just found out, like, when is it enough? And it's insane how we just tend to start slowly to forget that in the course of so little time. And
actually, I was talking to a friend not too long ago, and he was telling me, I was talking to my granddad, and actually he told me when he was 16, he was in the trenches fighting Germans, and I was like, your granddad? Whoa, that was actually not long ago. I don't know. I kind of had that take for some reason, like just the idea of war with other European countries or anything.
Yeah.
That was completely another time in history for me. Like that's something that was long gone from centuries. But actually, no. I mean, it was literally his granddad who was fighting. It's crazy. Sometimes we tend to forget that.
Yeah. So happy to see you here. Happy to
Completely
not be at war with Denmark as well.
Yeah.
Like in general,
Don't get me started on the war stories.
Anybody, but to interfere something, because you were talking about like this wave of the extreme right, and like how we had Brexit, how we had the rise of Donald Trump, like the right wingers across Europe, populism, Danish People's Party here in Denmark. We shouldn't forget that the wave to some extent started up here in Northern Europe with especially the Danish nationalists becoming the second largest party, which was like took everybody by surprise when that happened. But turning that one around, when we're looking at how Volt is capitalizing on success across chapters, across countries in Europe, whenever we have, like, for example, when we had the Italian and the German regional elections recently here in Sunday, and that's especially the case for Denmark because Germany is our southern big brother that we look towards and that we can identify and mirror ourselves into. Whenever there is a success in Germany, you can see that happening in Denmark too. So whenever Volt is winning in closer countries, and that is definitely the case for the Netherlands too, we can see again a surge in the interest for Volt Denmark, and it's a wave, the purple wave that we're definitely going to ride into autumn too.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, it's really cool. I think that stands for one thing. Mostly, I was talking to someone here from Germany. So just for background, I'm from France. I was talking to someone from Germany. I was talking about the right wing groups, the right wing party, and the Green Party, in both in Germany and in France. And we realized like the right wing in France and the right wing in Germany are super different, and the Green Party in France and the Green Party in Germany are super different. And I don't know. I would maybe like I would prefer sometimes the party in Germany than the party in France. But if you talk about Volt in France, Volt in Germany, Volt in Denmark, that's one party. That's still the same.
Hold up, this just in. Sorry to interrupt. There is the live cast with Reinier going on. I'm going to quickly switch into that if you don't mind.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you so much.
And thank you very much, Alexander and Catherine, for being here.
Perfect. Thank you so much
for having us.
Thank
And
you
have a
so
great
much.
evening. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Martin, are you there?
And
Not Martin.
Martin is currently
roepen
muted.
de komende 4 jaar. Jammer,
Martin,
maar
can you hear
helaas,
us?
dan
Yes.
is het van het
I
benoemde
can
kleine
hear you. Can
partij.
you hear me?
Perfect. All right, Robin, can you turn off your? Perfect. Thank you. All right, here we are back, and we have Reinier
De
talking.
burgerbeweging staat op 1 zetel. Had ik persoonlijk niet direct verwacht. En bij een van Sylvana Simons heeft vaak samen met Laurens.
Reinier is providing a quick analysis of the small parties that are joining. I mean, I think it's also surprising that the Farmers got one seat. They seemed...
Yeah, that was out of the
Verder
blue.
zien we 50PLUS is een van de grote verliezers. En op links, ja, je ziet de SP.
Of course, they probably did gain from 50 plus, which went from 4 to 1.
De PvdA, die
Senior party.
Samen zouden we uitkomen op ongeveer 25 zetels. En dat is minder dan het rechtspopulistische geluid. Dat is iets wat jammer is. Ja, heel veel om over te bespreken. Eigenlijk is er nog niet zoveel veranderd ten opzichte van hiervoor. Dus een heel lang monoloog.
Nou ja, er is wel wat veranderd.
Not much has changed, but it's incredibly complicated because of the different number of parties and the shifting balance.
Ja, dat betekent
People are surprised because the VVD seems to be moving left slightly.
Verder ging en nog meer mensen heeft ondervraagd, ons iets lager heeft ingesteld. Wat dat precies betekent is onduidelijk. Zoals ik in het allerbegin zei, is de verwachting dat voor kleine partijen de eerste uitslag 1 omhoog of 1 omlaag kan. Dat interpreteer ik dus als dat we nu van 4 naar 3 zijn, nadat het lager dan dat niet gaat worden en misschien weer meer. Tegelijkertijd zag ik op Twitter net veel mensen die verstand van politiek hebben zeggen, deze exit poll zegt nog veel te weinig. Je moet zeker nog wachten tot na middernacht. Dan zie je dat er een aantal grote steden.
So Reinier basically states that we really need to wait until midnight for us to get an accurate assessment of the situation. This exit poll is way too vague.
Inaccurate, yeah.
Yeah, inaccurate.
Dat duurt even, dus als je dan bedenkt hoeveel handen.
So it still remains exciting until for at least another hour and a bit. I don't even know when the next exit poll is due. It's not mentioned.
No, it really isn't it?
Bij die vierde weer terugpakken. Dus het is spannend, maar in ieder geval 3 zetels is ook een fantastisch resultaat. Precies hetgeen waarvan wij altijd gezegd hebben, dat is ons doel.
That's true. So Reinier really stated the important thing. we were aiming for 3 seats. Regardless of the actual outcome, this is what we were hoping for, and anything more is just icing on the cake. That's really quite something. And yes, 1 more hour to go to have more clear results.
Yeah, at the moment you see it's still only Vlieland and Schiermonnikoog, so there are no other results at all. And I suppose once the results start coming in, we'll see just how much shift there is. I was indeed surprised by the 4.4% on Schiermonnikoog and 3% in Vlieland, which are not places, which means it could still go up considerably once the results start coming in.
Yeah, it's a really weird one. I'm quite surprised, but it really bodes well because this is it's not our heartland. Definitely not.
Enthousiasme. Sommige mensen die zeiden dat het muziekje in de pauze wat saai was. Nou, dan kun je thuis even de muziek wat harder aanknallen als je wil feesten. En ik zag ook veel mensen die al met elkaar in discussie gingen over, zou Volt al wel niet moeten gaan meeregeren? Ik weet nog helemaal niet of dat soort dingen in vragen zijn. Het speculeren over het regeren is sowieso op heel politiek Nederland landschap alleen maar gebeuren. En wij worden daar natuurlijk nog redelijk bij.
Speculating about the results is very difficult because it's actually impossible at this moment in time. We have no idea what's going to happen.
No, we really don't. And they're also speculating on whether we will be part of the governing coalition. And as Renier says, it's way too early to even start speculating on that. Even though we are.
It would be feasible, I think, with 4 or 5 seats. I doubt it's feasible with 3, but then. Even whether it's desirable with 4 or 5 seats is another matter. People are still saying, a new party really needs 4 years in the chamber before you can start thinking about joining the government.
Yeah, just have some experience there. But really, it's up for grabs right now, and it's not even into consider. Let's not speculate too much on it. Even it'd be good to dream, though.
What else can we do? We have nothing.
Yeah, no, we need a Ministry of Digital Affairs. You're right.
That's true. We'll have it. Maybe they'll give it to us anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, that'd be nice.
Zo zie je dat het Europese verhaal en eigenlijk het
European story is a success story.
Verspreidt naar de rest van Volt Europa.
Strange the way things work here, because once your party gets involved in the coalition, then you start getting ministries, and you find a tiny party with 2 ministries. Whereas in fact it would be better, certainly when we're facing the kind of problems we have now, to say, look, we'll look around and see who the best people are. We can take them on.
That's definitely true. It's such a difficult thing because being a minister it's quite unlike anything. You train to become a politician and then you have to become a minister. There's really the narratives of becoming that, especially from a smaller party, are it's a weird thing to do. Oh, look! Let's see.
Dat ik ooit een vriendje krijg.
Because there's also the NOS going on.
I'm surprised actually that there aren't more people even on this who are asking why aren't we fighting for opening of bars, etc. I mean, there are several issues which are affecting the Netherlands now. One of them is the fact that the bars are closed and that there's a curfew at 9 o'clock, which means we couldn't go out now if we wanted to anyway.
Exactly.
But it's certainly in terms of the employment in the catering, in the hospitality sector is really in dire straits now.
Yeah, it's
Here comes
quite
a film
heavy.
about the bestuur. I can give some translations for this if necessary. This is a film.
Oh, nice one.
Which is from the Dutch board.
The Dutch board movie coming
Want
up
dat
right
zijn
now
namelijk
then.
2 bestuursleden en dat zijn Jason en Lieping. En zij willen namens het bestuur van Volt Nederland alle leden bedanken. Dan gaan we nu eerst kijken naar de video.
So a video from Lieping and Jason. Dutch board members, and this is
No, this is just general video.
general
There's nothing
video
really said.
of the election campaign. With the Volt bikes, there's some Dutch culture growing strong. And the candidates, there you have Itai. Is there a link for live results? You have the NOS collections. I'll share this in the chat with you all, but it's in Dutch.
Zoetermeer.
There we go. Vote Volt.
Don't see us there at all.
All right.
Don't
There
seem to
is
be getting
a
anywhere in Soetermeer.
there is a new live result coming in,
Dus goed bij dat gemiddelde
and I will
stembureau
just
gemiddeld
slide
af
into
te
this one
kijken
for a
naar
bit.
de exit poll en naar wat Nederland stemt.
Ja, ik had even heel goed gekeken. Denk heel klein beetje in de plus, zeg ik speciaal omdat we naar Farid Azarkan gaan. Die staat bij Hendrik Willemhofs.
All right.
Ja, de
That
stemming is toch een
is
klein beetje
nothing
bedrukt
really
hierbij.
interesting. All right.
No, we didn't. In Soetermeer, we don't seem to have got any votes at all, which is not surprising. I don't think it's one of our strong places either.
And here we have Liping
In ieder
and
geval
Jason.
even alle vrijwilligers bedanken. We hebben net een
They are
kleine
giving a
presentatie
thank you
gezien
to all the
van
volunteers
de vele
working.
mensen die de afgelopen maanden zo hard gewerkt hebben aan de campagne en de jaren daarvoor zo hard gewerkt hebben aan Volt en alle lokale teams. Dus aan jullie allemaal enorm bedankt. Jullie harde werk heeft ervoor gezorgd dat we nu zetels hebben. Dus namens het bestuur, namens de hele organisatie, enorm bedankt.
En dat houdt niet op. De campagne ging als een trein. Maar er zijn ook mensen ondertussen al heel hard bezig geweest om vanavond voor jullie mogelijk te maken. Dus ik hoop dat jullie enorm aan het genieten zijn, ondanks dat het digitaal is. Maar dan wil ik ook even stilstaan bij al die mensen die dus vanavond nog keihard aan het werk zijn om deze hele livestream en het hele programma voor jullie mogelijk te maken. Dus dat is in het bijzonder Lisa, de host, die jullie door het hele programma heen loopt. Marieke, die hier de tijd in de gaten zit te houden.
They're thanking everyone working this
De
evening.
mannen van de techniek die hier zitten, maar ook de moderators die thuis jullie aan het begeleiden zijn met het programma. En ook het hele organisatorische team, dus daarvoor heel erg bedankt. En daar stopt het niet bij, want het zijn niet alleen Volters die ons vandaag hebben geholpen, maar ook...
Allereerst ook nog even Liping bedankt, want zij heeft namens het bestuur deze hele avond georganiseerd. Geen makkelijker wij met corona en
Looking
heel
very
weinig
professional.
mensen die aanwezig kunnen zijn en zo. Dus ook aan Liping heel veel bedankt.
Especially the carpet
Bedankt.
on the floor.
En ook aan degene die
It's
ons
beautiful.
deze ruimte ter beschikking stellen. Nee, Marjan, hartstikke bedankt, want nogmaals, niet makkelijk om met deze omstandigheden een event neer te zetten
Yes.
waar heel weinig mensen aanwezig zijn. Dus de mensen die ons
3.7%
helpen en René en Marjan
in
die
de
de ruimte
polls.
beschikbaar stellen. Heel erg bedankt daarvoor.
Ja, zeker. Het ziet er een stuk professioneler uit dan
polls.
een aantal jaar geleden. Dus
3.7% in de
niet alleen in het
polls.
zetelaantal groeien, maar ook zeker in de professionaliteit. En dat is heel erg mooi om te zien.
Ja.
En
3.7%
helaas
is a
konden
lot.
niet alle
Yeah, it really
bestuursleden
is.
hier
Thank you
aanwezig
so
zijn.
much, by the way, from the chat.
3.7 would be 5 seats at
Dan alleen
least.
Jason en
That
ik
would be
hier.
5 seats. That would
namens
be
Here's the
insane.
film with the
toevallige
video.
bestuur hebben wij toch een filmpje voor jullie opgenomen om nog een keer die
This is
waardering
the,
te laten blijken en jullie de hele organisatie, alle vrijwilligers die geholpen
first,
hebben, te bedanken voor het enorme succes.
We're writing history
dat
with
we
the
al
first
hebben
European
geboekt
Party in
op
National
afstand van de
Parliament.
uitslag.
Opinion polls are looking great, and that's all
gaan we
thanks to
volgens mij
you.
naar een mooi
As
filmpje.
Volt Board, who wants to thank you.
We're just starting.
We'd love to be
Okay.
together. Oh, sorry. Oh, you are.
Hoi Volter.
Yes, it's starting now.
I'm watching them both at once. Okay.
17 maart 2021.
I should be listening there then and not here.
Geschiedenis kan gaan schrijven. Door als eerste Europese partij in een nationaal
So it's
parlement
great to
te
be with
komen.
you on the 17th of March.
Peilingen gaan als een speer en dat hebben we
It's
aan
the
jullie
day
te
when
danken. We willen
Volt
jullie als bestuur
can write history by becoming the
ongelooflijk
first
bedanken
European
voor jullie
party
inzet de
in a
afgelopen
national
maanden.
parliament. Opinion polls are looking great, and that's thanks to you. As Volt Board, we want to thank you for your efforts in recent months.
historische verkiezingen.
We'd love to be together, to follow the exit polls with excitement and enthusiasm. These are historic elections, but we're pragmatic and
We
adapt.
zijn super trots met wat
And
we
we're
hebben
together
bereikt.
tonight, just as we ran a
campagne
unique
zat ongelooflijk
campaign
goed in
together.
elkaar en dat viel op. In zowel Nederland
We're really
als in het
proud
buitenland.
of what we
Een
achieved
van de
together.
succesfactoren was ons
The
steengoede
campaign was
beleidsprogramma, het
amazing.
verkiezingsprogramma, dat we met Volters over heel
And
Nederland hebben
people
gemaakt.
noticed that
Bedankt voor jullie
here and abroad.
Uiteraard dat je zo'n campagne niet
One of the successes was our excellent policy and election program that we put together with voters from all over the Netherlands. Thank you for that. You can't just create a campaign. It would have been impossible without our national teams. There's me in the background. From designers to social media, from PR to tech, from fundraising to events, and also interns and full-timers. This is the next level campaigning and a new generation in politics. And then there's the candidates. It was a grueling race. You keep going from debate to interview and social media. You've shown the Netherlands and Europe what politicians can be like. Friendly and honest, nuanced and focused on substance. We hope that as many of you as possible are elected tonight to represent Volt, the electors and Europe in the lower house. And this campaign has also showed what a grassroots movement can achieve. To all you Volters who worked for weeks, months, and even years, thank you. You brought this campaign alive by flyering, sticking up posters, welcoming members, and thanks to you, Volt is on the voting ballot papers throughout the country. You made this campaign unique. You are Volt. And of course, we're Volt. This is in English now. A European movement. I don't need to say
I'd
that.
like to thank all European voters for their support during these elections. This is not just an election for Volt Netherlands, this is an election for all voters in Europe.
Kortom, het was een geweldige campagne. Samen hebben we echt alles gegeven. En nu is het gewoon afwachten. Dus pak nog een drankje en laten we deze avond beleven zoals we de rest van de campagne beleefd hebben.
In other words, it was a wonderful campaign. We gave everything together, and now we have to wait. So have a drink and let's enjoy this evening like the rest. Unfortunately, we're not all together, but united in Europe as Volt.
Kind words. That's really cool. That's really awesome. Thank you so much for this translation, by the way, Martin. That's really amazing.
The subtitles are ready, but they've only used the Dutch subtitles on the screen.
Yeah, no, it is what it is, right? That's
We're fairly advanced, but we can't actually put up 2 different language subtitles on live stream yet. We'll get there next time.
no, but like next time we'll do it with our mental powers as well, right? That's what Elon
Now
Musk
we're about to see
promotes.
Marijke Koekoek, who's the number 4 on the list, with a good chance of getting in.
Yeah, it does sure sound like that because we had some really terrific news just now. According to the latest polls, there is a 3.6% voter share for Volt, which would be 5 seats. Now, mind you, this is still a very tentative result. It will swing a lot of times still. 3.8% in Roosendaal. Amazing. That is huge. That is wow. Like I want to do that meme right now and have some fireworks behind me, but
Let's all do a wow together.
yes. Can I see some hype here in the chat, please? Give me some hype. Give me some purple hearts.
Where's the latest poll? That's a very good question. We don't have much idea either, but 3.8% in a town like Roosendaal is quite something indeed.
Yes, it really is. Ah, there we go. That's some really cool stuff. A lot of hearts. Vamos. Thank you so much, people. This looks amazing. That's awesome. And Roosendaal is a very small city, town, right, in the southern parts of the Netherlands. And also a Christian...
You know that better than me. It's your country.
That's true.
I'm only an import. I'm an immigrant.
Well, that's true. Yeah, and I actually come from an area pretty close to there. And I think it's a Christian heartland. So having, well, almost 4% there is... that's insane, actually. These are very surprising results for all throughout, actually. I'm in awe. And I see so many
Let's
purple
hope.
hearts in the chat.
We can cling to hope that it will mean we get 5 seats at least.
Wow.
But who knows?
That would be amazing. And we have, what do we have here? Roosendaal. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that is the result. We have the Volt vote with, oh my goodness, it is really 3.8% in Roosendaal. That is insane. Wow.
The VVD is the biggest party there. Okay.
Yeah. That is
It
also...
can't be that Christian.
No. It's Gelderland. Well, fair enough. What can we do?
Thank you, Jugo. Or is that Wayugo?
Wayugo. That's cool. Shows how purple this chat can be. Bigger than the FVD as well. Yes. That is, that's my personal goal. Like my personal hope and goal that Volt will just beat FVD in that regard. But, you know, we'll see. That'd be so nice. Yeah, so there we have it. We have in the chat still Marika, the number 4, the party talking.
En dat we zo snel mogelijk van die Dublin-verordening afkomen. Hè? Van die regel dat je
no,
in het eerste land waar je aankomt, daar asiel moet aanvragen. Ja. En dat zijn dingen, daar heb je echt Europa voor nodig, dat we dat
Talking
samen
about a very
oplossen.
important
En op dit
topic,
moment hebben we echt een soort
immigrants
crisis
and
in
the
Europa
issue
en ook
of the
in Nederland,
Dublin
met hoe
decree.
we ook over vluchtelingen praten, hoe we erover denken. Daar moeten we zo snel mogelijk verandering in brengen.
Ja, nou, het zou natuurlijk geweldig zijn als je dat kan realiseren.
Changing
Ja,
the
zeker.
Dublin
Ik denk dat
decree
hier
so
ook dus
there will
wel
be
over
more
moeten
equal
praten, hè, want
representation
ik
with
ga plaatsmaken in de studio
hosting
voor een
immigrants
andere kandidaat.
fleeing the
Ja,
European
jullie gaan
borders.
samen verder praten. Dus ja, ik stop er nu even mee. Marieke neemt het over en we gaan even een wissel doen. Dus we gaan er heel snel even tussenuit.
I don't hear. Oh, maybe I should put it on. Oh.
All right, and we
Somebody's
have
got
a
any sound.
change of people going on. Common sense, and hadn't heard of Volt a month ago, voted for Volt today and became a member tonight. Appelmoes, I love your name and I love your demeanor. That's really cool. Thank you so much for joining Volt, and great stuff. I will send you all the link. It's in Dutch, but I do hope that the Google Translate feature or whatever translator tool you use might give you some extra insights here. It's an interactive map, and you see the colored areas of that map are the municipalities, and it is Roosendaal with 3.8%, and there are no real votes yet. There are 3 municipalities where all the votes are counted.
Hey, Ernst, leuk dat je
Zeker.
erbij bent.
Ja.
Leuk om jou ook even weer in persoon weer te zien.
5 seats. That means 5 seats as it stands right now, but mind you, this is a very tentative result because there are so many more municipalities to be counted, and we can't make anything out of this yet. Although I would definitely be optimistic and say amazing results.
Who do we have in Roosendaal? There must be somebody. Who's been campaigning in Roosendaal?
Ooh, I think that must be. It looks a bit like Thomas van der Meer, and I honestly don't.
Aha, I did see a lot of people voting for him. Indeed.
Yeah, right. I'm not sure about this actually. I might really be wrong here, but oh, who knows?
Want we hebben elkaar heel veel online gezien, maar eigenlijk.
Let's see. Okay, so now we have
Nederland en ja, dat maakt dat impact. Ja, wij hebben
Marieke en Ernst, the number 3 and 4.
Moet zeggen, of meegelift op het succes van Volt Duitsland onder andere, en Bulgarije en Italië.
Ja, en Duitsland gaat ook weer meeliften op ons. Hè. En ik ben heel benieuwd hoe dat de komende weken eigenlijk gaat landen ook in de Nederlandse politiek. En dat mensen
it's a piggybacking.
dat is niet een partij
Holland's been piggybacking on the results in Germany, and Germany is piggybacking on our results. And of course, we're now waiting for Bulgaria to take the lead. There's a lot of history to be made there. If indeed, I mean, they've been having a very hard time being thwarted by the government. Trying to stop them.
Het is altijd wel ergens in Europa verkiezingstijd.
Ja, precies. Ik zie dat we ook wat vragen binnenkijken. Zullen we daar een beetje mee gaan spelen? Dus,
questions, Q&A's.
Doet Volt aan voorkeurstemmen of staat er Volt?
Let's do the same thing actually. Are there questions here? I can make really bad jokes, but I won't because tonight is a very, very important night. I'm very serial, I mean it. But are there questions from the audience and in the chat here? People that want to know stuff, how Dutch politics works, what now? Anything goes. Give some bad jokes. That's what we are here for that late.
People are speechless there as well, like we are as well. Seeing there's not really much to be commenting on at the moment. We don't know anything until we get some more results in.
Yeah, that's true.
So Sancho Pancho is speechless. Okay.
Well, that's good to hear. And then we have given some bad jokes. Well, just look at me. Am I not enough of a joke for you? How was that one? Okay. The vote is being counted. We only have a projection of 3 seats. That's the big question. Projection is a polling estimate of people being polled during election day, and they are not representative right now due to a wide margin of error because the polls are less representative of the actual situation. So we will get
certainly when there's 37 parties and new
Yes.
ones, then there's no way you can actually keep up with, certainly with the kind of opinion polls tradition we have here. There's no way it can cope with this number of parties, and also with the fact that we have a very strange demographic. We're a lot of young people, and I very much doubt whether any of the opinion polls will be giving an accurate representation of what's really happening with Volt.
That's a good question. Yeah, it's a difficult one.
There are a few oldies like me, but there's a lot of young people.
That's what our appeal is. We have about 50% is older than or younger than 35, I believe, in the Netherlands, and I think that's all throughout Europe as well. Is there a threshold to the Dutch Parliament? No, there isn't. If you get one seat, you're in. So will Volt try
That means you have to get a
70,000 votes.
0.7% of the vote. I mean, if there's 150 seats, it means that each seat is about 0.7%
Yeah.
Of the total vote, which is about 70,000 votes.
That's true. Will Volt try to increase its recognition for the next election, seeing as only 50% new Volt's leaders in some polls? I think that's just something that will take time. I don't need... we will definitely increase our recognition, but it's just a matter of getting more into traditional media. Why does Volt only raise the minimum wage to 10% of raising instead of raising it to 14 euros? I do not have a proper answer to that, and we need to look that up, unless Martin has a proper answer
It's
to that.
also difficult. That people are saying, you know, that the left has imploded, but of course the VVD has been moving left.
Yeah.
It's been leaving the room on the right to the far right parties, and moving into the center ground, partly under the being pushed that way by D66. And we'll have to see how far D66 can carry on pushing, because certainly on the environment, the VVD is not a very good partner to have. But if D66 keeps up the pressure, then it should be possible to get some major advances towards the kind of solutions we need, because we really need to hurry up with climate change.
Yeah, and I mean, D66 is hard to deny at this point. We with so much of a difference with the number 3 and the PVV already kind of hinting at the fact that they won't go into parliament. That's what Wilders said, at least. Another question. Biggest challenge for campaigning as a European party in a national setting? Coordination. But I don't think that's a European problem, but it is a bit more exaggerated here. But coordination, definitely, especially during COVID, getting together. I can assume that's the same thing that you think of as well, Martin, or is there something more?
But on the issue of immigration, it is very complicated, because it would be better if we could, the more third aid you give to the third world, the less immigration would be the result, is one philosophy. But on the other hand, we need immigrants as well, because we're getting older and we need younger people, and they often come from poorer countries, because they're the kind of people needed to look after me as I grow old, being the old fart, yeah.
All right, another question. Hey, Mike and Martin. Volt getting seats is great news. What do you think of the rest of the results? I'm actually kind of sad that the left is... Okay. You already addressed that one. Yeah, my bad. I had one a long time ago. Agree, Volt stands for immigration also. How strong is the Green Party in the Netherlands? It used to be a lot stronger, but it really got terrible results just now. It's really...
They also, surprisingly, the Dutch television interviewing style is not particularly hard-hitting, but the Greens leader did get completely floored in an interview last week, because he was forced to defend biomass, which is, they seem to think that that's a green alternative, which it isn't really. And as long as they support using biomass as sort of trees and other sources in order to carry on using burning things in order to produce energy. I mean, we either need to use nuclear energy and wind energy and solar energy, but if you carry on burning things, that's not going to be good for the climate in any way. And the Greens somehow found themselves having to defend using biomass.
Yes, and I
was not
actually,
at all.
yeah, I'm sorry. It's time actually to move to the next time slot because it is 12:30 and we're already running late. I am sorry. Don't worry, we will address more questions later on. I really like this, but now we have two more speakers, and not just any speakers, but it is Joel and Mihaela. And with that, I would like to ask Rob to come into the chat. Hello, Rob, are you here?
I am here, yes.
Yes, perfect. And also Joel.
Hello, hi.
Hey, yeah.
Shall I turn my camera off?
Yes,
Hello,
please.
hello.
And
Hey,
hello,
folks.
there's Mihaela. All right, so I will just fix the screen properly in a bit. And there we go.
There we go. So, as kind of our little tradition now, while Mike is setting up the stream and
Yes.
putting our names out there, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes,
Maybe
also,
Mihaela?
give me a second. Martin, can you turn off your webcam, please? Awesome, thank you. All right, there we go. Please introduce yourself, yes.
Maybe Mihaela, do you want to start?
I can go first, why not?
Amazing.
My name is Mihaela. I am the treasurer of Volt Europa. I come from Eastern Europe, from Moldova/Romania. So I'm part of the Romanian chapter in Volt. I'm 27, based in London, working for a non-profit organization in London. And I joined Volt over 3 years ago now. So just being able to be part of this moment is a really big deal for me. Joel, take it away.
Right. Joel Böhme here, based in Sweden, grown up in Sweden, 24 years old, board member of Volt Europa on the European level, also active in the Swedish chapter, and joined Summer 2018, which feels like at least one lifetime ago. When everybody knew each other and before we even had a seat in the European Parliament, and I'm sure there's going to be a before and after today as well of when we went into Parliament. So thank you for having us, Mike.
Yeah, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have you. I'm just trying to fix your names real fast. We are really trying to go and change this, so there we go. But yeah, awesome. Let's transition you in here so we at least have your faces. But now we need to have Mihaela and Joel exported, and that's
Currently,
to go.
you're Alexander and Catherine. So
Yes.
while Mike is fixing the names, then so you are from the boards of Volt on the European level. Could you maybe tell us about like your perspective on the election? Like, how did you feel it? How did you see Volt grow in the past few months?
I think you mentioned it right before we joined the call, right, Mihaela? We were talking about the last summer, right?
We're dinosaurs in Volt. There's going to be so much reminiscing right now, so be ready for that.
Yeah, this is going to be a memory lane call.
Yeah,
Perfect.
absolutely. We already started with Joel just thinking about 6 months ago, 8 months ago, and well, there are a lot of things. First of all, we thought we would be on the streets both for the Dutch election, also for the Bulgarian election. That didn't happen. And I remember we were just thinking, like doing the math of the European elections. We were like, okay, we'll get one seat. We have to get one seat. Like we have to break in the Dutch Parliament. So everything that's happening right now, it's so insane. It's beyond what any of us could have dreamed of. And I'm extremely grateful. It's hard to describe. It just feels like all the work that has been done up until now, it's worth it, just for this big, incredible milestone.
No, but I think what we have to see it on is, because if you're asking what the European board's hot take is, it's this is proof that we're not a Euro bubble kind of club, right? We're not a Euro bubble thing. We're not a Brussels thing. We are a genuine pan-European community that has come together on local levels. We have, obviously, for those, if somebody here doesn't know it, we have local councillors and city councillors in Bulgaria, in Italy, in Germany. And these people are campaigning every day. Just last week, we got possibly between 15 and 20 more new people elected for Volt in Germany. Because we ran for elections in Hessen, in Rheinland-Pfalz, and in
with amazing
Baden-Württemberg.
results as well.
Absolutely ridiculous results. Like over 6, I think it was like over 6.5 in Darmstadt, for example.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. And now, right after this, we're moving into the Dutch Parliament, and it's just proof that it works. It's proof that we were onto something when we kicked this shit off. It's proof that we had an idea, and now it's coming to, it's genuinely coming to fruition. This isn't a joke anymore. This isn't a dream anymore. We're actually doing this.
No, we're
which
here.
is
It's starting.
terrifying. Which is terrifying, and now people will hold us accountable for being absolute clowns sometimes. But coming of age stories, right?
Well, actually, in the German election, one of your fellow board members got elected.
Yes. So enormous, big shout out to Eileen. Eileen O'Sullivan now in the City Council of Frankfurt am Main.
Yeah. So cool. That's really so cool. I think it's all launching now, isn't it?
Yep.
What do you think that means for us? Like we are really transitioning into a new phase, aren't we?
I was just thinking, kind of following the Dutch campaign, and there was a lot about this like EU elephant in the room that the parties don't seem to be wanting to talk about. And I think we as Volt have a lot to gain by daring to talk about it, and by daring to talk about the problems of the EU, and also how can the EU help at the national and local level. In terms of what it means, I think a lot of things I'm really looking forward, like in the short term, to the new talent, the new boost of members, of volunteers, of people who want to join our cause and make Volt stronger, because we absolutely need that. But overall, long term, I think this is the second milestone that we in Volt have had, the European elections being the first one. But with this election, Volt Netherlands is really just leading the way for the rest of the chapters, and especially for smaller chapters like the one that I'm coming from, or Joel in Romania. We just recently registered a party after a year of struggles with the local authorities. This is going to be kind of look what we can do, look at our potential, and hopefully pave the way so other chapters can grow as well.
I like the distinction that we're making now. That's the like a country becomes the local authorities. I think it's a very nice distinction that we have in Volt. But yeah, it's definitely amazing, because that's as you mentioned. Not only do we have the elections and we have a huge rise in members, but we also have more parties that are being recognized and are becoming official political parties, also recognized by the media, recognized by other political parties. It's really cool to see that rise. And I guess for you in the board, it means that you're changing your perspective, right? You're changing probably your plans or your vision of the future, or is that something that do you still have the same?
Well, the thing
goals,
is, we tend to be very positive on the board. We tend to be very optimistic. But the problem right now is that we can't really adjust our plan for reality, because this is way beyond what we dared hoped for, right? We planned to get elected. We were more or less certain that we were going to get in some way, some shape, some form. But these elections and certainly these exit polls are absolutely ridiculously good. And obviously we can't shout out the candidates enough. But this is on par for the plan, right? One country into another. The next elections are in Bulgaria in a month. And after Bulgaria, we will end up into the German Bundestag campaign. And it's just one campaign after the other. And even just in Germany, you talk about the Superwahljahr in general, just for Germany, because of all the regional elections that are. and this is just beyond for Volt. You know, this is just so much stronger for Volt because we're running in so many different countries. So this is the first victory of a planned glory run.
I mean, I expect nothing less now. Sorry, go ahead,
I
Michaela.
wanted to add, in a way, our plans will stay the same because we always wanted to bring Europe, close and kind of make that transition, make that connection, see how Europe can help with the European institutions and can help with the day-to-day problems, and how can we as everyday citizens can make Europe better. So in that way, our work and our focus won't change. But it will absolutely change the way we work. Definitely, it will be the same learning curve as we had when Damian got into the European Parliament. We had to figure out how do we work together, how do we coordinate, how do we take action together. So it will be the same type of learning curve, but a very pleasant one, if I might add.
We've, obviously I expect an absolute outcry of joy. Obviously, all the chats went absolutely wild with the first polling, and different parts of Volt all exploded. We had the country council where all the different national teams show up to coordinate and just share their successes and problems every second week, which is this institution in Volt that will always be part of all the political victories. And I expect a lot of conversations with all the country leads and a lot of conversations in the board. How do we use this the best? How do we make the most out of these seats? How do we cope with how do we leverage the now much larger scrutiny that we're going to have in the Netherlands, as we should have? We are now a very serious political player in the Dutch landscape, albeit a very young one. So there's going to be a lot of things to learn. I'm sorry,
yeah, I think with this milestone, Volt will transition. Volt will have to mature because, again, we will have to learn what it is, how it is to be in a party, to actually collaborate and get work done and, make progress. So it will be a lot of hands-on experience, and with that, Volt will mature as a movement and as a party.
I guess, and also I was thinking it brings so much more credibility and attention into the smaller chapters, smaller teams.
I have a funny story about that. So when Volt Romania was registered, we were picked up by all major news outlets, and obviously there was a lot of conversation going on. We had a spike in membership fee. There was even a Reddit thread that I was secretly stalking just to see the public opinion. And I found it so funny that two guys were texting, and one of them was like, well, I saw these Volt guys in Amsterdam, in 2019, they were begging for votes in the subway. And I find that so hilarious. First of all, just to see how our community organizing approach is being perceived by other chapters, but also it's about kind of that transition where we're not begging for votes anymore. We're transitioning into a new stage.
Yeah, and I there's just these kind of stories of how much this has helped us in this time around. So I think it was in Rheinland-Pfalz. But in one of the German regional elections, I read on Twitter that they had been campaigning for the German elections and ended up talking to a Dutch, a Dutchman on the street who told them, sorry, I can't vote. You don't need to campaign on me. And the street people from Volt pounced on that, like, no, actually you can vote for us. You can. You're Dutch, right? Yeah, good. You can vote for us in the Tweede Kamer elections, and they got, obviously what people tell you on the street is what people tell you on the street, but they did say that they checked, that they checked us out and they would vote for us. So they spent some extra time, and just the fact that you can spend extra time like that and it's not wasted is like, I have, again, going off on reminiscing anecdotes. I remember being in Sofia almost 2 years ago, and we were running in the local elections, and we won in the local elections all across the country, and you were marching down kind of the main streets of the Bulgarian capital. You're hundreds and hundreds of miles away from home, and you have legitimate stake in the elections, right? You have billboards with your friends in Bulgaria, and you've flown there from Sweden, right? And there's just this most amazing feeling where of just showing up in a place that you've never been to before, and you just know that the same thing you're doing in Sweden and the same thing that you see on Twitter people doing in the Netherlands and in Germany and so on and so forth, they're doing here, and we're doing it all together in Bulgaria. And now that I'm on that topic, massive shout out to the Bulgarian campaign. They've been protesting more or less every day for almost a year now, against corruption in the Bulgarian government, running on the Stand Up Bulgaria list. It's absolutely brilliant. So it's just the way that these campaigns spill over into each other, and how we as volunteers of this movement spill over into each other. It just proves we're right. There is a European people ready to campaign, right? And there's a European people ready to vote for us, and we will keep campaigning again and again and again and again until we win. And it sounds so corny to say it, but it's just the beginning.
Well,
but this is
I think that's true, because it's I think we talked about this a bit before, and that people are just done with the populist, deconstructive rhetoric that's been growing rampant and heckling all of Europe right now. And I think this is really something that people find in Volt as being something that's just the antithesis of it. And it's, I hear it so often, like, oh, you're a reason why I'm so excited, and you're all throughout Europe. It's beautiful.
I'm really happy to see that the Netherlands, like if you look at the preliminary results and how the new format of the parliament is looking, the pro-European voice is very strong. Like there is, D66, there will be Volt, and that's really good news. And it's kind of thinking how Volt started. Volt started as a response to the far right and the anti-EU kind of discourse, and now we're countering that. And it's like a full circle. It's really good to see that. And overall, I just wanted to say, back on the memory lane, like we were talking with Joel, and it just feels like this movement now is, has a life of its own. Like it's larger than anything we would have thought of. And that's the thing. Like every time, on an abstract level, it's like, yeah, we want Volt. We know how big Volt needs to get to for us to achieve the things we're set out to. But then every time it just feels like, wait, are we really that big? Have we really come that much? Is that possible? How much further can we go? And it's just an insane ride.
No, you're right. There's this hilarious imposter syndrome you have when you remember that when the entirety of the party could fit that basement, and here we are, and it's so difficult to get out of that mindset. It's so difficult to not feel like we're still a bunch of kids playing at politics in the basement,
I remember the first GA that I joined, and it was like this tiny room with 200 people in one bathroom. Because they were so poor, we couldn't afford anything better. So what I'm saying is very accurate, yeah.
I think from us, like it's I don't know actually for Mike, but I guess from my perspective, I joined a bit later, so I don't have that perspective of the Volt being like so tiny. I think I'm more like the second generation of Volters, that they joined after the European elections.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember everything we did was done on a last second basis. I remember the first thing I went to was the first thing I ever visited as a Volt member was a campaign training in Bulgaria, and I learned that it would happen like less than a week before it happened, and I had no clue what was going on. So I just called up the Bulgarian team and I'm like, hey, do you know any good hotels that kind of will go and rip me off, right? And they were like, no, it's too late. You're not going to find anything. But you can sleep in my office. You can sleep on the floor in my office. So I was staying on Lapner's office floor under his bench, like under his work desk. Because that's absolutely beautiful. That was brilliant.
That sounds amazing, actually.
No, but these.
Sorry.
You take it away, Mela. No, take it away.
One of the things I love the most about Volt is this sense of community. We were talking with a group of Volters earlier that one of the best things in Volt is that you can just get free lodging anywhere in Europe. So that's like want to lure you in. If you want to like get this benefit, come join Volt, and then you'll meet this group of amazing people, and you'll never want to leave.
Actually, I think that happened to someone in our team not too long ago. Someone who moved to Germany and who couldn't find anywhere, and he joined like Volt 2 weeks ago. He actually went to sleep at someone else's place.
No, I have you a better one. I think Volt Poland, the team can tell you more about this, but there was I think it was a Belgian Volter, I think, who was road tripping in the beautiful pre-Corona days through Poland, whose car broke down, who couldn't get help because they didn't speak Polish at all, and they managed to get help, fix it, get the car towed over to the to a station. I fixed the car because people from Volt showed up to fix it. And like the real lifesaver sometimes. I saw, by the way, not to pivot the conversation,
I love that.
directly.
That's beautiful. That's pan-European on the ground, like street Volt.
It is.
Yeah, I love that.
By the way, do we have any questions from chat or anything?
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say we do have a few questions for you from the chat. So one question from Tiny Owl being, how can we best get involved in the in policies and in program discussions?
In policies, actually, what you do is if you join Volt, we have a very well established process on how members can kind of feed into the policy generation. We crowdsource as much as we can. So what you do is you go on Workplace, our European platform that we use, and you reach out to the right people. You can always text you can text me, Hela, or you just check the info boards and the channels there, and there are direct pointers to start your own initiatives and just launch policy ideas for yourself. And if you just follow a couple of steps as written on Workplace, you can draft policies and put them up to General Assembly full membership votes. And if you have good ideas, the movement will listen. And if you can convince the movement, then you will drive the movement forward yourself with the community. So the barrier of entry to getting involved is really simple. Get on Workplace, get involved in the party, get to know the people, and you're set for greatness.
There is no barrier of entry, I would say.
There is no barrier of entry. You can just start. And then you need to get a bunch of signatures to get it on the vote, just as a quality check. And in a month, we're going to have the next vote around, and there's like 15 member proposals of different sizes, of just regular members in the party who have good ideas, who've pitched them to the party, who are going to be voted upon. And we have dozens more in the works.
That's also really important. Go ahead.
I'll go next.
Take it away.
Say that it's important for us to build this model of participatory democracy as much as possible. So that's why we created this process. And the process is obviously there. We want multiple people to get involved. Like Joel said, we want a quality check. We want countries to be aligned. So that's why we have this process of different stages. But yes, technically, anybody involved can come up with a proposal. If you're really passionate about something, if you see something in your community that you want fixed, then you can absolutely be the part of the solution involved.
Actually, if I can say, like, one thing that I always found so amazing is also that you can come up with some very precise topics, and usually, for example, you have very large, some parties offering like very large health policies that often neglect some aspects. So, for example, nurses or midwives' perspective are often neglected because nurses and midwives are not participating so much into the policy making. And that's what I personally really like about that way of making the policy, is that if someone is interested in that aspect and they actually want that to become a reality, they can just offer it and debate about it, and it will become a reality eventually.
Yeah,
there is no barrier of entry.
We do offer resources. We do offer like expert opinions and people to support. So all of these things you'll find internally to help with your policy.
And also for all the Volt internal members, it's really look at those policy proposals in the next cycle. They are very cool as well. And just take a look, and it's really easy to get involved. You really do make a difference, don't you?
You do. And by the way, to whoever's running the Twitch account, For those of you who think that Volt is just almost good enough for you to vote for, and if you have like 1 or 2 pet peeves that you'd like to change, then could the mod team please drop the Volto Team / join link? So join up, become a member, and fix the problem yourself.
That will be coming
Yeah.
up.
Exactly. I think that's the best way to. If there's something that's some detail that you do not like, the best thing is to literally come and debate about it and change it, convince people and change it.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
amazing.
And that's
I
what
see.
both internally and externally. Instead of leaving the EU, let's change it. If something you don't like in the party, change it. It's a living organism, and the party is meant to serve the people all the time.
Like,
We are our members. We are our members at the very end, so.
Yeah,
we
and
do
there-
have another question from the chats that we could take maybe.
Oh, take it away. Take it away.
So okay, I read the first name. I'm very sorry, I'm not gonna read that name. So being a pan-European party, how will you handle internal conflict when it arises? So difference in local politics not being compatible with European ideas of vote.
Obligatory country council shout out. Which half of voters will laugh at and half of voters will throw pies at me. Mihaela, do you want to answer this question first?
How to answer this question? I can give the basic general. We try to find compromise, which is maybe not an original answer, but it's a very real thing that we go through every time there's disagreements.
Yeah.
Because there's no magic answer. There is no process or anything. You just deal with issues as they go. That's how we've been dealing up until now, and I really hope that that's what we'll do going forward. And a point to bring to that, I think the spirit of community that we've just been talking about, I think that largely helps a lot to build bridges, to get over conflicts, and to allow ourselves to make mistakes and grow and kind of know each other. Even if we are from different countries, we know each other well enough to know that we have the best interest of the party.
Yeah, and I can
just
take
before Joel starts, I just want to precise the country council then is an internal vote process where all the heads of the countries meet and they debate on political issues.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So I was actually going to go in that direction, Robin, so it's good that you clarify it. I think what we have tried to do is to set up, to prepare for the kind of problems that you will face. There will be problems. There will be times where different, different national teams tend in one way or another, but the same things can go for any party, Volt, just the same way that Volt in Germany might sometimes tend one way, in general over Volt, as opposed to Volt France or Sweden or whatever, you have that in any party. The Christian Democrats of Hessen are not the Christian Democrats of Thüringen, and the Liberal Party is not the same in Bucharest as they are in Transylvania, right? So you always have internal debate. You always any sort of party worth its democratic salt has a lot of internal life and a lot of it. No, it's not bad. It's really not bad. And you need to figure out all the time what's a local issue, and what something is that you really have to align on. And for that, we have, it sounds so unsexy to talk about structure, but we have it prepared. We have the country council where all the country leads show up, and if we need to plow through a night or 3 nights to hammer out something on that, what's our position on something, right? We'll do that. If it needs a stern hand from the board to just lead the way, the European board will do that. If it needs to be spoken about for 3 months and then we'll see what we say, then we do that. This comes up in election campaigns. It's come up throughout the campaign. We see the need to continuously just keep each other in the loop and to make sure that we stay on the same page and just make sure that everybody keeps each other updated. And that we dare ask questions internally to make sure that we don't just move ahead. And if we do move ahead, and if there does arise a situation where we need to handle a conflict, well, then we do that and we do it together. And to that extent, I think it's very important to mention, just flag back to what Mihaela said, is we've built a sense of community involved that is beyond what a regular party is. You know, a lot of people in Volt say that they haven't been part of a party before, that, you know, this feels different, right? And it's something new. I have been a member of a party before. I was active in 8 years and just hated it more and more and more and more and more. And I can tell you, this is genuinely different. And the sense of community that we have in this group across the different faction lines or across the different groups or countries where we have different ideas and different, you know, different ideas on what Volt should say and think. We're so aligned anyway, both as human beings, and there is such an enormous majority of things where we do agree that we figure our way out.
That's really cool. That's we will get there. Ultimately, it really boils down to keep talking and keep the lines open. There is, of course, Volt is pan-European, and that goes with that transcends all borders. So what you see is that every level within Volt, regional, national, European, has its own internal dynamics, but also the cross the dynamics across these levels are getting stronger by every minute, day maybe, and that's really a sight to see, because that's something unprecedented now, is it?
I mean, it's, yeah, and I mean, it's like this, right? Volt Bulgaria says something, and we'd like to know what. Volt in the Netherlands or Germany says something, and we'd like to know what happened there. You know, the thing is, we're not a corporate entity. We're all, you know, we know each other. Yeah. We've been through this. You know, Laurens, who's now the list tracker, who just got elected into the Dutch Parliament for us. You know, he was there in the basement when it all started, you know, in the small little rooms where we'd have one bathroom, and it was kind of a social club, and everybody went and got a beer and talked about politics, and it was and kind of just, let's make a party happen sometime in the future, you know. When people were back there, you know, connections are, you know, bonds are made that just don't disappear. So we're in this together, and that's something genuine that I think will stay in the party, and something that we should make sure stays.
I think that culture is amazing, and will be is one of the core strengths, in my opinion.
It is. It really is.
Well, yeah. We are getting some more results, I see in the chat.
Yes.
Tell me.
So I can already. There are a lot of Limburg party or municipalities right now getting results, and those are not our heartland, and we are getting 2 seats there. So even in the places where we are not well represented at all, terribly even, we are getting amazing results where we would most municipalities will get 2 seats according to the percentages there. So that is amazing. That's quite a sight to behold.
And with that, I just wanna say something that happened in the Dutch elections during the campaign. When we had this article from a Dutch journalist that came out named "I will vote for Volt," and the whole article was explaining why. That article really hit home, I think, for me and for a lot of people, because it literally said that, you know, I'm not voting for what Volt is now, but I'm voting for what it can become. And that is so powerful and strong. And this is why this couple of seats, they're not just a couple of seats. This is an amazing new movement that's taken over Europe, that has the potential to change Europe altogether.
Definitely. It's go ahead.
And I have dropped the link for that, by the way. I've dropped the link for that article in the Twitch chat. I'm Volt Böhme. So check it out, run with your translator. It's an absolutely brilliant piece.
It's sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it rhymes. The funny thing is, it rhymes pretty well with the piece that you put out in Romania, Mihaela, right? So for those of you who don't know, in the Romanian elections, and correct me if I'm wrong right now, a new far-right party kind of cropped up out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, so the anti-EU nationalistic trend has come, the wind from the west has gone to the west, to the east. And now in Romania, we have a new party, a new nationalist and anti-EU party, very conservative, religious, and all of that.
They're wild. They're absolutely wild.
They're absolutely wild, and they're also quite dangerous because literally nobody knew about this party until they got elected, and they got from the get-go 8%. That's an amazing result for any new party.
Yeah.
Right. Right. And
we wrote an article about that. And I remember the conversation we had, Joel, about that, which what you said was so insightful for me. We were kind of discussing, theorizing, and I remember you saying that the politics today is not just left and right, but it's also vertical. It's nationalist and European.
Yes.
And where there's nationalist trends, they will be pro-European. More Europe will follow, as the article was. We named it, but the counterforce, the pro-European counterforce, will be stronger then.
Let me find the article. Let me find the article for the chat. For people who want to read it, there you go.
Yes. So there's also with this European thing, it's a from a political science perspective. This is Volt is extremely interesting because it is the first real. It looks like one of the first real solutions to the populist wave that has been going strong for so many years. Just what the thing is that happens is that the left just hasn't been able to respond that properly to populists yet because they just kept on going behind the waves, and now we have something like Volt is really its organizational setup, its pan-European strength. It's just amazing, and it's being picked up all over. It's also something Rob Wijnberg, the person writing the Dutch how's it called, endorsement article that Joel just sent, notes, and it's being picked up everywhere, that it's a constructive force. It's a sight to behold. It's beautiful.
No, and I think what the article, the Dutch article, managed to pinpoint, sometimes it's an argument that Volt tends to veer into, but he phrased it, because he's a very good writer, he phrased it better than most of us do when we try to sell it out, which is what he said, which is exactly the thing that we have.
Get him as a cost consultant, huh?
Right, I mean, he's doing it pro bono, just as a regular voter right now, and I mean, big shout out to an amazing piece. So.
Thank you, purple hearts
I know,
all
right?
around.
Purple hearts in the chat.
Yes,
but,
let's sow some purple hearts.
Come on, show some purple hearts in the chat. This isn't a real Twitch stream, and unless we get we try to get the chat to send stupid emotes. So
yes,
we need our own Volt emotes.
Yeah, we do.
Come on, Poggers is basic. We need some proper Volt. I want the proper Volt emotes for the next time we're on here.
But I mean, if we're proning for more digitalization of administration, we at least need that.
I mean, that's the least we
can do. See the hearts coming in. Good night, Robnoff. Good to have you here.
Yes, thank you so much.
Also, hi, Isaac. Good to see some Swedish love here. I think, look, I think what the point that you have to end on, as Mihaela said, is that don't just vote for Volt because we're cool now, or because we've saved Europe because you vote for us today. Vote for us to start something now. Vote for us for what we will be in the future. And you need to start somewhere. And these elections aren't the ones where we save the world, but they're the first time we get a chance. They're the first time They're the first time we get a shot at it.
Also,
and can I just stress that we need the shot. So give us the shot to show us what we can do.
And if there are things that you don't agree with, then please, by all means, just get into that policy cycle. We're here, we're open, and the more the merrier in that regard.
By the way, we're getting questions. We're getting questions in the chat. Can we get people could please? Can we drop the Discord link? Can the admins, can the mods drop the Discord link? We do have our own Discord server, and it is actually one of the biggest political Discord servers. on the platform. So get on there.
And I want to remind also that we're actually every week on Saturday we are also on Twitch discussing about our policies. So don't miss those events either.
Every Saturday and 8:30. And thank you so much, Makas, for joining. That's awesome. Welcome.
It's amazing.
And I have a question here from Kilo Delta 2. I read an interesting comment on Reddit today that stated that the left should try to communicate the fact that progressive left views aren't bad for most companies. This is a pretty common view in the Netherlands. How are you going to communicate that? So that's a difficult context-specific question, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think I can give it a crack. I think I can give it a shot. Look, this entire idea of, again, as we discussed earlier, left wing and right wing isn't the only dynamic anymore. If you look at Volt's policies, Volt is not Volt is a social party in many ways. Yes, welcome. We want to welcome refugees, take care of the weakest of society. Sure, we do. It's crucial that society is humane and is social, but at the same time, because of our very strong and credible profile on these issues, people tend to pretend that we don't have pro-entrepreneur policies, pro-startup policies, cutting useless bureaucratization, cutting useless regulation, cutting useless bureaucracy and red tape, building a startup environment across this continent that is conducive to making, to restarting a new European economic renaissance, right?
Yeah.
And it does politics a disservice to just take those policies where we are very social and clump us up together with other policies and just run with a general vibe of what people think progressive should be about. So I think it's about answering the question head on, taking it seriously, taking the worries seriously from small and medium-sized enterprises who want to vote for something transnational, but who are worried about their companies and livelihoods. You take the question seriously, you answer them, and you sit down and you present your vision.
I want to add to this because there's something really interesting that Fons said earlier this night about farmers not being taken seriously by left progressive parties. Whereas Volt actually does so much as well, and that's something he's really finding support for with a lot of people in the rural communities because of the fact that Volt does make sense and is approachable to listen rather than just saying cut the amount of cattle you have in half. We are a bit more sensible in that regard.
Also,
again in the same
one Tiny Owl, good to see you. Talk to you soon. Much love. Thank you for showing up and being active in the chat. Also, Mihaela, were you about to say something?
I just wanted to make a point that what's really interesting about Volt is that if you look across chapters, there will be countries where Volt is perceived as center right. There will be countries where Volt is perceived as central left. And what we like to say is, we're doing something right if people just can't put you in a box. That's what Volt is at the moment.
Right, exactly. If both the communists and the Nazis call you neoliberal, you've probably hit the right spot.
Exactly, but I think from what Font was saying earlier, also I think it's very much what we've been hammering on tonight. That it's not just about, especially when you're talking about left wing politics or more socialist policies. It's not just about bringing on a problem or complaining or denouncing, but actually thinking about new solutions. And I think that's what might have deserved some left-wing parties, or probably mostly focused on either denouncing or focusing on problems and not actually thinking about bringing concrete solution. At least that's what Fons talked about.
I think, some people might look at us and be like, we're too good to be true and we're never going to be able to do that. But, I find this approach very realist. I mean, every average person, I want to maybe start a business, but at the same time, I do care about the environment and I do care about women's rights or whatever. It doesn't have to be either or. I think that's the mistake. We can't do both.
Okay. Right, and when talking, and as well as talking about the whole point about the left wing, I think, and going to Bol, right? I think it's easy to be very focused on the negative, and it genuinely is very easy, and it's very easy to produce 5,000 pages, discussing how you want to upend capitalism and the evils of wage slavery, right? Producing 1,500 pages of policy isn't difficult. What's difficult is creating 100 pages of an electoral program, or 5 seconds of talking to a voter to make sure that they don't think you're crazy. That's the difficult part, and it doesn't matter if you write 1,500 pages about why capitalism is evil, if you can't put your hands to work, and if you can't if you can't solve the actual problems that people see on the streets. And guess what? People's problems on the streets won't conform to any ideology, right wing, left wing, up or down. So to some extent, it's about taking a step back from your own glorious vision and listening to people and doing politics bottom up and actually listening to what the problems are first.
Yeah, I think the vote is about we use this neither left nor right or whatever, but I think that's really because we listen to the people. We want to really provide solutions and not just fall under.
So it's listen first, then shout.
I would say I would go even more than that, because it's not just listen to the people, because it's literally the people coming and making the policies
that's
themselves.
True.
Yeah,
you make a good point there.
But I like your comments though, Mihala, and saying like it's funny how if you think about the left wing traditional vision of politics, you have to like, okay, I want to be an entrepreneur, but I also care about migrants. So what am I supposed to do? And you don't know what to vote. And
well, I can tell you what the effect of that is. Not to campaign negatively, because I know the Dutch team has made a very genuine effort to be presidential and mature and very positive. So what I will say on the topic of people who clearly care about the environment and refugees, but want a centrist option, all I can say is my genuine, heartfelt and loving condolences to GroenLinks.
Yes, it is. The results are nothing but stunning overall. That's really a thing. So D66 has basically eaten away the left voting base completely.
I mean, that's not fair to us. We have done that with them.
We have done that with them, and we have done a tremendous job at that. But it is really insane to see how basically every old and established political party, aside from 3 parties, have lost. Basically, it's really insane.
A very interesting dynamic is that Volt didn't take the votes from D66.
Yeah.
There wasn't a pie that had to be split. The pie is bigger.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
the idea behind it is that people are really turning into this option as a real solution for their problems. And that's the really cool thing that's happening.
And Kilo Delta 2, and yes, the fact that D66 got out bigger than PVV is beautiful. And also to add to that, I saw the infamous Belgian hotshot politician Guy Verhofstadt show up on Twitter this time and congratulate his Renew or ALDE partner party in D66. And he decided to say, well, it's amazing that the most pro-European party, D66, and also with Volt, the really big and larger than all the nationalists together. And I mean, it's so. What can I say? So I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead. I'll go next.
No. Take it away. Take it away.
I was gonna say, if we go down to memory lane, Guy Verhofstadt was actually one of the first big shark, so to speak, to notice Volt, to ever notice Volt. And it's so interesting to see how his public discourse around Volt has changed throughout the years.
It's lovely to see, and now he's signing articles with Damian in international media. So, can't beat us, join us. But with that said, I mean, it's lovely, when even the oldest of the old guard of the Federalists see that we're serious shit, how can we fail?
I remember the first time he shared one of our fundraising campaigns. That was back then for me, that was a milestone. I was like, oh my gosh, somebody noticed us.
That's
Look,
that's really that's always amazing when you start to get noticed also by Hotshot. Yeah.
And also to answer IHOP, of course, Volt Belgium is amazing. Volt Belgium is the strongest chapter of Volt Europa, and I can only say good things about Volt Belgium. So big hearts in the chat for Volt Belgium.
Definitely. And with that, I think we're going to slowly round up this chat, I'm afraid. Thank you so much for being here. It was really amazing to have you over. And so this is Mihaela and Joel from the European board coming over, talking about Volt, and just good vibes all around. Thank you so much.
And I'm very sorry for
Thank you
that
so much for
for
having us.
Mihaela, but all new members who join thanks to this stream, you'll have to send them a message.
Yes.
Thanks, guys. It's been really fun. And yeah, let's go tomorrow to amazing news.
Woo!
Yeah, we will.
Thank you very
Definitely.
much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Goodbye, people. Kilo Delta, everybody. Bogdan, all of you, lovely to have you all. Talk to you soon.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. And there we go. All right, people. Robin and I need a very little break. We'll be back really soon. And for now, please enjoy Bossa Nova. And afterwards, we have a very special quiz. So please stay tuned. We'll be back ASAP.
Yes. Please don't leave us. There'll be an opportunity to win some Volt merchandise.
Yes, you will wear Volt swag. It's amazing. All right. See you back in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
theme
And we're
tunes.
back.
And there we are. It's Robin, and it is royalty-free music. And there we are again. Join the Volta celebration. You can find the link on Workplace. Thank you so much, IHOP. And
Thank
with
you very much.
this, we are ready to go. And Martin had an amazing update just now. Martin, can you do the honors?
Yeah, we're getting closer to Amsterdam, but it's still small towns. But we got 3.9% in Oude Amstel, which is an outer suburb of Amsterdam, between Amsterdam and Utrecht. So these are getting more interesting. Although you see in the Bible Belt, we're getting under 1%, just a couple of small areas. But in general, I still think there's room for some improvement in the number of seats, but we'll have to see.
I think we're set to go. You know, the Bible Belt was never going to be our strong suit, of course. Limburg.
I was surprised because I was doing some analysis when you were talking and looking around. I remember when we were getting signatures, because we had to get signatures. It took me 2 days in Amsterdam to get the 30 signatures we needed. But other areas, Limburg and Flevoland and Friesland were quite difficult. And we see Limburg is fairly disastrous for Volt. Despite I know some Volters, we do know some Volters in Limburg, but it's somehow we don't seem to have really made an impression there. And it's similar to so I'm expecting Friesland and Flevoland also to be disappointing, but I think I'm really intrigued as to what will happen in Amsterdam. But it's going to be quite a while before we find out. I doubt we'll know anything this evening.
It's probably going to take quite some time yet before we get proper news.
It's also very difficult because a lot of the counting, that was something I was just watching on television. Normally the counting is done on the spot or in small polling stations, but these are too small. Under COVID regulations to allow the counting. So they've got these huge sort of hangars in Rotterdam, huge hangar or exhibition space which is being used. It doesn't help, of course, that the voting paper is so enormously huge.
It is
I mean,
insanely big.
It's one way of getting people at a distance from each other because the bloody piece of paper is huge.
It's really true.
That is,
have you seen that thing? It's a double printed A2 paper. It's insane.
Actually, I never saw that in the Netherlands. I know how you did it in France, but I never saw it in the Netherlands.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But yeah, so a bit of context here because I saw some people asking SGP, what is that? So the Dutch political setup is really like this. You have the Randstad with the urbanized regions. Those are the regions which are usually a lot more progressive. Then you have the Christian heartland and the peripheral areas where normally the Christian parties are pretty big. The not super conservative Christians, but the regularly conservative ones. And as of late, the alt-right and the far-right parties are gaining a foothold there, which is what we're seeing right now with PVV winning in Limburg, which is not a surprise because Geert Wilders, the leader of the PVV, is from Limburg, and Limburg is just really far right at the moment. Then you have the Bible Belt, which is another whole other thing as well, where you have the SGP, who is not getting any votes outside of the Bible Belt, but the Bible Belt is enough for them to gain 3 seats consistently for almost 120 years now, I believe. So there we go. They are the most stable party ever. They will always get 3 seats, and that hasn't been changed for many years now. And with that, I think it's just waiting on the bigger cities, and I think Friesland might surprise us. It might not. Hopefully we can get there. And let's start with a quiz, Robin, because you have managed to muster up quite a cool one I saw already, and I'm very excited to share it.
I have worked on a quiz, and I think we can already launch it. I will try to do so from here.
Yes.
Right, if everybody is ready, be careful because the more you wait to answer, the more points you lose. Before we start the quiz, just want to say that whoever wins this quiz can send us a message, or we can talk, and you'll be able to choose in between a Vault t-shirt or a mug. So that's pretty cool. And good luck to everyone. All right. To view the... All right, so sending rules to to players. Do we have a feedback? Is the quiz working?
Is the quiz working? Let's see. People, are you looking at the quiz? Is there someone involved? Ooh.
So here we have our first question. So when was Vault founded?
Doesn't work for Zitronenwald.
Damn it. I can see it on the...
Oh, now it works though.
Now it works. Amazing.
Awesome. So I will just provide a live commentary. Vault was founded in 1900.
In 1900s?
Yes.
I thought it was in 1989. After our great leader Ryan here was born.
Right, that's true. It was it's a coming of age story actually.
Alright, so it was obviously 2017. We did not fool anyone with this one.
Nope.
But don't worry, it was just to get started. Alright.
And then
next question. Alright. Do you get the next question?
yeah, I think they do.
Perfect.
Oh, Martin, if you don't mind, I will just mute you for a bit. There we go.
Laurent Stassen.
Yes.
Yes. Alright, most of you got it right. Not everyone got it right, but most of you got it right.
Nice one.
And
It's only
now
smooth
we
sailing.
have next question. So in which other country is Vault running in national elections this year? Will be Poland, Monaco, Germany, or France?
I am missing Canada here. I was going for
Canada?
Canada.
Actually, we are also might be running in Canada.
Why aren't we?
For I think the Canadian chapter is actually pretty small at the moment.
Yes, that's true. But I mean, you saw what happened in the Netherlands.
Exactly. Waiting for players. Is it working for everyone? I see some comments on people saying it does not work. Alright, most of you got it right. Not everyone got it right, but most of you got it right. No, we're not running in Monaco. Not yet. Alright, fourth question then. How many new members joined Vault Netherlands during the campaign? Roughly, it's a rough estimate, obviously. How many members joined Vault during the campaign?
What do you mean here, Robin? Do you mean in actual register or in heart, in spirit? Because if that's the case, I do not see enough.
Well, there is more than 5,000. That is a
That's true.
Very broad estimate.
That's true. but I would say 1 million at least. Volt in spirit.
Volt in spirit. So I think those were pretty broad estimates, with also some members joining us from elsewhere, and we have actually a lot of different answers.
But it is more than 5,000, and with that, Volt Netherlands is the biggest chapter at the moment.
Is it? Actually, I didn't know that.
By a margin.
So question number 5, what was featured as Volt's first priority in the election manifesto? So more tax havens in Europe, making Dutch cheese officially better than French cheese, asking UNESCO to recognize Grootwater as World Heritage, or solutions for climate and migration crisis.
It was never in doubt though, so I am a bit wondering why you are putting the cheese question in there, Robin.
Well, being French, let's agree to disagree. Should we bring that up to the country council?
I think we should really escalate this to the country council. Let's end this dispute.
Asking UNESCO to recognize Grootwater as World Heritage got at least 2 votes. To be fair, Grootwafels are super good.
They are. It's one of the few Dutch really good things.
I think when I moved in,
Yeah, go ahead.
when I moved to the Netherlands to go and study, I discovered the Grootwafels and I became like in love instantly.
It's a beautiful thing, if nothing else. I know, right, Bogdan? It is very soothing.
All right. Question 6. In which capital will Volt be running in 2021? Will it be in Madrid, Lisbon, Paris, or Ankara? That was a pretty recent revelation on Twitter. If so, only the real followers should know this one. All right, let's see how you answered. Running for mayor, yeah. So let's see how you answered. Hey, this one actually we got the first tiebreaker, I think.
Nice one. And the right one, Madrid, is wrong though.
No, we are not running in Madrid, or not officially yet. Actually, I don't know. We don't have any news on that side for a moment. Although we are running in Lisbon, and that is definitely sure. It was announced on Twitter that Tiago de Matos Gomez will be running for mayor in Lisbon.
Yeah, but 10 Sad Philosopher said we're running in Madrid. We're in Madrid running for the regional elections, though.
Yeah, it's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
this is true.
Awesome.
The next question: what was featured as Volt's second priority in the election manifesto? So, flying the EU institutions to Utrecht, the rebirth of the Dutch Empire, better cultural ties with Japan, or a new vision for economy? I should have made those ones more difficult.
I mean, there's something to say for better cultural ties with Japan.
Indeed.
And the rebirth of the Dutch Empire. Well, I won't comment on that one. I think it's a bad. I think it's a bad idea. I can say this as a Dutch person. Let's not get back into. Let's not go back.
I see someone commenting Volt Snippen. That would be amazing. Actually,
make my day.
And the Dutch Empire had pretty good relations with Japan. Ironically, I think at some point when Japan was completely closed and did not allow any other culture to come. Like only the Dutch were allowed to.
They even had their own. They even had their own island called. I forgot the name. well, never mind. They had their own trading island, and it was literally the only thing that they were allowed to be on. It was
Super
really
crazy.
We need the VOC. No, we do not need the VOC mentality back, Nelson Daly. We need European spirit.
All right, and for the next question, what was the highest number of new member Vault Netherlands got in a single day? Was it 299, 12, 252, or 198?
Also, we got a question.
959. Yeah.
Dejima. It was Dejima. Yes,
Ah,
that's
Dejima.
the word. That's true. Thank you so much, Louis Gillimet.
Someone who has more culture than we do. Which is probably not that hard.
Man of culture.
Alright, to reveal answer, and yes, it was 299.
Actually, this one is
Yeah.
wrong.
Oh, this one is wrong. I
was
used
higher.
the stats. I used the stats that were that I saw on Workplace. So tell us.
Yeah. I'm looking it up as we speak because our prolific Marco Kinkel has made a new membership report which specifically made for today.
Oh, okay, then I missed this one.
I want
Sorry, my quiz was based on old data.
Yes, and with stuff going on as fast as we do, our actual highest amount of
299
people-
just sounds so unlikely.
Oh, it is actually, well, it's a mixed bag because you have 294 members joining, or 364 people joining.
364. That's
364.
amazing.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah, 364 applicants in one day.
That's just saying like how fast it's going.
That's insane.
All right. So in which other capital will Vault be running this year? There's a typo in the question. Please do not mind that. So it'll be Dublin, Rome, Ashgabat, or London.
London, baby.
London, baby. Can we say that's London calling? All right, let's see. Yeah.
I'm feeling this this vibe a lot. I think Bogdan is right. Could listen to this music for a long time. Anyway, the results.
Reveal the results. So it is London. It was announced, and I checked it. The Rome elections will be in 2023. Next Rome elections. A warm salute from Lisbon. A warm salute from Brussels back.
Yes, and
So the
from
next
Amsterdam
question
as
is
well.
next and last question. Who are the co-presidents of Volt? It's Macron and Merkel, Joel and Mihaela, who are with us on the stream tonight, Lucifer and Damien, or Rainier and Valerie. I somehow like can't wait that at some point there will not be, there will be like Macron and Merkel, so they will not be
Yes.
referred to as Rainier and Valerie, but Van Lanschot and Stunberg.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a matter of time, you know.
And yes, we did not fool you with this one.
Ooh, but there were a few people that were confused. Macron and
Although
Merkel.
maybe, yeah, Macron and Merkel, yeah.
Enia?
Volt would have so much more money. And the number one is
wow.
Guy Marais.
Guimarães, amazing.
Thank you very much, Guy Marais.
So
And
he is from the data
Hi,
analytics
Shi.
team, and he is going to make a nuclear fusion happen for Volt.
Amazing.
Yes, I know, right?
Cool.
But thank you so much for participating. That was cool. I
Very
love
much.
this. Thank you so much
And-
also for making it, Robin. It was cool.
No, it was actually really fun to do, and Guy Marais will be very happy to send you then whatever you want. We'll contact you and check what you prefer. If it's a t-shirt, if it's a mug, if it's whatever you want, and we'll be sure to send it to you.
Yes. Amazing. What is the actual result of seats? We don't
Yes,
know yet,
because-
Sasha.
What is the actual interesting quiz of tonight?
Let's see what the results are showing, because I have a live
Alright.
stream right next to me. Two
I
actually.
will send you. Gosh, where am I doing?
Oof.
There you go.
And yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I linked in there the link to see the live results.
Yeah. And we have an explanation right now as to where all the votes are going for the different parties. Given with that, maybe it's nice to have Martin do another update.
Yes.
So,
Here I am.
Martin, there you are. Let's see. Let's do a three.
Rocking like a hurricane.
It's getting more interesting because there are some
Can you,
slightly larger
sorry.
towns like Hilversum and Alkmaar with even up to nearly 4% in Hilversum. So it's looking quite interesting. But I still have the feeling that things could change when we start getting results from Rotterdam, Amsterdam, Utrecht.
Okay.
They have a hell of a lot of votes. I mean, the places we're getting to see so far have been tiny hamlets and small towns. And if you look, and the further you are from Amsterdam, the less votes we get. If you get into the small area to the far east, then we get sort of 0.6, 0.9%. But as we get closer to Amsterdam, then indeed, as I said, Alkmaar is.
Sorry, give me 1 second, please. Robin, could you maybe turn off your webcam so we can see Martin for a bit? Thank you. Awesome. Amazing. Sorry, Martin, there you go.
Okay, Alkmaar is 2.5%, and I was quite surprised to see Hilversum on 3.4%.
Yeah.
And as I said, Oude Amstel, the Ronde Veen, that was now Uithoorn is also 2.2%, and Oude Amstel was up to 3.9%. These are suburbs of Amsterdam, so that's getting more interesting.
That is quite a...
We're taking bets on what percentage we get in Amsterdam itself. Some people say 10, might be even more.
That would be amazing. That's quite a feat. But yeah, you see a lot of little cities next to Amsterdam getting their results in Oude Amstel. I saw as well. Are you ready?
Yeah, Oude Amstel, Ronde Veen, Uithoorn.
Yeah.
Uithoorn was indeed 2.2%. But it's quite strange because I think this comes down to individual people. You know, I'm interested, for instance, if we do go to the east, what happens in Emmen?
Yeah.
Which is got a candidate. We've got Ommen. Then Ommen is 1.1%. That's not bad actually.
No, it's really not. So let's see. Because here we have, I just centered the map, the NOS map. And we have here Emmen. And there we go. We have the PVV being by far the biggest here. Well, no surprise there. But at the same time, you had Volt with 0%. Oof. Oh.
Hang about. Where are no?
Oh, this is the old one still. My bad. And
yeah, there's don't think Emmen's in there yet.
yeah. Hardingsveld Giessendam also has its things in. and that is a very, very, very conservative Christian region, where the SGP is by far the biggest. As you can see, 20% voted SGP, and at the same time 0.6% for Volt. So that's almost one seat in the most conservative area in the Netherlands, actually. Exit poll doesn't update until all the votes are counted.
Yeah, Tolen and SGP 35% in Riemerswaal, which is next to Tolen, but these are Zeeland. People have been asking about this. I mean, there are small pockets in Zeeland and even fairly close to Amsterdam. Between Amsterdam and Hilversum, there's a couple. And then also Staphorst, places further out.
So actually, interesting piece of history. The Bible Belt is a human construct where the reformists in the during the reformist wars and the Spanish wars were put next to the Dutch borders back then, so they could keep the Catholics at bay. And this is basically a remnant of a social thing that happened in the 16th century to protect the North from Catholics. Yes, it is. The Bible is. Oh, Kilo Delta. I would never say that out loud. Ooh.
If I can just ask you guys one question for some neophytes who are a bit less into the Dutch politics. We could see earlier the very beginning of the polls, very first check I think that we did, we're at 3.7% I think, and currently we are at 1.6. I saw that we went back to 1.4. Now we're getting a bit back up again. Could you explain to us like which regions basically were?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so
were counted.
I've prepared my whole week to do my newscaster, so give me a second. You have here Volt Netherlands, the Volt Netherlands map. You see my is my cursor visible?
Yep.
Perfect.
Now it is.
That's awesome. All right, so you have here the province of Zeeland, and the province of Zeeland is very Christian. There is a Volt Zeeland area right here, which is doing really well, especially given that they live in such a conservative area. And you see that basically from here all the way up to Flevoland, which is a man-made construct, of course, so it's this island here. There is this Christian Bible Belt, and that is not going to change anytime soon, and that's definitely not our voter base lies. Our actual voter base lies in North-South Holland, Utrecht, and the big student cities. So that's Groningen right here, but also Eindhoven, Maastricht, which is right here, should also be doing fairly well.
And Texel, 1.9%, not bad.
In Texel is the biggest island, so it's on top left, biggest island here, and 1.9%. That accounts for 3 seats, right?
Yep.
That's amazing. So what we have is that Volt being a let's say what it is, a fairly urbanized political party, which we are trying to change, of course, but we do have a bit of an advantage right now in the cities. We'll do better as the big cities will come in. So that is Amsterdam right here, Rotterdam being here, Utrecht, of course, Alphen aan de Rijn with 2%. That is also a good result. That is just good. And once all the Randstad bigger cities drop in, the big cities like Groningen, Eindhoven, Arnhem-Nijmegen, Limburg, Maastricht, sorry, we will have a more accurate assessment of the situation. As of now, you only see the smaller municipalities, which are the rural areas, which is really a lot of the east is less urbanized, mostly rural with a conservative backdrop. You will get a lot more PVV or VVD. That's really what it boils down to. Yeah. How about that?
Doesn't look like we're going to get many more results this evening. What are the plans for the rest of the evening? It's now 1 o'clock, which means it's nearly time for a drink, isn't it?
I think it really is, yes. We have.
But are we doing that with Amsterdam, or are we doing with the Volt Nederland, or are we doing it separately?
So yeah, what's going on is in about 4 minutes we will have the last live stream with the Volt Netherlands thing, and that will be a closing remark. And after that, we can have a good drink here and crash. I don't know about you people, but I could definitely use a nap after my drink, of course. Yes,
Yeah,
and
I would take a little 8 hours nap after that.
So are there any questions about Dutch politics? I'm more than happy to answer anything, Martin as well. And it's so quiet now.
All right, 3 minutes
When will we know the urban votes? That's a good question, Makas. Those are, of course, the ones that will come in last. It's really the same as in the US, where we will get those later because they're hand counted and they contain more people. So Amsterdam will probably be tomorrow. Whether there ever was a one-party government, no. The Netherlands is a completely multi-party system, and there has never in its history of democratic governments been one party that would ever have enough, nor is there likely to be one in the foreseeing future, as far as it looks like right now. Pierre Anderson comes with the question: has the far right moved more towards the center? What do you think, Martin? I think not at all. Actually, they moved further away.
No, PVV and Forum for Democracy have stayed on the far right. PVV concentrating on getting rid of Moroccans, and the Forum for Democracy even getting fairly deeply into anti-Semitism, and they seem to have they certainly lost half of their party that way, leaving Yes 21 as a more moderate. So that small section of the far right has moved towards the centre.
Yeah.
But PVV and Forum for Democracy have stayed way out on a limb. Separatist movements, well, in a way, Holland is already a sort of a federation anyway. I mean, Zeeland and Friesland are very different. They even have a couple of languages like Limburg and Frisian. So we're already fairly federalized inside the country anyway, which is a good example for Europe as a whole.
That's true.
There was another one. Oh, Labour and Socialists. Yeah, you've got a Labour Party, which is the old-fashioned Labour Party we all know, of a sort of worker-based party. And then you've got a Green Left Party joined them. And then the third one came along, the SP, which does indeed has a more a slightly, well, I don't know if racist is the right word, but they're certainly anti-immigrant on a certain level. They're also anti-Europe on a certain level. I mean, people are voting for them in order to reduce, even though their leader yesterday on television was also it's very interesting to see how other leaders, how Europe became an issue in this election thanks to Volt. I mean, even D66 wasn't really going to talk about Europe very much, but Volt came along, so everybody was talking about Europe. And in fact, everybody was a lot more positive than they usually are. And now we get the final remarks by the looks of it.
Yes, we are. So how
no, it's about to start. You've got them there, I haven't got them here. That's very weird.
Okay, so I'm turning the sound down and we are
En dat Volt daar 2,5% scoorde. Dus dat is een goede score. Dat zit in ieder geval die 3 zetels en misschien zelfs iets meer. Maar
3
daarnaast
seats
zijn we
at
ook
least.
in Middelburg. En zijn de stemmen ook al geteld. Daar hebben wij, even kijken, ik kan mijn eigen handschrift amper lezen, 1,8% gehaald.
1.8% in Middelburg.
Gulpen-Witteveen, waar we 1,6% van de stemmen
Which is
hebben
in
gehaald.
Zealand, which we talked
Ouder
about,
Amstel is
is
een leuke
very
om te noemen,
Christian.
3,9. Daar hebben we het hartstikke goed gedaan. In
Yes.
een gemeente als Lopik een stuk minder met 1,1%. Wat je ziet is dat we in de gemeentes eigenlijk als ondergrens altijd wel op 1% zitten. En in de allerbeste gemeentes tegen die 4% van de stemmen aan zitten. Nou, de allergrootste steden, plekken waar wij vaak sterk vertegenwoordigd zijn, die zijn nog niet geteld. Dus ik zie net Alphen aan de Rijn binnenkomen, 2% voor Volt.
2% voor Alphen aan de Rijn.
En
Ja.
Amstelveen komt er nu aan. Maar dat gaan we nu allemaal niet meer bespreken, want er is een veel belangrijker moment dat op ons wacht.
Nou, inderdaad.
So there's a big thing going on.
We komen aan ons einde. Maar ik
End
heb
of
het
the
begin van de
program.
avond al gezegd. We eindigen met de lijsttrekker. En dat betekent dat we
And
zo
Laurens
meteen een
is going
eindspeech
to do
krijgen. Maar
his
voordat we daar
closing
naartoe
remark
gaan,
with
wil
an
ik
end
jullie nog
speech.
even bedanken. En alle mensen die vanavond bij dit evenement betrokken zijn geweest. We hebben superveel met elkaar gedaan. Gebruik gemaakt van een mooi platform. En van een geweldige studio van Secret. Dus nogmaals bedankt voor jullie gastvrijheid.
Thank
en
you so
iedereen
much
thuis.
for
Ik wens
everyone
jullie
watching.
alvast wel te rusten. Maar dan gaan we nu de studio klaarmaken voor onze lijsttrekker, Laurens Dassen.
Yes.
And the studio will now be arranged for Laurens Dassen to make his closing remarks for the evening. Quite exciting, actually. I wonder what he's going to say aside from the.
Here he comes.
Yes. Amazing. That's so cool. Oof. I will get back to those questions as well later on, because there are some very interesting ones in there I read already. Let's see what they have to say. Also, I think, oh, look at that. That's actual Dutch media, probably. Interesting.
I bet they're not 1.5 meters apart, are they? Never mind.
Let's not think too much about that right now.
They're off camera, apart from for us. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why it's a
Considering
closed
the-
link.
Considering the
Lieve
organization, I'm
mensen,
pretty
beste
sure they thought about
volgers,
it.
wat een dag was het vandaag. Een dag die begon met meer Europese samenwerking,
What a day.
meer
Here we go.
Europese democratie en meer Europese verbinding. Want dat is, met die missie is het ons gelukt om een hele hoop kiezers te bereiken. En dat alleen al is een gegeven dat heel veel hoop geeft.
We managed to get a lot of votes with our European story.
Grensoverschrijdende oplossingen voor de grensoverschrijdende problemen die we deze dagen hebben. En dat
European
is de
problems
ambitie
don't
van
stop
Volt.
at
En
Dutch
met die
borders.
ambitie voerden wij dit jaar campagne. Voor een
That's how
socialer,
we did
duurzamer,
our
eerlijker
campaign.
Nederland in een socialer, duurzamer en eerlijker Europa.
For
En het was
sustainable
een hele bijzondere campagne.
Europe.
Honderden vrijwilligers hebben maandenlang al hun avonden en al hun weekenden en al hun vrije uurtjes beschikbaar gesteld voor dit resultaat. Door weer en wind. En op al die mooie avonden konden we op jullie rekenen.
say
En ik wil jullie dan ook heel hartelijk bedanken
heartfelt
dat jullie de
congratulations
afgelopen
and
maanden
thanks from
zo met ons
Laurens
mee zijn
to
gegaan
all the
om dit
volunteers
resultaat
that have
neer te
spent
zetten.
night and day
Dankjewel voor jullie toewijding en
making
inzet.
sure that this success happened.
Want wij willen nieuwe energie voor Europa brengen. En dat was toevallig ook het krantenartikel wat ik 3 jaar geleden las en waarvoor ik dacht,
Our core
toen
motive
ik dat van
is
mijn vader
making
doorgestuurd kreeg, dit gaat mijn
new
leven
energy
op
for
de kop
Europe.
zetten, want ik sluit me aan bij Volt. Want toen ik het artikel las, toen maakte ik me zorgen over het groeiend nationalisme, over de opkomst van FVD in Nederland, Salvini in Italië, de AFD in Duitsland en Le Pen in Frankrijk.
He was worried
Opkomend
about the
nationalisme,
rise
terwijl
of
in
nationalists
deze tijd juist
throughout
vraagt
Europe,
om
Le
meer en
Pen,
betere samenwerking. En
etc.
dat gevoel is ook wat velen van ons heeft samengebracht.
That's something which
Sindsdien
he
werken we
picked up
samen
3
hier,
or 4 years
maar
ago.
ook elders in Europa
and
aan
is
onze
the
beweging,
core
aan
motive
Volt.
for many among us here.
En nu staan we hier. En hoeveel zetels we zullen gaan winnen, ja, dat is natuurlijk nog niet helemaal bekend. Dat zullen we vanavond nog
We
moeten
still don't
afwachten.
know how many seats
Maar
we'll
wat wel
get.
zeker is,
We'll just
is
have
dat
to wait
Volt
and see.
klaar is voor de Tweede Kamer. En dat Nederland klaar is voor vele
But we're
betere
ready for
Europese
the
samenwerking.
lower house of parliament.
En wij beloven ons in te gaan zetten voor die verbinding, voor dat optimisme
We'll
En
promise
natuurlijk
to.
We
heel veel
promise to
Europese
work for
energie.
optimism. Okay.
Afgelopen zondag deed Volt ook mee aan de lokale gemeenteraadsverkiezingen in Duitsland. En in Frankfurt en Darmstadt
Laurens is
zitten wij
referencing
inmiddels in
the
de
German
gemeenteraden.
elections
En
and
later
the
dit jaar
great
zijn er ook
success that happened
verkiezingen
there.
in Lissabon, in Milaan en in Kopenhagen.
And
Maar
the
ook de
next ones to
nationale
come.
verkiezingen in Bulgarije. En helemaal aan het einde van het jaar de Bundestag-verkiezingen in Duitsland. Kortom, we staan echt pas aan het begin.
We're not ending it,
Voor nu,
we're at the
en ook
forefront
tot
of a
slot,
new situation,
wil
of a
ik
new
alle
Volt.
partijen vandaag feliciteren met hun behaalde zetels. En ik wil alle kiezers danken voor jullie steun aan Volt. Want het heeft ook lef nodig om te stemmen op een nieuwe partij. Dus dank
It
jullie
took
wel.
courage to vote for a new
En natuurlijk
party.
wil ik ook
And there's a lot of
de
people did.
vrijwilligers nogmaals
Yes.
bedanken. En ook de lijst met fantastische kandidaten die we dit jaar hebben mogen hebben. Het was echt een waar genoegen om met al die kandidaten samen te mogen werken en deze campagne te mogen voeren. En wij gaan nu ons uiterste best doen om het vertrouwen waar te maken. En ik hoop
We're
enorm
going to do our
dat
very
iedereen
hard best
die zich
to
thuis voelt
make
bij de ambitie
make
die we
true
met
of
Volt
the
hebben,
confidence
zich zullen
instilled in all
aansluiten.
our voters.
Want alleen als we samenwerken met alle mensen, werken we ertoe naar een socialer, duurzamer en eerlijker Europa. Want verandering is niet één iemand die een hele grote stap in de toekomst zet, maar het is juist verandering
Change
is elke
is
dag
something
duizenden
that can
mensen
only
die
happen
samen een
with
klein stapje in de juiste
small
richting zetten.
steps
Voor
done
nu
by thousands
enorm
of
veel
people
bedankt en
rather
ik
than
hoop
just
dat jullie
big
samen
step.
met ons dit avontuur blijven aangaan. Dank jullie wel.
Thank you too, Lawrence.
Thank you so much. And that was it. And with this, we conclude our Dutch program. There are no more right now.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh well, we'll just have to have our own drink.
Yes,
we'll do
we
that
will.
when we've finished. I think I might just go and have a bath.
Ooh.
It's bedtime. We've lost. Well, no, we started on 300. We're down to 73. So that's people are
think we did
beginning
well.
to wonder, and we're going to wake up tomorrow and find out probably whether we're going to have 3 or 4 seats.
I mean, that's something to
Yeah,
wake
that-
up to. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah.
It's like Christmas again. Sinterklaas.
Yeah, I feel fairly confident we're not going to go below 3. That's for sure,
No,
and we
I
may go
think
up
so
1.
too. Yeah, that'd be amazing.
So let's end on a positive note. Thanks for watching.
Yes, thank you so much. Rob, I'm going to put him in. Oh, look at that. That's the Vote Volt. That's amazing. Awesome. And there is Robin coming online for a second as well.
Hello.
Let's see if we can do that properly. Oh, no.
He's
Yeah,
down there somewhere.
he is down there somewhere. Yeah, oh, goodness gracious.
I'm not.
Never mind. Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Also giving
Perfect.
an amazing shout out to well, all of you, Martin and Robin. Robin, thank you so much for co-hosting. It was really
Thank
a
you
pleasure.
very much. Also, and I want to give a huge shout out also to everyone who helped us during the stream. Also, Louis and Jennifer
Yes.
who helped us prepare and organize everything, and to all the guests also who came. That was amazing to have
It
you.
was amazing. This was a record amount of people watching, so that was a sight to behold, wasn't it?
And thank you very much, Draco, for being here, always in the chat, commenting, giving all the links and following. It's really cool. Thank you very much to all the team.
Thank you all. And with that, I think we're going to end the stream, everyone. Have a great night.
Okay, guys.
Be
Speak
sure
to you
to thank
soon.
you so much.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Be sure to check out all of the links tomorrow morning, and we'll talk later. Bye, all.